Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
I was
Word.
supposed to either be if you wanted to leave, I've got control of it now. So
What, you just show up and take the credit? Yes. Now that you've done all the work, you can leave. I'll go to sleep now.
Thank you for your service. Have a good day.
yeah, I wish I could sleep. Jesus.
I just got an email from Nathan saying he's figured out how to make those shoulder holsters and he'll start making them soon.
Shoulder holster for what?
Miami Classics.
Oh no, like the one dudes he makes that are supposedly not terrible. The
Oh,
Monarch thingy?
where are you going to carry it? Like a PAP? A
Yeah.
freaking M92 PAP?
Yeah, M92
Or
PAP
AR
on one
pistol?
side and an AR pistol on the other side.
All in. You know what I say about that, Flippy?
Well, it's too cool. Too cool for the school.
All chambered in that 410, so you get that maximum caliber interchangeability with the bandoleros.
All I have to say is 410 is a fine round, and anybody that chooses to carry it has no issue with me.
Okay.
Is that true that statistics show that the bathroom is the most dangerous part of the house? I always thought the fucking stairs were.
A lot of people fall in the shower and hurt themselves, like people like Dano's age. And that's where you're most likely to have slippery floors and stuff like that.
From all the blood when us old people kill you young fuckers and stash the bodies under the shower curtain.
Excuse me,
Hey, you started the age jokes.
I'm officially middle-aged, okay? I'm using Rogaine. Which reminds me, I need to put it on.
Doesn't make you middle-aged, it makes you bald.
Makes your palms
Is there a
hurt.
difference? Is there a difference?
It's
Very
like, give me
palm.
Wait, don't tell me Pink is as old as Dano.
Older.
And you're still alive?
Beware the old man in a game where the young die.
Is my mic working?
You are alive, Dano.
Yeah, I can hear you. You guys
Okay.
hear him?
Yeah, he's good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks.
Hey, did you order those parts?
Yes, I did. Actually, I also went to the gun show today. That was pretty good.
Awesome. I saw a thing on Facebook. If anybody is looking for those S3F barrels, they're doing a sale on Glock barrels until Monday. I don't know if anybody wants one of those or not, but
Is
Do they have the titanium nitrated Glock 19 that's fluted and all?
yeah, they have
Nice.
titanium nitride, stainless, and what's the black one?
Melonite, I think.
No, they call it some
can of spray paint?
black nitride. So a threaded and fluted black nitride barrel is 171 from them. And it says drop-in match grade barrel.
Isn't the match grade barrel supposed to be like milled differently? So it's actually like set to the diameter of your slide and all kinds of shit.
Well, match grade actually doesn't have a standardized definition. I'm assuming what like a lot of people consider match grade is like hand fitted, like you're talking about. I'm assuming what they're talking about is the precision machining of the chambering, and the rifling is more precision.
Now, is this actually on SF whatever, or is this like
That's
on technical shit?
3fsolutions.com.
Okay.
Now, match grade could also mean it's rough enough you could light a match on it.
That could be a valid point.
I got a match.
Thinking of like if I
Rated?
wanted more.
My ass in your face.
Damn, Daniel. Stainless steel threaded fluted barrel from them is only 153 for a Glock 19.
we are all juiced up tonight, and
Yes.
it's Sunday.
Woo! Just got done with work. Trying to make a BLT right now, and I just got burnt with some bacon grease.
Yeah, that's a good time.
Oh, believe me, I didn't give up. The mission continues.
Whatever came of that python?
Nothing. It's still in the glass case at the shop.
I mean, they'll probably be there again if you want to, like, you know, save up.
Yep.
You got that article I sent you on, or that advertisement I sent you for that Colt upper?
198 for the titanium nitrated barrel.
To answer your question, Standing, yes. That was for the fucking M4 upper, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I did get that. I didn't purchase, but I got the message.
Cool. I've ordered a few things from them. They always have pretty good prices, especially like on their Surefire lights. They have the cheapest Surefire lights out there.
I like hearing stuff like that because anytime I start looking at stuff like that, I'm always going to ask, has anybody utilized these guys? Because there is a bazillion places online to buy shit, but
Yeah.
not all of it's reputable, you know?
Which guys?
Yeah. Arms Unlimited. I ordered. I think I've ordered like 5 times. I know I got a Surefire Mini Scout from them for under $200.
Oh shit! I need to know about this place then.
I got a Surefire SOCOM muzzle brake for 40 something bucks from them. Vickers AK sling for $35.
That's pretty good. That's almost $10 off on that sling. 10 to 15 bucks off almost.
Yeah, I think the cheapest
I
I
thought
was finding
Surefire
from other
muzzle
places
brake was
like
like fucking
40.
$80, 80 to
Oh, yeah.
100.
I think so.
Yeah, what's the site?
ArmsUnlimited.com.
For anybody in here who might actually reload, what do you think would be not a great price, but an acceptable price for a pound of powder?
Free.
Okay.
$25.
I was going to say, depends on the powder.
Depends on what. Okay. Next question is, what about 1,000 primers?
About $25.
Also going to depend on what brand. But yeah, he's right on the, that's the average good price.
Now, does that include tax, shipping? That price you're giving me, Tony?
Primers are expensive as shit to ship.
Because of the freaking explosive, dangerous materials thing, there's an extra $25 or $30 fee on top of shipping.
So
Yeah, you don't want to ship primers.
when I ask you how much for 1,000, that includes any extra expenses like that.
Well, he's talking about buying them in person. You didn't specify that you wanted to order them online.
Well, no, I'm not sure where he was getting his price from.
Local gun shop.
Okay.
Anytime you have to ship primers that aren't pressed into a case, it's expensive as shit because they're basically looked at as tiny little what do
Bombs.
they call them? Yeah, little bombs, but not just bombs, but the ones that can be triggered by a drop or whatever. You know, like a concussion. So, mailmen that like to throw boxes around hate dealing with primers because they can't just throw boxes around.
Yeah, it's well worth your money and time to go to the gun shop, buy primers and powder.
Now, Tony, I would agree with you 100%, but it also depends on what that gun shop's trying to get you for on the powder and primers. Because I know here, with everything that it costs to get everything shipped here, they're goosing me pretty good.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
still, if you can, you're talking about $25 on top of anything else you're going to pay just for the hazardous materials. So unless they're gouging you by that much,
Yeah, and if you are gonna order, I think
That's true.
that fee is standard, regardless.
Yeah, it's a standard hazmat fee, and it applies up to such an amount.
Yeah.
Anything over that amount is then another fee.
So I would, if you are gonna order them online, make sure you go to the maximum of whatever that fee covers, so that you minimize having to pay that fee over and over.
Oh, I'm not going to order them online. I just wanted to make sure I understood what Tony was saying.
I have 2 containers of powder here that I bought within the past 6 months. One of them was $25 and one of them was $28.
Okay, because at the gun
Yeah,
show,
that's not bad.
bought some powder and some primers, and my local gun store doesn't really carry that stuff. Even though it's a mom and pop place, they just don't do reloading supplies. And this is the first time in my area I've seen actual more than just 2 or 3 types of powder. They actually had, probably almost 15 to 20 different types of powder, both 1 pound and 5 pound.
powder was getting pretty scarce there for a long time.
When I went there, I was unprepared to see all the primers and all the powder, so I had not done my due diligence on research.
What kind of primers did you buy?
CCI,
Well, no, but like small pistol primers, large pistol
Yes.
primers.
small pistol
Okay.
for 9mm.
I've been using Winchester. They've been fine.
Yeah, both are good.
Uh,
I think Winchester's actually the #1 primer supplier in the U.S.
Powder, I use Hodgdon Universal or Titan, and I like Titan better.
Well, when it came to the powder again, I have to say I didn't do my due diligence, but I dialed the bat phone, and G Webs didn't answer, and then since Batman didn't answer, I had to call Robin, and when Foose answered the phone, I told him where I was, what the situation was, what the selection was, and all the various details, and he helped me, find one that was appropriate towards what I'm going to try to do. So,
Right on.
You're loading 9?
at some point, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing here is reload 9.
At this point, it's more of a knowledge thing. I want to be able to understand the process and the particulars, and then if I seem to grasp it well, then down the road I may step it up a little bit. But I'm just going to start with one of those field expedient loaders, one at a time, very cheap.
Yeah, that's what I got, a single stage Lee.
Well, this is actually cheaper than that. This would be what is it called? It's actually handheld. But I have to figure out.
Wait a minute. That's for loading specialty loads at the range for rifle rounds and stuff like that.
Well, it's also for pistol.
I'm gonna wish you good luck, Dano, and may you keep all of your fingers and not blow your face up.
Okay.
And your dick.
It's probably going to be hard as hell to use too.
I was going to say it's not even blowing yourself up. It's just that you're making the process so miserable that you're really not going to develop an interest in it. They work for what they are, but I mean, you don't want to load 50 rounds with that thing in a sitting.
It gets tiresome loading 50 or 100 rounds on a single stage press.
And when you're saying the handheld one, is that I'm trying to remember. It's Lee makes it, right?
Yeah, it's called a reloading hand press.
Yeah, I think that was the one we tried to talk good guy out of buying. But in a pinch, in an emergency, yes, absolutely.
And that's exactly why I want these. I mean, first I wanted to learn the process and understand it. I put a link in the side chat to the type of thing I'm referring to.
Oh, Arms United has a Colt bar for sale for $100,000.
Oh, well, thank you, Flippy. That's very interesting. Feel free to join the adults at any time.
I mean, I won't, but dude, that looks like it's gonna be fucking miserable as hell to be using.
Got to remember though, Dano's got the iron grip, so that's not going to be an issue. He has
he's
no
going to
arthritis.
He's going to at the very least. He'll be able to fucking crush coals into diamonds by the time he's done with that shit.
For the purpose of learning, and I can sell it for 2/3 of what I paid for it.
Well, here's the thing though. When you say learning, it's in essence, it's not really the same as a single stage press.
Correct. but the process is the same. The machine.
Oh, where you're saying I put the primer in, I put the powder in, I fucking put
Right,
the
order
bullet
of
in,
operation.
press it together. I gotcha. Sorta. Yeah, sorta.
Now you can take this for what you want, but I swear to you, you will be miles ahead of the game if you go on eBay or something and try to find a cheap used press.
And if you paid this much for this one, it really isn't going to be that much more, like he's saying, for a used press, a single stage. When if they cost 100 new or whatever, that, you know what I mean, Dano?
Right.
That you're already half to 2/3 of the way there. But man, if it, you know what, if you want to get your feet wet with this and you already have it, you know, I'm gonna say go for it because you already got the stuff. Now, kind of how No said though, it's like this thing right here is not gonna like make you want to fucking reload a lot with this particular device. Now, it may make you convinced that you need a different machine in a timely manner, perhaps. But I see where you're trying to come from on it.
Yeah, this is not to do 100 rounds or 1,000 rounds or something like that.
I've used one of those. It's tough to do.
And to respond to the external chat, I hope Hillary doesn't start Soylent Green, because it's people. Isn't that what he said? Isn't that what Charlton said?
What's the question?
What was the catchphrase that Charlton Heston said what Soylent Green is in the same movie?
Soylent Green is people.
Okay, see, that's what I thought.
He ranks up there with Shatner at that period in his career with the overacting thing.
Well, and dare I say that he wasn't acting. He was fucking Charlton Heston in the goddamn movie. You know what I mean? Just like
I think of him,
Omega Man.
The Beach.
Planet of the Apes?
Planet of the Apes, Omega Man. He's definitely got the Bill Shatner homage thing down.
And you know that it might be a gag, that might not be a gag, but yeah, he's like Tom Cruise. He wasn't acting. That was motherfucking Charlton Heston. That was him in that movie.
That was Charlton, whatever, in fucking Omega Man, driving around in his speedy car, fucking shooting at albinos.
Yes, that's exactly what he was doing.
Fucking big groovy Afro girls.
The only thing that could have made that movie any better was if Pam Grier was the sidekick chick.
Instead of Rosie or what have you. What was it, Rosie?
Yeah. I'm just like a huge Pam Grier fan.
Oh, me too. Now, also, wasn't that the same Rosie that was in James Bond with Solitaire?
Let die.
Live and Let Die. Yes, that was the same lady, right?
Yes.
All right. I thought so. You gotta understand, I wasn't around in like 1968 or whenever that movie came out. But I've seen both of them many times.
I own the Bond movies, but I don't think I have Omega Man.
That one's worth having in the collection. I don't know if they ever did extended scenes, deleted, or anything like that, but and like I don't even have a Blu-ray player. That's how far behind on technology I am. But if that thing comes out, I'm getting it. That thing is great.
Dano, do I need, or Island, do I need to send you a Blu-ray player?
No, don't do that, man. You already went too far with sending me a freaking.
Actually, how much is a Blu-ray player? I just had to buy it. I just had to buy a fucking 4K Blu-ray player because fucking useless Xbox and the fucking useless PlayStation.
Yeah, I don't have those particular problems.
Hey, Dano, did you get dyes?
Well, that's what I was just kind of discussing in the side chat with Hank. Was if I were to go with that other option that he listed there, other than the decapping die and pen, what else as a bare minimum I would need?
If you buy Lee's dye set, you get everything in that.
Yep.
Okay, let me try to find that on the same. The one thing I do like for Amazon is making lists of things that are all in one area, even if I don't necessarily get it from there.
I like usually.
I put the link in there for you, Dano. The last one is a die set with the little powder scoop and the collets, and well, this one's a 38 super, but you can pick your caliber. But yeah, you'll need a scale, no matter what, and then after that, it's just like convenience stuff.
Caliper's kind of important, isn't it?
Can I not start with just a scooper?
Now, you can,
You
yeah.
still need to measure.
If you buy the Lee, like the anniversary reloading set, it's like $130. It comes with the scale, the perfect powder measure, bunch of different scoops, shell holders for the priming tool, everything you need to do it but the die.
All right, what's this thing called again? You just mentioned.
The one that I bought was the Challenger Anniversary Kit, and it's Lee's Challenger press, and it's just packaged an anniversary kit with scale, powder measure, a bunch of scoops, shell holders for the priming tool.
Okay, the Lee Precision Breech Lock Challenger Kit
Yes.
for like 114.
There's another one that's an anniversary kit. You want to compare them and see which one has more stuff. Because there was a little difference in two, and I don't remember which one I got. I think I got the anniversary kit, and it was like 130.
Yeah,
But
I put anniversary in the search term, and it only came up with the one.
they may all be gone then.
I mean, as far as on Amazon, it doesn't mean they don't exist on other places.
Well, that's how I got mine.
Or you need to put in more words than just anniversary.
Well, I did. I had Challenger Anniversary Set.
Just,
Hey,
That is
Dano,
Saying, that was just an observation.
here.
that should include the press, the scale, their Lee Perfect powder measure, their priming tool, all of the holders for the priming tool.
This is for 126 bucks.
That's
This
the
is-
one right there.
This is like it's the way better press because it's an O-ring, an O-frame press. Like the powder measure and the scale and everything. It's really basic equipment. And so if you decide that you don't want to reload, you have a much better chance of recouping, of cutting your losses and selling like this little kit off. If you go the other way, you can do the cheaper press, the C-frame press, which is really not the best for rifle rounds if you decide to move up to rifle. But then you'll be adding, like, if you decide you like it and you want to reload, then you're going to be adding like a scale and a this and a powder throw and all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is, like we've been saying, if you try to go that handheld route and just sort of dip that little tiny pinky toe in, you're pretty much making it miserable and robbing yourself of the experience. So I mean, like for 126 right here, you can decide you don't like it and just sell off the whole kit, or actually with this little setup here, you'd be good to go with pistol, with rifle, whatever you wanted.
So I should buy this kit?
Are you going to reload?
I don't know, maybe.
No, you should probably just stop interrupting with stupid stuff that you're not going to do anyway, because you already said you don't have the attention span to reload.
I mean, everyone keeps acting like it's so fucking fun and interesting.
I don't know that anybody ever said it was fun. Most everybody just does it so they have rounds to take to the range and shit like that, is what I find.
I mean, I'm interested in having a better understanding of the skill and what's involved, and that's part of the hobby that I love to do.
What you'll enjoy about this is the skill is really two things: paying attention and how precise do you want to get. Okay, if you're into like precision and measuring and that kind of thing, it's like really pretty zen. Okay, if you're just like an impatient person that wants to pop out 1,000 rounds, most people are just like, it's a pain in the butt.
Okay, so with the anniversary set, I just need to get a set of dies.
That's
for 9
correct.
mil.
Yep, in whatever caliber you want. Ooh, G's popping in Craigslist.
Yeah.
Craigslist links in the external you may want to look at, Dana.
All right.
There's a rock crusher, a tumbler.
Okay, I'm going to put a link in here, and there's 2 different die sets, and one is 3, one is 4, and I'm not sure why I would want the one versus the other.
Go the 4 die.
Oh, is that so you don't have to flip up and reverse something, or?
No, it's easier to get a handle on crimping with the 4 die.
Okay. And my plan is that over time, as money becomes available, is to purchase, like let's say next week I got an extra 40-some bucks, whatever. I might buy the dies, and then it might take 2 weeks or whatever to get 100 and something to get the other stuff. But whatever. But buy it as I have the money. I'm not going to go into debt for anything.
After you get the stuff, a pound of powder will reload somewhere around 1,500 9mm rounds. Mathematically speaking, I'm getting probably 1,350.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dana.
Yeah.
The difference between a 3 die set and a 4 die set generally is one of the dies has a hole in the top where you can put your powder charge through it. On a 4 die set, it's the expanding die that does that. On a 3 die set, those functions are combined into the bullet seating die. So if you're doing a 1-stage press, a 3 die set's no big deal. The 4 die sets are better when you're doing more of a progressive type of thing. It's the same process no matter what. It's just how many functions happen at each die.
Don't the 3 die crimp the bullet at the same time it seats it?
Yep.
Because mine 4 die set has a separate crimp die.
G said he won't use a progressive press because he doesn't agree with its politics.
Well, thank you for your suggestions and help. Something else I bought at the gun show today, I just thought it was kind of interesting, is there was like a little hand booklet. It was the revised 1980 edition Red Book of Used Gun Values.
So we can all feel bad about how cheap shit used to be?
Well, it's more of a curiosity thing than anything else. At least for me, anyway.
One other thing you'll want to get is a reloading data manual.
Now, how is that different than a spiral notebook that's dedicated towards this?
Because
it has the recipes already.
yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, I know what you mean. The stuff that's usually included in the appendix in the books.
right. You get some of the reloading data on some of the powders, and you get them in the dyes, but it's really limited.
Powder manufacturers will give you load data for rounds that they have tested, and then bullet manufacturers, when you buy bullets, they'll give you load data with powders they have tested, but an actual hard copy reloading manual will give you the widest cross section of where to start and where to tread lightly. I don't want to say end, but where to start and where to tread lightly with the widest variety of stuff.
Is there the documentation that comes with the Lee loader? Is it does it go through the basic mechanical steps?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the ones that you gave me the link to, because I saw your comment in there, Z, about carbide. Are those carbide dyes?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
It'll say when you look it up, though. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah, because I see some of them say carbide and some don't.
Because the stuck case sucks ass.
Oh yeah, another thing to consider, and Robbie just mentioned it in the external. Most people that reload, they have a library of reloading books because reloading manuals come out every year. If you have old manuals versus new manuals, what you will find out is that the older manuals tend to be more aggressive and less liability conscious than the newer manuals are, and then loads drop out over the year. So if you're trying to tailor a load for a gun, or if there's one particular powder that's working well for you and you want to develop loads around that one powder and all those considerations, look across multiple years of information until you actually get a feel of adjusting powder charges in your own loads.
Right. Okay.
Right here is what I have.
Right. That's the one looks like the one I bookmarked. The 4 die with I guess that's a scooper in the middle.
Yes.
Yeah, that Ultimate comes with the scooper, the case holder, 4 dies, loading data. I have one for the 223 that's like that, yellow case. But I also have like a Lyman book, and I also ended up buying one book, one caliber. It's how Noah was saying, certain manufacturers are going to give certain load data, certain powder manufacturers are going to give certain load data. Well, this kind of did was take several different manufacturers of each, whether it's bullet manufacturers or powder manufacturers, and so that you can just cross-reference, and they say one caliber, one bullet. So like, I have one for 45, I have one for 223, and I think I have one for 357 in addition.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up with either a Hornady, or there was one other reloading manual that I wanted to check out. Oh, and I also have the ABCs of Reloading book. Because I'm a simple-minded fool.
I just put a link in there too, Dano. There's just a shit pile of reloading data log sheets, PDFs, and Excel spreadsheet templates, whatever your preference is. But keep loading. Oh, and labels too. Keep load information because it's fairly easy to get lost.
Gotcha.
So they're just PDFs you can download and print off for free. And loading information online. If you search for reloading manual PDFs, you can get hard copies of a lot of the manufacturer's PDFs. Other than that, take with a severe word of caution any reloading information that you see online unless you can frame it in your brain that it makes sense.
Okay.
In other words, just don't take anybody's word for it because you don't know if that guy's been reloading for 5 minutes with Chris or if, you know, he's been doing it for 1,000 years.
Right. I would only rely on manufacturer's information, or something that out of a well-known book.
And the last, well, not the last, but one of the most important things we haven't discussed yet is your battle cry. I mean, Chris has got fire in the hole trademarked. We need to come up with something with you.
Well, I don't know. It's going to be a toughie.
Well, you don't have to come up with it right now. It's just something to start thinking about.
All right, I'll start thinking about it. In fact,
it's something that chooses you.
Yeah,
like an Indian name.
Like
exactly.
Counting to 10 or something. Like, all right, I got all my fingers. Not Dano of the 9 fingers.
Now,
Shrapnel hurts.
I'm going to make a suggestion that you wait until after you get that reloading kit and you first try to calibrate that perfect powder measure to what you want it to charge. Because that's a fun little gig.
Oh, and another consideration, because this is going to be big for you with your back, Dano. One of the things that makes presses different, single stage or even progressives, is the leverage in the mechanical system when you pull the arm. Some of them are easier than others. It takes a bit of effort to operate the press. So you want to make sure that the height of your bench and the height of your seat is in a position where you're isolating your arm to move that lever, because the amount of throw and the swinging the lever, it's like real easy for people to, like, you know, put their whole body English into it. And for you,
Right.
I know with your back, that's going to be a consideration that you're going to have.
Well, that's a good point. I'll be right
It's
back.
one of those things you don't want to put your back into.
I too have a bad back.
So you know exactly of which I speak.
Yeah, you want it mounted on a good, solid platform. Because surprisingly enough, the hardest thing about reloading 9mm is pulling the case back out of the die after you full length resize it. And some cases are considerably tougher than others.
Hey Z, have you actually reloaded at all yet, or you're still amassing your setup?
Amassing the setup. Still got a little ways to go. Getting there, though. I mean, now that the workbench is there, and you know, I got at least one die, and like, I guess, you know, I kind of could start, but I don't have the tonic cleaner. I think that was one of the things I wanted to get. The trimmer was another thing I wanted to get. So there's still a couple of things that I wanted to get before I started, but it's getting there. It's getting there.
If you're reloading one spired brass, you don't really need to clean it for the first 2 or 3 times. I mean, unless it's got some shitty, dirty powder.
I hear what you're saying. In my opinion, though, if I'm learning a new skill set, like if it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps, I want to get in the habit of doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps.
Oh
So-
my God, dude! When I first started, like Dano's doing now, and stepping into it, it was literally toss the brass into a old pillowcase, tie a knot in it, and toss it in the washing machine.
I have heard of that, but the landlady would skin me alive if I tried some bullshit like that.
Yeah, I can see, screaming from all directions.
My mother was not any different.
I thought about doing that in the dryer.
Oh, and we line dry here. We don't even have a dryer. Dryer, what is that?
I'll tell you, I never even owned a case tumbler until I started picking up range brass.
Yeah,
Well,
I did a few months ago. I picked up a book from Hornady on reloading for handguns specifically. So that's
Is it a coaster, or is it holding up the other end of your couch, or did you actually read it?
No, it's in my hands right now.
Oh, excellent.
I mean, I finished reading it probably a few weeks to a month ago, and but of course, it's not like reading a novel. So like, oh, okay, I'm done. Put it away. No, it's you read it and then you earmark pages and underline things.
Yep, it's a reference manual. You're going to go back to that son of a bitch potentially 1,000,000 times.
The thing of the reloading that people, except for marksman shooter types, don't really think about too much is how you can custom tailor loads for your gun, and it makes it supremely more accurate. It's more notable in rifles and pistols, but still.
Well, for a lot of shooters, especially rifle shooters, that's what their gig is. They're not looking to pump out a lot of rounds. They're looking to pump out, a round that's accurate, that has the punch that they need, the distance that they want. They want to tailor the bullet, and that, like I said, that's where you get into the real zen part of it.
Oh yeah, I find it to be extremely cathartic. I mean, it's kind of hard to explain. I don't necessarily love doing it, but it is very therapeutic.
And just as a side note, I would like to answer DB's question out in the chat there about whether he wants he should go with the 41 AE Action Express or the 45 Grizzly. I don't really think that that's a valid question because there's no comparison, right? It's all about the Grizz.
For us AARPers, yeah, I have passed with that gun.
How does your wrist feel?
Oh, it's a powder puff, literally. That gun
Really?
that gun is heavy.
And it just soaks it all up.
And it was the star of one of my favorite schlock movies. Peter Weller and Sam Elliott
Shakedown.
You got it. Sam Elliott carries an LAR Grizzly mag.
That was were they tied to the roller coaster? What was the deal with the roller coaster in that thing? Like towards the end, I'm trying to think. I just remember something to do with the roller coaster.
Does he? They're on the roller coaster and they smash the control panel.
So they can't get off, and it's gonna fucking kill them that way or something.
Yeah, I may be getting it mixed up with another movie though. I'm trying to remember.
That sounds about right. Because I don't remember actually how they get free.
Well, that was one of my favorite lines, because at the time I was doing like, motorcycle wheel school training for cops. I was doing ATV off-road for DEC, for MIL, for Air Force and stuff like that. And do you remember when they're going to chase the guy at the end? You want to drive or you want to shoot? When they steal the guy's 996 Porsche.
I was going to say when they steal that beautiful Porsche, yeah.
Not a 996, rather. Ooh, that's too new.
That was like a Ghost or whatever, yeah?
That was a 930 turbo.
Guys, I'm decking out of here.
Take care, Tony.
Take care, Tony.
You guys have a good one.
DB, why don't you hop in and give us the Blade rundown?
I'm making a sandwich. I'll be right back.
One thing that was kind of interesting, or I should say another thing that was interesting at the gun show today, is I got the where I bought the powder. They didn't have primer, so I went to a different booth for that. And I in cash, all I had on me at that booth was 30. What was it? He wanted $34 for 1,000 primers, CCI primers, and I had 32 on me. And he was working the booth with his wife. I showed him my wallet and opened it. I said, I got $32. I said, if you take credit cards, I said, I'm more than happy to do that. Pay your full price. I said, or even put an extra buck or two in there for if there's a transaction fee, because I know they don't like doing the credit card thing. They all love the cash. I said, I got $32 in cash, and then the guy kept on looking like he was trying to recalculate the national debt as to whether he could do that $2 or not. Yeah, maybe. He didn't say anything, but he kept on twisting and turning, and his face kept on making these different expressions. He was looking up in the air like he was doing math. And then, it took like 30 seconds till he finally said, okay, sure. It wasn't odd that he was thinking about it. It just that it took 30 seconds to figure out whether it was an acceptable price or not. I wasn't trying to jip him. Just all I have is all I have. And the guy even had a credit card reader on him. He just didn't want to use it. Because I think he's claiming one profit and getting another. And
taxes, man.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Is if he has a credit card transaction, he can't be telling everybody, oh, I sold it for 28 when he was selling it for 34.
Credit card machine charges you to use it.
Right.
Business.
Well, right, and I had mentioned to the guy at first that, if he couldn't do 32, I'd pay a little bit more than 34 to offset the fee that he would be charged. But he still didn't like that deal. So then the only reason I could think of left is taxes. And then something that I was very disappointed over, and is the largest person, not physically largest, but the person with the most amount of tables had an entire island, and I was standing right next to a guy. What's that?
He wouldn't give you any free tape?
No. I was looking at his booth. He had like a handful of non-functional guns, like old Ivor Johnson break action pistols, stuff like that. And I was looking at that kind of stuff. And another guy came alongside of me and wanted to buy a like a 30-30 replica, and he just started going over the information, and then he's standing physically next to me, so I cannot unhear it. And then the buyer says to the customer, "Well, you officially bought this yesterday." Because and then what I'm going to tell you is what was not said. Because in my state, there's a 24-hour wait for long guns. And I was just disappointed that.
Dano, by saying this now, you're an accessory, right?
What? It's maybe a witness.
Because the statute of limitation. No. You did nothing to stop the commission of the crime. You were complicit, my friend.
How's that?
Nor did you report.
But I'm not a lawyer, and I don't play one on TV either.
But it's when people like that get caught, it what makes us all look bad, especially at a gun show.
Wait, what did he do? I missed that second part. I'm sorry.
What's a nicer way to say it, Z?
He sold somebody a rifle without the mandated weight.
Right. That's the
okay.
Fact, I guess. He set his watch back is another way of looking at it.
Yeah. Which I know, back in the 80s was a real common practice. I mean, everybody was doing it. And for selling, when there is a waiting period, it's not easy selling, firearms at gun shows with 72-hour waiting period on a pistol and a 24 on a long gun.
Well, you better hope that wasn't some undercover liberal news show that was like, see, the gun show loophole is real.
No joke. No fucking joke. Especially after the fucking Katie Couric bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, but if people want to break crimes, they're going to break them regardless of what the law is.
Yeah, like that guy just did.
Yeah. I mean, whether it was an 8-hour wait or a 24-hour wait, he was going to break it.
Well, as a rule, Dano, criminals break laws. That's what make them criminals.
Right.
But we don't want gun dealers and people selling guns to be criminals.
Right.
Or to be shown to be criminals.
No, exactly. And that was my concern. Or I should say my disappointment.
No, I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly how I would have reacted or what I would have done. But, whoever is administrating that gun show or running that gun show probably should know that that guy is acting that way, because they could lose their license to put that gun show on.
Yep. And then, sometimes it'll come down to the people that, I'm not a rat. I'm not going to rat. Well, what if that same guy had said instead of the 24-hour wait, we didn't need to do that background check that we needed to do? And
Right.
It's fucking Shady McShade is the fucking guy that's about to get the firearm,
Yeah.
At this moment it's the waiting period, but 5 minutes later it's the ID. I mean,
You look like an upstanding member of the community to me. I think we'll just let that go.
When money overrides morals.
Well, and here's the other thing. If he looked like Dano, come on. I mean, other than, he looks like he might have to register anytime he moves. Other than that, he doesn't look like a criminal.
hey! I get that
that
little
didn't
hook you put onto me.
that didn't go above your head. Damn.
No, it did not. That goes back to what was the name of the chat that Mule Team used to be in a lot? Green Dragon.
Yeah.
That goes back to bad times at the Green Dragon.
Man, there were some things said in some of those old ones that make somebody blush pretty much.
The Make-A-Wish Foundation?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Some of those old chats, man, it was just like the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We had our moments here though too.
Oh, we definitely have. I was still looking for the one that was the after chat Mexican standoff, and I couldn't find it because.
What was the boil down?
It was somebody's chat, but like somebody had just saved like literally the 15-second, 25-second clip of it, and it was everybody muzzling the camera.
Oh God.
It was literally the
Not me. Was it? I wasn't.
I don't think you were there. No.
No, that was the Larzul and
Bulldog prepping and
Yep.
Matt B 2099.
Okay, so let me guess.
Batman and fucking.
Let me guess. Airsoft gun, Mosin Nagant, fucking Cheetos. These dude.
You got all worked up.
He got so excited. He might be right. And I tried looking it up the other day, and it's on somebody's channel because they ended up just saving part of it.
What were they doing?
Well, you know how all the safety Sallies used to get upset all the time about either A, if you didn't check your gun on camera, right, to see if it was loaded and show everybody, but more importantly, they didn't want you, safety Sallies didn't want you muzzling the camera.
Oh yeah, I've had people on my video go, "Why do you point the gun at the camera so much?" I'm like, "Don't worry, I left my internet tracking bullets at home."
Exactly.
My bad.
Now, when I start firing pure energy, bitches better worry. You know what I mean?
What is pure energy?
Pure
What comes out
energy.
of my dick?
Information Society?
Yes, I was just going to say, and that's a quote from Spock on there or whatever.
Oh.
Pure energy.
I got another question. Today they had
That was
Relax,
awesome.
Dano, relax.
22 for the first time I actually saw available in more than a 50-round box. And for like 500, like Remington as an example, they wanted $40. Now, is that a common retail price around you, or is that high for your area?
I don't know. I haven't bought 22 in so long. I couldn't tell you.
I mean, I haven't bought 22 since well, I just refer to it as the incident because I haven't been able to.
I still haven't bought a 22 because I didn't own one before the incident.
Yeah, I don't own a 22.
I mean, I will at some point, but I don't currently.
I think it was the first birthday gift that my now wife ever got me was a Ruger 1022.
And you married her. Good
I
man.
knew she was a keeper right then.
Hey Flippy, you out there, Flippy? You hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
What'd you get your wife for her birthday?
The Harry Potter box set, Doom the movie, the video game movie, on Blu-ray, and a laminated wood pink 1022.
Woo!
Oh, there you go.
See, that's how you know that shit's love, gentlemen, right there.
So your wife has a 22 and you don't?
Yep, I can't be bothered with it.
Your wife's cooler than you?
I have real people guns.
Your wife's cooler than you?
Okay.
Well,
don't you,
now we all
why don't you
know
set her
that
up
that's
with-
entirely possible. We do know
Why
that
don't you
that's
set her up with a
possible.
profile and let her come on here and you can go make sandwiches or something?
Well, now we want to make sure that they do stay married, though. Come on.
Because there's no internet connection in the kitchen.
Oh.
That's why you go make the sandwich.
Now, why would he want to do that if she's already in the kitchen making a sandwich?
Because she's cooler than him and we want to talk to her. It's not about what he wants.
Now, gentlemen, let's be
That's
honest.
where
How
you
many
want
people want their wives in this
always.
chat instead of themselves?
It's always about what I want.
Well, then that's a happy marriage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Flippy's killing the game.
And if she disagrees with him, he just deflates her and puts her back in the box.
Mm-hmm. Wow, we've already been over this. She's full of helium. I just let her go and she floats to the ceiling. Out of sight, out of mind.
And you just retrieve her when it's necessary.
Yeah, with like one of those pool scooper thingies.
I mean, gentlemen, love is a many splendored thing.
According to this, the Remington 22 long rifle's like $35 for 500 of them.
Love can be a mini splintered thing too if she's an Italian with a wooden spoon.
Yikes.
Well, there might be shrapnel involved at some point, too.
Yeah, going to a gun show is not always a bargain basement sort of thing. But
It used to be more about like deals. Now it's more about just having everybody in one spot so that you can shop everybody's price and see who's, maybe a couple bucks less.
and that is a convenience I'm willing to pay, and I don't mind paying a little bit more going to somebody that I actually see that's going to get the money versus some unnamed corporate person.
Yeah, I'd rather just go just to see random shit that is hard to find. That's pretty much the only reason I ever
That's
go.
the thing. It's like a treasure finding quest because you don't know what the fuck's gonna be there. Yeah, there's gonna be Joey with the stuff where he's second selling the ammo, and then there's Tommy and he's got his fucking Mosin crate of Mosins, but they look like fucking ass. And
then there's Bobby selling beef jerky.
Right, and guess who's getting my money? Fucking Bobby, all day, every day.
Beef jerky, Bob.
I went there to get an extractor for my AR, a spare extractor spring and little rubber bumper thing. They didn't have any there, but then I came home with all sorts of other stuff that I never planned on buying today.
Oh, shit, Daniel.
They got my money regardless.
Okay, so the extractor spring and the little plastic thing, right? On
Right.
Brownells, they make they got one. It's like the D ring or whatever. And
When I came home, I ordered one from a set from Midway.
oh, okay, because they got one on Brownells and it's a D ring, and it basically, even if the spring disintegrates, this little, it's not an O ring, it's a D ring, will actually still function the extractor even if the spring is broken. I ended up going with one of those. Yeah, I went with one of those. I mean, it ain't free, and it's definitely more than a regular O-ring. But just when I was reading it, no, I never got the opportunity to test that theory, or test that claim. But it is in my bolt.
You can do the BCM upgrade, or if you don't use the ring, you use the Colt green spring.
Now, the other thing I noticed about the show is, although they had primers and powders, they, as far as reloading equipment, it was basically miscellaneous used pieces of stuff. There were no sets. of anything. But then again, you know, this is not like a giant show like you might expect somewhere in Texas or something like that. This is they said yesterday they had 300 tables, and today was probably about 240, 250.
Well, reloading too is one of those things where people tailor it to their mission and to their style and to what they're doing and stuff like that. So a kit's a good place to start, but you know, you accessorize along the way like, you know, everything else we do.
You
I don't know if you know how true this is or not, but I get the impression that a lot of reloaders either get into it this way or primarily do it for this, for the harder to find calibers and, you know, the stuff that's not cheap. So they use the reloading as a way to get the hard to find stuff or the really expensive stuff, and then they buy, you know, like the really, you know, the like 9mm is really cheap, so they buy that.
I mean, for myself, I'm viewing it as it's a skill that hopefully I will acquire that will never hurt me in case whether it's excessive ammo taxes or other restrictions come along. It's another option that I'll have.
I like that you said never hurt you, because that is an actual possibility of the process.
Well, I mean the knowledge. I mean, obviously, fucking up will hurt you.
The three big reasons are people, like you say, that are reloading for obsolete rounds or specialty rounds they can't find anymore. The other big segment is competition shooters because of the massive amount of ammo that they shoot. So they reload in bulk. And then the third big one is anybody that's shooting precision.
Yeah, the bench.
Yeah, and then, you know, in the middle there you have hunters and you know, people that are combo stuff like that. But those are the three primary focuses.
How many pounds did you pick up, Dana?
Pound of powder.
Okay, just one. All right.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll definitely get you started. I just heard you were talking about reloading equipment, and yeah, a lot of those gun shows won't have it unless you find someone that's downsizing, trying to get out of, you know, reloading, or has a press and trying to get rid of one. You may want to look at arms lists and stuff like that. I've been finding some presses on those. But whenever people upgrade, they go ahead and sell their old stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, just like the other guys were saying, us, sports shooters, we tend to do it as cheap as possible. I mean, especially like what I do. I don't need hole in hole, but I do need 2 inches at 25 yards sometimes, and maybe 3 inches at 25 yards. But I mean, we try to do it as cheap as freaking possible. And so, I mean, a lot of us, if it's just plinking ammo and stuff like that, we use polymer-coated lead stuff. It's basically the cheapest out there. And, well, you can go pure lead, but it's going to smoke a lot more. You have to clean your barrels a lot more. But this polymer stuff, yeah, it's good to go. Polymer-coated stuff. Projectiles, at least. So, are you looking at, what kind of press are you looking into?
Oh, I was talking. I didn't realize I was muted.
Sorry.
The Black Bullets International, are those the polymer ones you're referring to?
Yeah, that is what I shoot.
Okay, and you just load those as if they were lead?
Well, you could actually load them as if they are jacketed.
Okay.
So you went with Tight Group, right?
Okay.
I can't remember what powders you were looking at. So you got Tight Group, correct?
I got Bullseye.
Or Bullseye, okay. So if you go with 100 115 grain, you're going to go from 4.1 to 4.7. So I mean, if it's plinking stuff, I mean, I'd run 4.1. That'd be 1,020 feet per second out of a 5-inch gun.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So I mean, do you have a reloader's book or anything like that?
Well, I do have a book that I just finished reading a few weeks to a month ago, and but I do need to get some supplements to it.
Okay. I really like the Lee one. It's what Lee does is they don't do anything of their own, but they'll take Lyman's, they'll take Reddings, they'll take all these other books and kind of get all their load data and put them into one. Like if you go with a Lyman, they may have a whole bunch of oddball stuff, but they'll only have like let's say 9mm. They'll have for 2 or 3 different types of powders. Where I go here into the Lee one, and for 115 grain, I probably have 20 different types of powders I could look into and get load data. So that's one reason I really like the Lee. What kind of press are you going to get? Single stage, turret?
It'll be a single.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've already been very quickly talked into one of the Lee anniversary ones that comes with pretty much everything except for the not the cartridges, but the carbide dies.
Right, and of course, yeah. The 50th anniversary breech lock Challenger kit.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna see what type of what. Okay, so it's the bushing style. Okay, good. I was gonna say if you can get a bushing style, which this one is. So basically, you set your dies up once and basically forget about it.
Yeah, I'm in no rush to start pressing immediately.
Okay.
I'm more concerned about ordering the correct equipment in the correct order and not going into debt to do it.
Okay. Okay.
And the reason that today I was so shocked is I was not expecting. This is the first gun show I've been to that actually had powders and primers and dozens of variations.
Yeah, it's getting better. It's not where it was pre-Sandy Hook, but it is getting a lot better.
I mean, there were even multiple booths with 22 long rifle, which again, for my area, there are still no retailers in my area that carry 22 on any regular basis.
Same here.
And I realize that's other places have had 22 for a year now, but not mine.
I can buy 22 for days.
It all depends on if they're located, where they're located.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind paying a little extra, as I was mentioning to some of the other earlier, if it's all, as long as it's just a little bit of extra, and I know the money's going to the people I'm handing it to. It's not going to some nameless, faceless corporation.
So Flippy, is the ammo prices for 22 back to pre-Sandy Hook prices?
I have no idea. I never purchased 22 before the whole Sandy Hook thing.
No, like that.
It's like
that
$30
box
for a brick of 500.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's still
so
its price.
it's
Double.
no, I mean $30. I mean around here it was about 25 for a brick.
Yeah.
Before Sandy Hook, for me, a brick of 500 was about 17 or 18 bucks.
Yeah, it was about 25 for me.
It was about 24 in my area, but yeah.
Okay. So it's still a
Today
little
I
higher,
spent
but not too much.
40 for 500, and I bought 2 boxes.
All right.
Yeah, I mean that's like the Winchester white box, little brick of 500. It's nothing really special, but it was. I think that it It was like $17 or $18 last time. They were reasonable. Oh, Bob the Biker added me in his Google Red Circle.
Aren't you lucky?
Shit, that's a lot of freaking powder.
Hey, DB, you there?
He's lost in that Bone Thugs and Harmony right now. He'll be back in just a minute.
Boom, boom, boom. Tell me what you gonna do. There ain't no way.
So Dan, you said you had, what, 1,000 primers?
Right.
Okay. And a powder, okay. You did the anniversary set. I would go out and get a digital scale first and throw the balance one away that comes
You
with the
don't throw
scale.
it away. Come on now.
Well, don't throw it away, right, but just don't use it.
I see there are people trying to sell them online.
Which ones?
Yeah, you can get a used
The balance.
digital scale, but it's from usually a weed dealer, and you got to wash the scale pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
And he's listening to Bone Thugs and Harmony when he sells it to you.
You got to scrape it with a razor.
But smokers only. But smokers only.
Only if it's
Nag
president.
Keef.
Yeah, get some of that keep, dog. DB, now that you're back. Are you there?
How was Blade Show?
Why is he hating on the player? DB.
Can you hear me? No.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Hey,
Yes.
remember that podcast we were talking about, DB?
Got a phone call. Which one? The Raj thing or whatever?
No, Jocko Willink.
The-
The seal.
Jocko, yeah. I think Rocco, I was about to say. Yeah, what about
Jocko, yeah. Dude tweeted me back.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was surprised. I woke up this morning and had a tweet from Jocko Willink. I was like, sweet.
What did he say?
He just
Leave me the fuck alone, you bitch ass.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah, no,
leave me
I
the
just
fuck alone.
I actually tweeted a picture of his book. It said, you know, I'm starting to read it, and he tweeted me back and was like, "Oh, awesome, man! Let me know how it goes." Or let me know
Yeah,
what
you
you
should
think.
write him back.
Wait, like
Oh,
he didn't
I
know the
thought it was
ending
pretty
or
good.
something?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Let me know how the
"Damn."
book is.
I was like, "Damn, Daniel, your book be tight, cuz."
Yeah, just be like, I was alright in the beginning. You know, I would have done better.
Well, as long as
Yeah.
he don't tell you that he's gonna fucking kill you, everything will be all right. But then again, as a former Navy SEAL, he's probably not gonna tell you if he was or if he wasn't.
No, he's going to tell you after you're already dead.
Like, see, I told you. I told
He's
you.
gonna take extreme ownership of the murder.
Hello, this is Master Shake. I could have wrote your book better.
Yeah,
Call me.
I'm gonna tweet him and be like, "Bro, you should have used 410s in Ramadi. Okay, you would have been."
Oh,
a
I
lot
thought you were just
better.
gonna. I thought you were just gonna hashtag straight up hashtag garbage, bro.
Well, I was gonna go there.
5-5 gopher round. 5.56 is
Oh,
a
yeah.
gopher round.
Gophers.
Gophers. How was Blade Show? It was pretty cool. I saw some cool knives. I saw Jeremy Horton running around. Saw
Did you get to see any
saw your boy
important knives,
John.
though?
John. Actually, did not see. I don't know where the fuck they were. I didn't see. I don't think they had a table.
He
Did you
might
tell
not
us-
have, dude. That's the way that dude rolls, man.
Yeah, I don't. Look, last year they had a Tennessee Knife Makers Union, you know, whatever association, like little tiny table. I didn't see that this year.
Did you tell John Willis to get back to the shop and make my damn micro rig?
Dude, he
Before I
had
get
like a
pissed?
fucking. He's like as famous as Eddie Murphy at that place. Like, you know, he had a crew around him. But I didn't buy shit. I didn't even buy a patch. I went over to Wicked Edge and I was like, hey, so can you guys show me how this works with my? Hold on, my pocket knife here. Can you sharpen my knife for me while I watch
Can I get a
you?
demo?
Can you demo it?
And they
What'd
told
they
you
say?
to get lost, or what?
Oh, I mean, last year I stood online for like 30, 40 minutes. I couldn't take it anymore, so I left. This year I got my knife sharpened.
Woohoo!
But-
Right on.
About 5 years ago, I sent my knife to Clay. I forgot his name. The owner of Wicked Edge. Like,
Aiken?
they'll still do a $5. It's like Allison. But if you're really, really hard
I
up,
know, because Aiken's the guy from fucking.
Clay Aikens.
yeah,
Anyway,
exactly.
if you really want your knife sharpened pretty well, I think you can still send it to them and just send them like $5 or $10, and they'll do a really good job.
That's pretty awesome.
Better than Benchmade Life Sharp, let me tell you that.
I was just gonna ask what blade did you have in your pocket? Because I knew you were probably
the
pimping.
Para. No, I don't. I sold all my shit.
Wait,
This
what do
isn't
you
the
have?
year. This isn't the greatest year to have like knives that cost the same amount as guns. I don't think this is the year for that. Maybe next year. Even if I lose my job or I'm broke, that has nothing. The political climate it's pretty rough. I can't justify it, but last year I had a Strider SMG on me,
Damn.
balling, but then
Yeah.
that was like $400. I didn't and I was trying to get the dudes to sharpen that shit last year, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, what do you want to know? Fucking it's a blade show. It's a lot of fucking cool knives. A lot of fucking cool knives. Like this new guy, I don't know how new he is, but the star of the show seemed to be this fucking Shuragov guy. He's Russian. Shuragov. It's like SHIROGOV, and his knives were fucking sick. And he was doing open bids on the table. Like every bid was about $3,000. No, I think. No, he had some really like plain Jane joints for like $1,700, $1,500. Yeah, it was fun. His shit seemed to be like the shit. I really went there to get what's his face? I wanted to get Lynn Thompson to autograph my Ultimate Hunter box, my Cold Steel Ultimate Hunter.
That would be kind of cool.
It's my favorite Cold Steel. It might be like the top of the line Cold Steel knife, No, last year he was there fucking, doing sword fighting shit, like dumb shit. They skipped out this year. I went to Hinderer, I went to True North.
Actually, that's pretty fucking crazy for Cold Steel and not be at Blade Show, right? That's a sign of the fucking times right there, man, isn't it?
No, you know what? I tried to figure out why, so I was Googling it, and he doesn't have the greatest relationship with Blade. So they've been shitting on him for like 20 years.
Oh.
So he doesn't really... last year he was there. And,
to spite them or something?
I don't know. Like I found it, like when you go to Cold Steel, the website, like you can find this article he wrote himself about like how many... They've never been on the cover, they've never gotten an award. They he feels treated unfairly for 18 years. But it's Cold fucking Steel.
Well, it's like everybody else is jelly that he's putting out what he's putting out, right? Isn't that kind of...
It was crazy. This year there were so many knife sharpening systems and actual people with grind wheels. Like, hey, I'll sharpen your knife for you. Like wet systems, dry systems, fucking crazy belt systems. Like, that was nuts.
So that was the place to take a bayonet to?
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, dude, it was crazy. I mean, Monkey Edge was there. Blue Line Gear had some cool Striders, and Strider was there.
Guy sighting?
You know what's fucking crazy? I think SOE bought all the custom Striders this year. Like, because I saw the Ducati. Yeah, he bought the Ducati one, which was a Dwyer custom Strider. Made the frame, the handle was made from a Ducati disc brake. And
damn,
the blade was made. God knows what the fuck. I saw it at the show, and I was like, "Wow!" But
John Willis, get a picture of that.
No, it's all over John Willis's. He bought it. He fucking. I think he's cutting steaks with it, dude. I swear, like, yeah, he's obnoxious with the money, dude. He bought the other one, like the only crazy custom mixed Strider one. He bought it and literally put a picture on his Instagram of him cutting a steak with it. The other, and then I saw the Ducati one, and it was in a presentation with an actual disc brake and the knife. And then last night I looked, and on SOEs it was like, yeah, I bought this. This lives with us now. Like whatever. He's like the new Skeleton. I don't even think Skelton was there. That guy Jim Skelton, who would he's like the famous YouTube knife reviewer who would just be buying up all the custom shit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He used to sell watches on like QVC or Home Shopping Network.
He's not the guy that got stabbed with the sword, though, is he? He's not that guy?
No. If you're on Instagram or YouTube, Jim Skelton, he's like just high-end knife guy.
Okay.
But congratulations to John Willis to be able to do that. Like, he just cop all the fucking hot shit. But
well, you know he went there to cock block for that kind of stuff for sure.
Yeah, I went to Spyderco. I went to the regular. It's all regular schmegular. I just walked by ZT. I went to Emerson. I was trying to buy a T-shirt, and they didn't even have like the T-shirt I wanted, and he wasn't at the booth.
What's your favorite Emerson knife?
The one I don't own, probably the Commander. But no, I was fucking with the CQC, the flipper. That's pretty badass. The CQC7 flipper. Because that's the one negative about Emerson's is they usually don't have like a finger guard. So the flipper version Emerson's do have like this gigantic finger guard on the blade tang, right? So you can't cut your finger off if you stabby savvy. But I like the Commander probably the best. But the only one I have is a CQC7, just a regular one.
And
What
see,
else?
you're talking Latin to me right now. I have no fucking clue what the hell you're talking about, but I'm intrigued.
CQC7 is one of the fathers of like the modern tactical folder, I guess you'd say.
Okay. You know that
Zola wasn't there?
Shuragav guy that you were talking about? I did put a link in the external.
Yeah.
Is that the knife you're talking about?
Shuragav? He does flippers.
Yeah.
The Ducati one?
Oh, well, let's see.
Yeah. There's only one. Yeah, like that's the kind of thing Dwayne. Yeah, Dwayne probably did. That's it. Like he might never do that again. I don't think John will cut shit with this, but.
Oh, this is new box
Maybe
opener.
he would.
Isn't that what it says? Is that what it says? It's my new box opener?
I think that's almost disrespectful. But no, honestly,
I'm just talking shit, man. I'm totally talking shit.
No, I have no idea. Actually, they want you to use them. But the one he bought was like a custom Damascus Nightmare Grind Mick Strider customs, like, and the fucking guy that night he put that shit up. He was cutting steaks with that at a restaurant. So that's fucking badass, It's just fuck you money type shit. But most people who would buy that would be like, oh my god, this is so precious, and then 2 years later they'd sell it to pay their bills.
Like a Holy Grail type of thing.
Yeah, that shit would get passed around on Blade forums like a fucking prostitute. And then I've seen it before. I've seen it, and then you could tell because some of the Damascus, it'll have like such a fucking unique pattern to it. Like one of them looked like a skull.
Yeah.
And I've seen that shit get passed around YouTube and passed around forums and shit. So it is what it is.
I gotta admit, I'm looking at that steak, and that steak looks good.
Pretty good.
I'll tell you what, the Damascus that's cutting that steak looks even better.
Dude, and Mick Strider almost lost his finger this year, like a month ago or something. Not even that long ago. Yeah, and I was like, wow, you know what? That's
why are you looking at that knife?
Both are in the external links.
Not much.
I mean,
if money was no object, I wouldn't have bought some Shuragav.
Right, exactly. I was just going to say, I don't know that I'll ever be in that tax bracket to have that much fun money just sitting there for that, but...
sure you will.
Oh, you never know. I might start selling chest rigs, I guess.
You never know, yeah.
I guess I could shit and fall back in a pile of money, but that hadn't happened yet. But that's about what it would take to be able to cut a steak with that son of a bitch.
That's just like what it is. I don't know. Most of the shit is a lot of cool fixed. LTWK, I think it is. LTWK knives out of Ohio. Ralph told me about them years ago. And they had a huge booth, and they're really cool. Bushcrafting, fixed blade knives, affordable, handcrafted, really fucking awesome. And then Topps has a huge booth every year. You know who was killing it? This fucking Key Bar was like really fucking blew the fuck up, dude. Like last year, he had a tiny little booth.
Well,
Tiny. I'm not
think
even.
about
a
how
booth,
many he
like-
sold, dude. Think about
Yeah,
how many
this
units
year
that
he-
dude has rolled through.
He teamed up with like Hellbent Holster or Hellbent, like they're like money clips. He teamed up with a couple of companies, and they had a huge, awesome booth with a fucking CNC machine there that
What?
could custom do your logo. Like it was fucking awesome, yeah. Like he really blew the fuck up. Like and Medford was there, right next to him.
He
I was-
seems like an alright guy, the Medford guy.
Medford is cool, yeah. Their booth was a little bit smaller this year, and I don't know. It's all the same shit. Every year is gonna be the same. But, you know, one thing with the knives, like you know, Spyderco introduced like 10 new knives. Benchmade introduced like 5 or 6, 10 new knives, whatever the fuck it is.
Spyderco
there's
came
always-
up with 10 new knives? Are you shitting me?
yeah, at least.
Did you see
They had
that dagger, DB?
I didn't see the folder that you sent me. Their booth was crowded as shit. But I didn't get a chance to play with anything there. I just looked through the glass.
Got paw prints all over it.
You didn't by chance cross paths with Stone Guy, did you?
No, I didn't know he was there. I mean, it's a
Well, I
pretty
don't know
good
if he's
show.
there or not. It's just, I mean, because he had mentioned times in the past that he was interested in going to the knife show.
Yeah, I talked to him like maybe 6 months ago, and he just said he was doing okay or whatever on text message, but no.
I guess that's what
Um,
you do though when you can't own guns. You buy really expensive knives.
I think if he owned a gun, he would have that knife and a really expensive gun.
Yeah, he'd have a
He'd be
cabin
cutting
arms
his
with
face.
that.
Wait a
knife.
minute, wait a minute,
Expensive
wait a
gun.
minute. Motherfucker might have the Meteorite 1911.
Yeah,
let's
I
let's
really
be
don't-
real for a second. I mean, that's entirely
Yeah.
possible.
And literally, his son owns guns. His wife, you know, like I've seen, like you know, forget it on YouTube. Like it's not a secret. Like
Right.
he'll talk about his son taking classes and shit. Either way, a guy like that would have one of the craziest. If he was in the Glocks, he'd have a crazy Glock. If he was in the 1911s, he'd have a crazy.
One of the 30th
expensive-
anniversary edition Glocks.
Fuck agency. He'd probably have like a. Yeah, like
Oh yeah,
agency,
beyond.
you know.
Yeah,
Beyond.
He'd have
whatever the
Homeland
fuck agency.
Security Edition and be a real baller, right, DB?
You have like, yeah, check out my front sight. You know, most people have like a brass bead or what is it? This is a diamond. You know, this is. I have a
Oh
diamond
no, that's
front
not,
sight.
that's not an industrial diamond either.
Yeah, it's like a dime. It's like a quarter carat or it's like a half a carat. D flawless. Or whatever. I'm just. Who fucking knows anyway?
It would be
it's
something
fun.
like that. Now,
Want
that
a good
fucking-
knife? Buy a fucking good knife. If not, cut your fucking finger off trying to stab something. You know, be my guest. I
Yeah,
don't really give a fuck.
that's
Lose a
about-
fucking finger on me, done.
Now that
Buy a
turquoise
fucking Chinese
blue
piece of shit.
or seafoam blue chest rig is fucking pretty crazy.
Oh no, that's Tiffany blue, bro.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, this year he
Yeah,
did
that's
that. He
Tiffany,
did
bro.
that.
That's
Yeah.
Tiffany blue.
So what do y'all think about the Cabin Arms Meteorite 1911?
I'll buy that shit. I will shoot that shit. Carry that shit. Smack a fucking thug upside the fucking head
Oh,
with that
really?
shit.
Oh, you
Yeah,
bet.
pistol whip a bitch with that shit.
bet.
Talking shit.
Motherfucker, I'll take a class with it and throw that shit in the dirt and step on that
Dude,
motherfucker.
I'll Duracoat that fucking bitch, dude.
Oh,
And I'll fucking mill a fucking red dot in that bitch.
oh, you win.
That's-
I'll put a fucking Enforce
Oh, I'll
light on
fucking
that bitch.
that shit. I'll spray paint that shit.
Yeah,
Freaking
I'll
awesome.
fucking Cerakote that shit.
I already did it all, boys.
We gotta go cheap, man. Let's Rust-Oleum on that.
You know it. I'll
Did
fucking
somebody throw a
multi.
crack bomb in the chat?
I'll multicam that shit.
Nah, dude, grab some sticks, some fucking, do some like brushed camo bullshit.
Did
I'll
we ever
put a-
find out how
better
much
yet,
they
I'll-
did sell for, or was it?
I'll put Hogue rubber grips on that bitch.
Oh, come on, come on, man, come on,
Yeah, come on.
come on.
Don't do that. Huh? Okay.
Dude, these Cabots though, man, they're $1 million for these Meteor
They're
19.
Whoa,
I thought
wait
it
a
was
minute.
5 million, dude. I
Well,
thought it was 5
What is
million
the
each.
what
I
the
thought it
fuck
was
does the
five.
Cabot go for anyway, regardless.
A normal one is at least $4,000.
That's what I was gonna say. Like
Yeah.
already just to start with, and I'm not saying it's ridiculous either. From my understanding, the materials and time that they put into it, it's worth every fucking penny.
I don't know
Also,
about that.
that's another one of those things like that Damascus blade. Like that's just out of my tax bracket, time zone, zip code, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's a ways away from me.
I would say he probably, in a closed bid, he shows up the night before. He probably paid like $3,000, well, probably more like $3 or $4,000 for that Damascus, and
Wow.
that's nothing to him. So,
Well, I would agree with that.
there are guys that have fucking 4 or 5 Wilson Combats, and they do trash and thrash the shit out of them. So,
I know a lot of guys who own Wilsons, and they put tons of rounds through them.
Yeah, but would they take them to a class? Would they throw the shit on the ground? That's what I was.
if you had 5 of them, you would, right?
I suppose I
know-
probably would.
I know guys that have Wilson Combats that have been rubbing the fucking finish off of them because of holster wear, draws and stuff, and USPSA guys.
All right, well,
I mean,
That's what they're made for, man.
yeah, and I'm talking about guys that aren't sponsored by Wilson. I mean, Wilson's half an hour from me, and I know several of their, guys that are sponsored from them. And I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people that spent their own money and bought they have a 1911 45, and they have a practice gun, and they have a 9mm and a practice gun. So yeah.
The Meteorite pair is not sold yet. You can still register your interest if you like, and they're $4.5 million for the pair.
For both.
Oh, the
Okay.
pair.
Well, that's only like 2.7 something a piece, man. Shit, you can
Cheap
make that up on the
motherfuckers.
resale, right? That's a fucking bargain.
That
And
cabin.
if you act now for an additional $59.95, you get a wooden box.
Hey, how much?
You get
No,
one
all right.
checkmate mag with that.
All right, you have double Meteorite 1911s.
in an Onyx
What?
box.
What fucking animal flesh skin is going to be for your double shoulder holster rig? Go.
Mildspark, I guess.
No. What's the dead animal?
Superman.
You're
I
not
would say-
human.
I need a
Motherfuckers
belt
going
and a holster
kryptonite.
made out of the skin of Superman if I'm carrying kryptonite guns.
It's got to be tougher than Kydex, so Superman.
Stingray.
The skin.
Stingray?
Oh,
Okay.
I'd say
I'm
Stingray.
using that gorilla they shot in Cincinnati.
Okay, Gorilla, got some Stingray, got some Superman, some
I'm gonna say like some whale or something.
I guess
Whale
I'll
bullshit.
Stingray was taken. I guess I'll go shark.
Shark,
this-
okay.
I get this
Oh,
skin.
fuck that
No,
shit.
never mind. Fuck shark. Fuck shark.
Lion.
Real American alligator.
No,
There you
lion.
go.
Black
Lion.
Mamba
Straight up
skin.
lion. Lion or Black Panther.
I'd probably buy like 2 Hermes Birkin bags, and I'd bring those bags to a custom leather like holster maker in it,
And
like
say,
no
make
sparks.
this
I'm like,
into
they
a
have to be made
bitch.
from this Birkin bag.
Wow.
Yeah, at least, and then you could say I had a $30,000 holster.
Really, I
Actually,
think the real answer has to be the Black Rhino, like the one that guy from Texas shot.
no. Uncle Mike's.
Nice, there you go.
You spent your while on the gun, can't afford anything else.
Yeah, I would say either that or Goyard, I think is what it is, the French company.
I would like farm coral snakes. Like kill them, and like after I had like 5 dozen or 10 dozen of their skins, I'd like make one holster for each.
No, that's like Bayou hillbilly shit. I'm
Come
talking,
on.
we need $40,000
He's
holsters, bro.
Yeah, that's
doubling
The
it.
deadliest snake, though.
Dude, here's the thing. No. You have $2.7 million in each motherfucking holster. You guys, come on.
That's why you use
Custom
the Black Rhino.
Kangaroo. Dude,
Deadly.
I want to use a fucking kangaroo pouch.
I tell you what, mine's gonna be like fucking.
Didn't that guy spend like $1 million to hunt that rhino?
Like my
I'd use-
shit's gonna be Osama bin Laden. That's what the fuck my holster is gonna be made out of.
You're
fishing
deep
for the
sea
sea.
diving by the burial site.
Oh, he ain't dead. Motherfucker.
Yeah,
give me
you're-
a break.
I'm going to hire James Cameron to help me find Bin Laden's body in the deep sea burial that they did.
Nice. Him and
Then we find the body.
him and
probably
Ballard. Dude, I tell you what,
we
you put
sun
Ballard
dry
out
that
on the
bitch.
case, he fucking will.
You make it out of Bin Laden's nutsack.
No.
We sun dry it, and then we dip it in gold leaf. And then we got Bin Laden skin, gold-coated Bin Laden skin.
Xenomorph holster, son.
Okay, I just put a link in the side chat to register your interest in the meteor guns for purchase. Read the URL.
$15 shows.
Yes, that's the link that you need to buy a $4.5 million pair of guns.
Wow.
What's the minimum bid? $15?
Well, here's the thing. Once you get there, I don't know if anybody else is there. Like, it doesn't say shit on the. It literally it asks for your name,
email,
organization, phone number, area of interest, and comments, and that's it.
Okay, I'm
They don't
sorry.
fucking tell you shit.
Michael Bloomberg, my bid is $5 million.
What do you say at that point? Here's a pair of guns made out of a fucking space rock. Give me $4.5 million.
What kind of lube would you use on Space Rock? Slip 2000 or just straight up
here's the
like?
thing, you can't, nope, you can't even use liberal tears for that. It's got to be something else.
Superman sperm.
Yeah, it's got to be some sort of sperm. It's got to be ambergris from Will.
I'm seeing a pattern there, Noah. Now, I don't know. Are you milking them before or after you're taking the skin?
If I have $4.5 million worth of guns, I think I have the scratch to outsource that particular function.
You're probably correct. I'd be inclined to agree with that point.
I think I would use
Alan's going to be first in line for that.
I would formulate a special lubricant from the schmegma cheese in Oprah's chafing thighs.
And 40 pounds
and I'd mix it with some of Rosie O'Donnell's
ass sweat,
vagina yeast infection.
Nice.
I bet you if you mixed all that together, you'd probably get kryptonite.
You're gonna get the ultimate in 1911 lube.
You're gonna get something that won't go away. That's for sure.
So how many guns would you have to own before you would spend $4.7 million on two 1911s?
No, wait a minute. How about zero? What if those were your first two? Well, how do you fucking compete with that?
What kind of sights would you put on there?
What the fuck would you ever buy after that? I mean, you're talking like a battleship with guns on it? I mean...
Yeah, that's like that 8th grader that just knocked out that super hot teacher.
Yeah.
All over. It's where do you go from there in life?
Yeah, like you started out at the top. So, like, there has to be something that's above the top. But what
No, you know what he'd buy after that? You know what he'd buy? If that was the guy's first guns? He'd go out and he'd shoot them and whatever. Then he'd go buy a Glock 19 and be like, at least this thing works.
No, he would, like, go out and buy, like, a fucking howitzer or a fucking Apache or fucking... Like, that's where you go next.
The first thing you would buy is a Dremel to polish the feed ramp on the meteorite.
Next step after meteorite guns has to be.
And then you'd try to you'd buy a Wilson Combat bulletproof extractor to try to fix that.
No, actually, the first thing you buy is the postage to send them to Salient.
Oh yeah. Hi, I don't know. I'm not sure if you're in business or doing coke 24/7 with hookers in Vegas, but would you send that insured? What would the insurance be on that if you had to send it back to
Can anybody tell me who the
Cabot?
company is that like insures J-Lo's ass for like $2 million? Who's that
It's
company?
shit in London. It's like Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's. Okay, so motherfucking Lloyd's is the first motherfucker I'm contacting because those bitches are getting insured for $6 mil instead of 4.5.
No shit, dude. I'm reading right now. It says it has a 5,000 round break-in period.
Damn.
That's fucked.
Holy shit! No way.
I'm
Like-
just joking.
I was gonna say,
But
it'll
you
be
have
like,
to use Gold Dot. It says 5,000 round
it'll
break-in period.
never be broken in then, basically, right?
What,
No.
for the meteorite 1911s?
Whoever
I'm
buys
joking.
it,
I'm joking. I made it up.
I know
I'm
you
just trolling.
Misinformation.
Darn you, misinformation!
Meteorite is a tough motherfucker. Now, seriously, the first thing I would do is send it to Robar and have it NP3 coded, nickel boron, and
You just
That's
start shooting 50. You start shooting 50 PI out of it out of spite, right?
No, you know where they're going to end up? They're going to end up in John Wick 3, Wick versus Alien.
Xenomorphs.
it would be. You know what it would be if it was if I was a screenwriter, I'd write it into a John Wick movie as if they stole them from him, and that was like what like his most prized possessions, and then they killed his puppy when they stole him.
Again.
And then he went and got those guns back. Like,
And the main part of the movie, he grabs a xenomorph and skins it and makes a holster out for the meteorite gun.
Oh, wait a minute. You can go swim with crocodiles in a clear cage? What? Oh, man, I'm sharing this video. This is insane. And I don't even mean like a little bit. Like, this is straight up fuckery.
Well, to quote Ron White, you can sandpaper the asshole of an alligator in a phone booth, too. Don't make it a good fucking idea.
Exactly, dude. And then wait till you see this video. Like, it's exactly what the fuck's going on.
I bet you they go into like a freaking nastily investigator.
Oh, no, it's Australia for you, number one.
Oh, those are crocs. Those aren't gators.
Exactly.
Those are
Yeah, that's going to be a thing until someone sticks their damn finger at one of those damn holes.
Mm-hmm. And then 300 pounds per square inch goes down on one finger.
Oh, I just want to see the crane fucking break or something, man. What the fuck you gonna do then when it's all the way underwater, you bitches, and you only got a snorkel, you stupid cocksuckers?
There is a video. It's actually a few years old now. I'm sure Island Z Cousteau has seen it. The dude's in a shark cage, and he's like poking a big shark. I think it was a great white shark, but it was a shark with teeth, which is the only thing that's relevant.
Right.
And he's poking it in the shark cage, and the shark just puts his nose in the slit and ends up like in the cage with him, pins the guy in the corner, and like can't even fit his head in there. It was like the crate was made out of silly putty.
What happened to the cage? My bad.
The shark, you know how they have like the horizontal slits where there's no bars?
Yes.
The shark put his nose there and just pushed his way into the cage, and the wall of the cage collapsed like it was made out of silly putty.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one once.
And he didn't he couldn't even fit his head in there. Like the cage wasn't big enough. One of the things that saved the guy was the cage literally wasn't big enough for the shark to open his mouth or maneuver.
Yeah, he was like right below the mouth, man, like under the bottom of the jaw. He was just like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
And all I could hear in my head was Roy Scheider's voice. We need a bigger boat.
Dude, I don't know, man. I have respect for those animals, man. 2 tons is 2 tons, man.
Well, and let's be real. Mankind, and I'm not even talking about civilized man, I'm talking humankind, has only been fucking up the world for like, what, 75,000 years maybe? Right? Is it something like that?
2 million?
No. I'm not talking the world. I'm talking humankind.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like Neanderthal and no, I'm even going back Neanderthal, which was in charge a lot longer than we've been. So anyway, so even if it's 225,000 years, motherfucking shark has been around for millions. It's been killing shit for millions of years.
But there are as many.
That's crushed that cage like the
There are
entire
many
wall.
different types of sharks. Just like there are many different types of creatures that walk on upright, like monkeys and so forth.
Yeah, but a shark is a shark is a shark, just like a human is a human is a human.
A shark is not a shark. Is not a shark though.
Actually, they are. It's like one shark is a Mexican shark and one shark is a Canadian shark, but they're still sharks because they're human beings. You know what I'm saying?
A hammerhead and a bull shark are not going to mate.
No, but they're still sharks. God damn it, man! Quiet with that shit.
And here's the other thing too. It costs the Navy like what? Like $4 million to make a torpedo, which still doesn't have like the capability of a shark in the water.
You mean like fluid dynamics and everything like that?
Oh, the sonar, the precision, the maneuverability, the I mean all of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
The vulnerability of its eyes and gills, and that it can't turn around very fast.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, dude. It can
Yeah,
bite
it
its
can
own
actually
fucking tail, man.
It has to keep moving in order to stay alive.
Not all sharks.
These are serious.
Okay.
And
Most
if you
sharks.
want, if you want me to leave, that's okay. That's cool.
What are you talking about?
Disparaging remarks about the finned ones. Might as well just tell me that you can take them with a fucking pencil or something.
no, he sends the chimp with the knife.
Oh yeah.
Haven't you ever had him on your boat, buddy?
I've had a couple of monkeys on my boat, but they didn't have any knives on them.
The chimp in the bell helmet with the knife. Beware.
Yeah, there you go.
What?
Actually, you can get a chimpanzee to know how to scuba dive. It's happened. Actually, and he has a better dive profile than a lot of people I've ever been diving with.
Like teach him how to wear the mask?
No, like motherfucker learned him how to fucking dive like a diver. Like the whole deal. Regulator, mask, underwater, like a motherfucking diver. So, that's some crazy shit.
That's like being like right on right.
I'm still trying to find that video where the fucking cage collapses.
Oh, I found like 3. Apparently, there's like a bunch of this shit happening.
Well,
It's
guess
old.
what?
Like it wasn't even like a computer thing for me. It was like a Shark Week.
Yep, it was footage off of a show, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I saw a documentary type
Like, there's this.
with actual video.
Here's this one from Animal Planet where like the shark just straight up fucking goes inside, and it's just the divers are like trying their absolute hardest to get out of the cage.
Yeah, one of them had to get out. One of them got out of the slit that the shark came in on. On the other side, he like got out before the shark got half of its head inside.
Although I think they killed that shark just because it stopped moving and it looks like it's drowning now.
Yeah, it just froze.
Well, they do have tonic immobility is one thing that you can do to a shark, but
I think that's what
the
happens.
shark almost actually has to let you do that.
I mean, when you tickle its belly?
No,
You're not actually tickling it, but you are like petting it, so to speak. Yes, and you can do tonic immobility to it. Now that
Yeah,
works
when-
much better with like a white tip or something like that, or maybe a lemon shark. But you know, I'm not trying that shit with a mako or a fucking hammerhead or a fucking tiger.
Are hammerheads aggressive,
They can be, yes,
Some of
especially
them.
the greater hammerheads as opposed to like the scalloped hammerheads or what have you.
Hey Z.
Yo.
What kind of clamping force do they have?
Not as much as an alligator.
Like the pressure coming down.
Yeah, like obviously their teeth are sharp and that does the damage, but like what I was thinking of, like, well, you know me with the dogs and stuff. When I see these guys with that chainmail armor.
Well, see, the thing is, it's not so much the clamping down, that isn't really what gets you. It's the fucking shaking of the head, and then all of a sudden you have a fucking logging saw with a lot of weight behind it, and usually it's sharp enough that it fucking steak knives through you like no fucking problem. Is what.
So the head shake like of an alligator. How it shakes back and forth and twists around and.
alligator usually rolls. It doesn't usually go side to side as much, where the shark actually does go side to side.
So,
The
like
shark
a
does
dog.
like a shake like a dog would do when it has a hold of something, right?
Similar. It's not as around, like a dog's head will kind of go around almost like in an infinity loop a little bit when it's shaking its head. Like it literally is almost like if you want to look at think of the track of what a smile would look like. And that's about the motion that the shark's gonna do. It's fucking pretty cool if it ain't happening to you or somebody that you care about, because I've seen them do it to fish, and it's pretty fucking awesome when it's a fish. I mean, unless of course that's the tournament winning fish, and then it totally fucking sucks. Because that does totally suck.
Yeah, there's the other video of it just collapsing the entire cage wall.
Is that the one you posted at 3:36?
8:36 for me. So yeah, 3:36.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It gives me my time.
when sharks get beyond a certain weight limit and a certain size, man, they can make easy work of aluminum cages.
Well, it's just the weight, man, and all that's holding those fucking cages together usually are like bolts and nuts, bro.
Yeah, a little.
And half the time, that's not a steel cage, by the way. That's an aluminum fucking cage, gentlemen.
Exactly. Right. And then when they fall on it, man, aluminum can only take so much, man.
I mean, it can take a lot, but
you need a cage to be light enough to be liftable by a forklift or by one of those cranes, but like not so heavy that when it's in the water, the crane's working hard to try to pull it up and stuff.
Well, usually you got a boom lift. You usually got a boom lift if you got that shit in the water, because otherwise it's going to be real hard if you don't have that shit going.
Exactly.
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta watch that one again, Flippy, because that looked fucked up.
That's why a lot of people.
Okay, he's in.
Cylinder.
He's in at 18 seconds. The dude's head's right there. Oh, and then there goes the motherfucking cage.
He just smashes that entire wall in.
Yep, and the fucking camera's like, And what I like is,
the shark's like, you what, mate?
Oh, yeah. Well, and here's the other thing. Like, I don't necessarily really appreciate the cage diving shit, because they're calling them in and baiting and chumming and everything like that, and that's already going to promote a fucking unnatural fucking behavior out of the shark itself, right? So,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
So it comes in already fucking hopped up. And then, I've seen other older video of where literally the dude's got the fucking dead mackerel in his hand, and he's trying to fucking hand feed these sons of bitches.
And he's yanking on it.
And you wonder why the motherfucker wants to come in the cage with you, right?
It's like tossing out handfuls of EBT cards at a Trump protest rally.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Now, in answer to G-Webs' post there, I've never cage dove with a shark, but I have dove in a shark tank that was literally full of sharks, and I've also dove out in the wild and had shark experiences.
Cool, man. Experience is a bit of a gray word there. Would you care to elaborate some?
Well, because some motherfucker's going to want to say, turn every encounter into an attack, and I was not attacked, so I guess that's why I'm using the term encounter.
Yeah.
Much like somebody wants to use a fucking gun violence when really maybe it's gun defense, or an encounter that was swayed by somebody utilizing a firearm, you know what I'm saying? So I guess that's what I'm trying to go for there. But the fucking Shark Tank was awesome. It's almost like is DB gone? DB's gone. Shit. Like the Georgia Aquarium, they have a part you can walk through, and we have the same style. It was made by the same people here. It's just that it's smaller. So like it's this huge tank, and literally, you remember like in Jaws 3 when they could walk underwater and through the tube and be surrounded by water and all that kind of shit?
You mean like SeaWorld?
No, I mean like in Jaws 3 when you walked underwater through the
Jaws
tube.
3 took place in
Yeah, I
SeaWorld.
know, but like SeaWorld, SeaWorld has something like that.
Oh, I won't go to SeaWorld. I'm anti-SeaWorld. But
I went to SeaWorld years ago, long ago.
And you're surrounded 365 by that, like it's all the way around you.
It's a huge tank, and like a lot of areas, there's like certain spots where you have a 360 degree dome that you can like get up on and see the whole tank from like certain perspectives. Yeah.
No, I'm saying like there's a walkway through the middle of the fucking tank basically, and you are literally. They swim below you, they swim around you, they swim above you. But anyway, that's just the regular part. Basically, there was, I don't know, like maybe 20 different types of sharks in there. There were more than 20 sharks in there, and it was like about 15 different types of sharks or so. And,
like the sharks and bull sharks and stuff like that.
Well, no bull sharks, but yeah.
Well, I mean, not the bull sharks, but those the ones
you gotta
with the
understand, I definitely live in a different area than what everybody else does. So some of our sharks are going to be slightly more endemic to our area. But it was very cool. One of the things that they taught us before we went down was don't move your hands around in an excited manner. Stay calm. Don't move real fast.
Don't jerk off with the sharks.
Yeah, you definitely didn't want to do that. Yeah, no stroking.
Refrain from moving your hands around in an excited manner.
DNA is DNA. Don't flail it about.
What's next, Z? Are you going to send Daryl a video of you swimming with centipedes?
Oh, no, because I'll never do that. I'll jump into a motherfucking shark tank 1,000,000 times over before I would ever go swimming with centipedes. Ever.
Stingrays are deadly, dog.
Well, yeah, especially if you're not wearing sunscreen. It says right on the motherfucking bottle it protects you from harmful rays. Everybody knows that.
That's funny. That was a good one, dude.
The cool thing about in that shark tank was they had their cousins in there, some eagle rays, spotted eagle rays. And, like, they're cool. You know, yeah, sure, they could hurt you, but they didn't. So basically, we were given these like clams and mussels to hand feed them. So like think of like smooth like Corinthian leather almost, but wet. And that's what they're when they swim over you to get the clams out of your hand. That's what it feels like. And you know how a cow has a crusher basically for its mouth? It's kind of like a crusher plate.
Yep.
Like that's pretty much how their mouth is on those fucking eagle rays. So that was pretty fucking cool.
Now, did they prefer drawn butter or hot sauce?
They were what's the fucking word? Al dente.
Only Steve Irwin knows for sure what a ray feels like.
Not true. I definitely know what a ray feels like. I just never got stabbed by one. And actually, people get fucking stabbed by rays of all types way more than people get bit by sharks. Whether it's Florida, the Gulf Coast, North Carolina, California, wherever. That's what they tell you. If you know what you're doing and you're walking in the fucking sand, you shuffle your feet. You don't step up and down.
Yeah.
That's just a word to the wise.
Steve Irwin, though, he was swimming with one, and he got hit by it in his chest. The barb.
He jumped into shallow water with the ray below him, and that's the thing. When we swim, we can't fucking go any higher than the surface of the motherfucking water. So it was probably the dumbest thing he could have ever fucking done. Because when the water column isn't gonna allow for you in the big fucking ray, what's going to happen with the ray's one fucking defensive mechanism? Motherfucking 7 to 8 inch spike through your fucking heart. That's what the fuck is going to happen there. For being such a smart guy, that was the dumbest fucking thing ever.
No, I thought he was swimming with the rays, and like one of the rays, he kind of was like behind one of the rays. And the ray started swinging its tail where the barb is at, and it got him in the chest.
No,
That's-
he's in a fucking trailer boat. He's in a trailing boat. It's fucking shallow water, like 4 to 6 feet or something ridiculous like that. And he literally does the fucking Tarzan dive into the river fucking mode, and he gets above the ray in too shallow a water. The ray spooks, and then that's the fucking end of that story.
So he dove in kind of like on top of the ray?
Well, yeah, basically, when the ray got him, he was on top of him. So in the water
Okay.
column, the ray was underneath, he was above in the surface. So between the floor of the ocean and the surface was like, I think, 4 to 6 feet.
Wow.
Man, the crazy part is I heard that he died because he pulled out the barb. If he would have kept the barb in, he would have been in pain with the toxins, but he would have had a better chance at surviving the wound.
He would have
The-
had a
the-
chance of surviving, but the thing that they don't mention is how far away from actual help he truly was.
Yeah, he was real far away. He was hours away.
Hours away, and even if they were able to chop or lift him, they were still a good time and space away that way as well.
He had no chance either way, but he would have survived.
There was more of a chance if he would have left it in.
Yeah, man, that sucks, man. He probably thought that, like, when he dove in, he probably thought, "Oh man, I hit some wood or something on my chest. Let me pull this out right quick." It was a barb.
Well, I bet you the first thing he said was "Crikey!"
Underwater, he was like,
Yeah,
Sheila's being a bitch today.
He watched Doctor Strangelove in the hotel the night before and did his Slim Pickens impersonation.
Nice. Riding the bomb.
What did you say about it? What?
Oh, what is that one?
Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah, Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Love the Bomb, or something like that. And Slim Pickens is this bomber pilot, but like things, I mean, spoilers, I guess, for a 40-year-plus-year-old movie. Excuse me, a 50-year-old movie almost. But like things malfunction, and he literally fucking rides the atom bomb down at the end.
Oh,
Great fucking
Because
fucking
it would
movie.
release.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There was the malfunction, and he had to basically be the hero.
And then made all sorts of cowboy noises on the way down.
Well, he
Well,
was
we
wearing the cowboy hat.
We could update it to Steve Buscemi riding the nuclear warhead.
Oh, and not
Armageddon.
Apocalypse, Armageddon, yeah.
I think I got on James Yeager's nerves because I told him that tac reloads, from what I've seen, are effective if done right, and if, like, because you need your magazines if you find that you're out of ammo, right, and you see some Glock 17 lying on the floor, right, so you can grab the 9mm bullets off of that and put it in your mags, and now you have more ammo. That's my theme, my theory of tactical reloads, keeping your empty mags on you so that you could keep your, reloading your magazines. But
Sure, after you nicely ask those that are contributing to the incoming rounds you're facing if they could pause momentarily while you strip rounds out of a non-comparable magazine and load them into another magazine. Makes perfect tactical sense.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that I'm going to be doing that in the line of fire. I'm saying behind cover. When I'm running low, I'll be able to
No,
assess the
here's the
situation.
thing, Pete.
I have the option of scavenging for ammo or using the firearm itself if it's not damaged. But if the gun is damaged, I can actually use the same caliber bullets to be able to put into my magazines.
Now, if you're going to be a buzzard, that's obviously when there's no action actually happening, correct? Correct, Pete?
That's what I'm trying to say, man. I'm gonna have magazines on me, right? And I'm gonna be using the magazines in the situation where it calls for it.
But you're not trying to say that you're going to be doing that while you're not going to be doing that while rounds are fucking incoming. Is that correct?
No, he's going to be doing it in level 7 of Call of Duty.
I'm gonna be assessing my situation, to taking down targets that are trying to do harm to me. And as I'm assessing the situation, when I release the mag, I'm putting the mag in my pocket as opposed to just dropping it on the floor and putting a new mag in my gun. I mean,
well, if to that point, you should probably carry a dump pouch on your rig if that's something that you want to try.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I carry a satchel. I keep my magazines. I've seen that. I've kind of noticed that tactical reloads to some people is considered like taking a magazine out of a gun and having another magazine in the same hand and having two mags, an unloaded and a loaded mag in the same hand. I don't do that. I do empty mag in the pocket, grab the mag out of the pouch, put it in my gun. You know what I'm saying?
Now I have a question for you.
Two mags in one hand.
How many, we'll call them tactical classes with live fire, have you taken?
Dong.
Well, no, because I was going to say that I think that the reason Jaeger responded to it that way is because of the, 10 to 15,000 people that he may have taught over time, where he might have slightly more practical experience and a little less theory going on.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that my mic was on mute.
That's okay.
I said 5.
Oh, right on. Good deal.
And I've done a couple of classes and I've done things, but I don't like pull out my resume every time I try to like give off information or anything. I'm just saying from a common sense perspective, if you drop your magazines in a situation where you're not funded for the government, you know what I'm saying, where you're not going to a forward operating base and then reloading on magazines that are already loaded, if you're truly on your own as a security contractor, for example, and you don't have magazines on call, on tap, you're going to have to put your magazines in a bag somewhere, your empties. So you can scavenge or, be able to scavenge other firearms.
Dude, if you're in a firefight, you drop your fucking mag because you need to get that ammo into your gun as quick as possible.
Now, if I'm tactically reloading, don't get it wrong, if I'm tactically reloading, right, and I drop the mag out of the satchel and it falls, I'm not going to bend over and pick it up because I got a million other mags in the satchel that are empty anyway, so I'm not going to just go for one mag on the floor, you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is I'm trying to go for, keeping my magazines so that if I ever run into a situation where I'm in, I'm in a place where there is ammunition, but if the place is abandoned, I don't need money or anything, I could just grab a box, open it up, and fill up my mags right quick, you know what I'm saying, given the situation. I'm just saying the way I look at it is, from another perspective, I look at it as every time I go into the house, because I have a million spare keys, I'm going to use one key to open my house, and I'm going to toss the key in the front, and I'm going to toss the key out every time I'm going into the house, and then I lock the doors. I toss the key out, and then I have a new key every time. Or am I going to keep one key? And if I just so happen to drop one on accident while I'm going home, okay, I have a million other ones, but oh well. You know what I'm saying?
I don't ever have a million keys, though, so it's hard for me to relate to your example, but I do think I understand what you're saying.
Well, I think, first off, the tactical reload technically is when you reload a non-empty magazine. When you're reloading... Yes, exactly. What you're talking about,
creative reload.
What he's talking about more is mag retention and keeping your mags rather than doing a non-retention reload.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do a demonstration of what I've seen, what a tactical reload is, because I've seen some form of tactical reloads, and I don't think that's a tactical. I've seen it in movies where people do 2 magazines in one hand, but I've never done 2 magazines in one hand on a tactical reload. You're looking for problems if you do that. That means that you're choking on your magazine reload, and you're trying to make up for it. I never caught with 2 mags like this. I never do that in any situation. Well, the way I trained to be able to do things, when I shoot and I'm done shooting, mind you, this is an empty gun. I'm done shooting, I put this mag in my pocket right quick. You know what I'm saying? I pull out the next mag, put the mag in there, then I go for the, that's my tactical reload. That's the way I do it.
Quick question.
I don't ever have two magazines the way James said, like a magazine, then he puts the empty here, puts the new one
He
here.
doesn't even want, like in what I was reading, Jaeger doesn't even want you ejecting that mag until you have your hand on the other mag. Now, he doesn't.
Well, why are you even touching a partially empty magazine? Who cares if it hits the ground?
Hit the ground,
He's trying to.
I don't care if it's the ground. I'm just saying I want to be able to conserve these so I can reload them whenever I have the chance.
Exactly. Okay, if you're in a firefight or you do something, you drop that mag, you put a new one in, and if you're not in a firefight, you find that mag with your foot, then you bend down and pick the damn thing up.
Right, but that's once it's over.
Yeah, I don't think Peter was trying to say he's doing that when the bullets are incoming.
Oh, okay.
Or at least that's the way I was understanding him. Is he was not worried about it if shit was flinging at him. It was when shit is not flinging at him and it.
No, when I'm behind cover, when I'm shooting in an active shooter situation, whether I'm in war or not in war, I'm just saying, I'm shooting at front cover. You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom. I'm shooting from cover. Boom, boom. I'm out of ammo. What's so hard about going click, put it in the pocket, new one, boom, 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 and keeping on going?
Or you can just have Super Mario and Zelda pick up your empty mags along behind you.
Well, not everybody always has team members, and the thing though that you got to think about that, Pete, though, is when you're reloading like that, it's going to take longer for you to try and put it in your pocket and then grab the mag. So if the bad guys or bad guy, depending on what's happening to you, is advancing on you or changing position, that's something that you also takes more time to react to, and that little bit of time that it takes to put it in your pocket could potentially be disastrous. Just that little bit of time, potentially. I'm not saying it would be 100 times out of 100. I'm just saying there's definitely situations where that could fucking get you perforated. Especially if they're advancing on you or trying to maneuver around you.
I understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree with you. But I'm like the way I trained and the way I've done security training and gone to security classes and done security enforcement training with firearms and unarmed and all that stuff. And the way that I've done it, they've said that it's a pretty effective way, and that I should keep going with what's more comfortable with me.
Well, and that's the thing. Because they always say you're going to fall back to the common, or what is it, the most common level of training, or the lowest level of training, or your most basic level of training?
The thing you've repeated the most. It doesn't matter what your level of training is. When that stress level kicks in and you pass that threshold, it's literally the action you've repeated the most.
I don't know, I've seen a lot of operators, from different YouTube videos and documentaries and stuff like that, that I've seen that typically those guys tend to keep magazines as opposed to just drop them. I don't know why, but I've seen a lot of professionals with a satchel.
Well, and here's the thing, though, and the way
they carry their empties in the satchel, they have their loadeds on their vest.
Well, and like we were just saying, you're going to go down to what you've trained the most with. So it sounds like at least you've taken training. You do practice what you have been trained in, and you do have some form of a system, so to speak. So basically, you're going to be on some par better than people that have had no training and just literally are the Call of Duty guys. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I understand that half of it. I'm not one of those Call of Duty guys. I've actually done some stuff, but
mag retention. Retaining your empty mags is not a bad idea in certain situations. That's actually a good thing, right? The method in which you do it, I think, is going to determine whether you're successful or not. Like Guy is saying, if your process is too complex or too convoluted, it can get you in trouble. Streamlining the process doing having economy of motion and doing as little steps as possible is going to be what you look for to be successful at it or not.
Definitely.
I think grabbing the new mag, right, like you were saying how you don't do, grabbing the new mag, bringing it up to the gun, dropping the old mag in your hand, putting the new mag in, and then going to the dump pouch, that eliminates one whole step in the process of your arm going back, coming up, going back, coming up, going back, right? In that method, you have 4 steps. In the other one, you only have 2,
Yep.
3, right?
Well, yeah, you could say that. I'm making more steps, but my steps are a lot smaller because I'm not taking a loaded mag out of the thing, right? And then taking the empty and then putting the loaded one in. Because that's the way I've seen the tactical reloads that people do. And I'm like, I haven't seen those reloads ever. I've only seen those tactical reloads in Hollywood movies, like,
Magical Dynamics.
Stuff like that. I've seen movies where I've seen the guy going click, click, and putting a new mag in. And I never do it like that. The way I do it is I take the empty, put it in my pocket, put the new one in. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to, necessarily make any abnormal movements. Just a normal movement of me going from the gun to the pocket, from the holster, you know what I'm saying, as I'm going up, back to the gun, you know what I'm saying? It's real quick. Just saying, I didn't disagree with James Yeager. I mean, James Yeager, I don't know if I got on James Yeager's nerves, because what he did was he said some comment like, no battle was ever won with an American gun with an American mag, or something like that. Some weird comment. I need to look for it so that I can read it. Let me see.
Where was this that you said this to him?
On the gun gripes thing that he has, that I forget. It's stupid internet gun stuff, tactical reloads.
Oh.
And I was like, I understand where you're coming from. I never said that. I never said anything within the lines of, yo, I don't think you're right. I'm just saying from what I've seen, that's all I said. From what I've seen, sir, and I just put my thing out there. I'll read it out to you. Damn it. I'm trying to pause this thing. I'm trying to pause that shit. My bad. From what I've seen, tech reloads are important because you need your mags to keep going. If you run out of ammo in battle, you're going to need your mags to reload after you scavenge for bullets. I always keep my satchel handy to toss empties into rifle or pistol mags, and when the time comes, I reload them for the next fight. But I don't disagree with Mr. Yeager. Keep these vids going, sir. And he was like, not one gun fight has ever been won by using a mag that came out of the gun in the United States. I don't know where that came from. And I said, I didn't know that. That's cool.
What he said is you never win a fight with a magazine that has been dropped from a gun.
Oh, okay.
Because if you're in a fight, you're not going to be worrying about your damn mags. Pick them up after the fight's over.
Okay. Now I understand where he's coming from. Okay. That's cool. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. I agree with him. I just know the different methods of tactical reloads that I've seen. Some people have a misconstrued concept that, having 2 magazines in one hand, if you have 2 magazines in one hand, you're begging for one magazine to fall, and it's typically the heavier magazine that's going to fall off your hand.
And Yeager does not do tactical reloads. He drops one magazine, and then he finds it with his damn foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you never have 2 magazines in your damn hand.
Yep. Exactly.
And if you do a tactical reload, I'm dropping out. I'm done talking about it.
Well, like DB was putting out there, he's like basically Jaeger was trying to, and what Jaeger teaches is that you don't even drop that mag out of the gun until you have your hand
On a
on the
new one.
on the fresh magazine. Then is when you drop it when you already have that other magazine in your hand, and that makes for a faster reload, right?
Exactly. I guess people come from different from different areas, and they learn different things. In my fishing way, I mean, I like how fishing my way is. If I did go to James Yeager school, though, I wouldn't try to like do tactical reloads. I just drop my max because I wouldn't want him to like.
If I were to go to a James Yeager class, I would try and go as a blank slate and just try and do the class the way he is teaching it to me. And say I was to go to a Travis Haley class after that or something, I would do the exact same thing. Like I wouldn't be a monkey, but I would be a clean slate, and I would just try and take in the way that they're trying to train me to do it. Whether it's different from the way that I had already learned or not, I'm not there. I'm not paying that guy to teach me something that I think I already know. I'm paying that dude to teach me to do something hopefully either better or to learn or something to add to what I know.
To learn and assimilate.
And if you don't try it, you really don't know for sure whether it how it's going to work for you.
Right, because it's practical exposition or whatever.
Yeah.
I've seen
and if you're not going to try it, then you're just wasting your own money.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, after the classes, we need to decide what parts of it you want to take and which parts of it you don't.
Exactly. That's the way I always go into any training facility or any self-defense classes or anything that I come into, man. I come in as a blank slate, and I bring it. Once I get home is when I say, okay, what did I get out of this? You know what I'm saying? And I'll freaking put, 2 and 2 together, and I'll be like, man, I know this martial art. So if I put the new boxing skills I just learned, you know what I'm saying? With this, I'll be able to put this into it, and then I'll do the theory on a heavy bag, for example. And then I'll try it with a partner, you know what I'm saying? And I'll get to a point where I'll be able to, like, flow with one move with 2 different abilities. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, is Standing on Second still in here, or is he, like, on hiatus right now? I see his icon.
I have no idea. What video was this you're even talking about? That, like, he was saying things?
Stupid internet gun stuff, and it was the one about reloads. Yeah, he just did it.
It was tactical reloads, needed or not. That's the video name.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask Standing on Second about this honeycomb stippling job thing that he posted, and I want to know. I think he did it because it's Love Stipple guy, LV Stipple, or LV Stipple. But he's not here, so I don't get to ask him. Because it straight up looks like honeycomb. It's kind of fucked up. No, I know that's changing the subject.
Yeah, man, freaking back to tactical reloads. I'm just kidding.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we do have 10 in here. Okay.
The way I've practiced shooting, training, and all that stuff, I always try to practice every stance. I don't ever, you know what I'm saying, go with just one stance right-handed. I practice my left, practice my right. I practice cavalry style just in case, you know what I'm saying, one hand. Practice cavalry style too, just in case. Practice left and right.
Wanting to get in?
What's that?
Is someone else wanting to get in? Because I could jump out.
I think DB's out there. He might want in.
Okay, yeah, I'll jump out. No big deal.
All right.
Hey, man, you take it easy, fools.
Peace and aloha.
I hope I didn't offend anybody.
I don't think so. Everybody has their opinion, whether it's fact based or what their opinion is. You know what I mean? So.
What is there to be offended at?
I don't mean to sound fictitious or anything. It's just I've had my fair share of training.
Well, and you believe what you believe.
You didn't offend anybody. I'm here to offend people. Okay.
Right. That's his job.
What's going on here. I'm here to offend everybody.
You can start with me, Mister.
I'm drunk and belligerent.
Oh, now don't give him ammo. Fuck that. I don't believe that shit.
No, actually, I'm not drunk yet.
Okay.
So in terms of what the fuck are you tack reloading? You have a 410 Josh.
Well, that's not. He was showing his. Was it a Glock or what was it?
Do you carry that though? I mean, every time I hear you, it's always about the 410s you carry.
I carry them a little short, man, because this fits in the pocket so.
So wait, honestly, I'm just trying to think. Forget the 410 now. So you're saying you don't carry?
No, the 410 here. The 410's here, man. You just gotta.
Okay, so how do you tack reload the 410, dude? I'm curious. How do you do that? You have a speed loader or something like that?
Nope. I do the double load, I call it, which is
speed strip
shots into the cylinder right quick.
Okay.
2-4.
Obviously in cover.
For the
when
reload.
your gun goes empty, you'll train to like do a speed strip reload, or you just grab 2 shells from your pocket.
No, not 2 shells from a pocket. 2 shells from a. I used to carry when I just carried Bond Arms or the other judge that I had. I carried a sleeve, which with 410 shells, double stacked.
Do you ever wear just like sneakers, t-shirt, and shorts?
That's why I carry the Glock 42 for, man.
Okay, you got the 42. So you carry the 42 and a backup mag.
Yeah, I mean.
And you think you're going to scavenge for 380 and in the mall at an active shooter? Like you're worried about your fucking 380 magazine with 5 rounds in it? A 6-round 380 mag? That's what you're worried about for real?
James Yeager's only uses double stack magazines in high cap because that's the way he does. I'm not trying to offend anybody.
No, I don't give a fuck less what he's carrying. I'm talking about what you're carrying. So you carry a Glock 42, and you're worried about retaining your empty 6-shot, 5-shot 380 mag. So because you might be able to run around the mall and find 380 on people.
You think in the mall? I don't go to no mall. I would probably.
I'm just saying, wherever this active shooter situation is, I don't understand it.
Shooter situation, for example, in Walmart.
A battlefield Walmart. So you'd be running around looking for 380
I will go to
fill your 6-round mag.
Call of Duty 7.
Like, no, you don't mind.
Battlefield pickup.
No,
seriously, I could care less. I'm saying this. Your gun is going to go so empty so fucking fast, you won't be worrying about saving your 380 mag with 1 round left in it.
8 rounds. That's how many I got right now.
In your 42?
Yep, 8 rounds.
What do you have, an aftermarket fucking base plate or something?
Nope. Mag Guts Mag Follower on the flush.
Mag Guts Mag Follower? What does that mean?
I'm carrying a 7-round mag flush. As you can see, it's a flush mag. The follower.
All right. I'm not familiar with the Glock 42. I didn't know what the mag had in it. I thought the mag was like a 7.
It's for a +1 on the flush, and then I got for the extra magazine.
Okay. So do you have isn't the stock mag a 6-round mag? I'm not trying to be an asshole.
Yeah.
All right. So you know how fast you're going to shoot those fucking 6 rounds? It'll make your head spin. So that gun's going empty in like a second, bro. Your gun's going empty so fast. You don't need to worry about what you were calling a tack reload, which is like topping off your 380 42, dude. There's no way. Like you're going to shoot 3 or 4 rounds and then be like, all right, I'm hitting cover. I'm going to put in my spare fucking 6-rounder in there. And if you're using 8-rounders and all that shit, I hope you tested the fuck out of those because.
Now, wait,
Hey,
gentlemen, I have
DB,
one
we
question.
need Matt and Roland and Steve from primary and secondary.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Gentlemen,
have a seance and I'm gonna channel both of them at the same fucking time in a second.
now, gentlemen, if we're talking about Battlefield Walmart, I would like us to potentially all agree that there is no such thing as cover in Walmart. It's only concealment, correct?
Well, I don't know. Have you
There is
seen
no
some
such
of them
thing as
beautiful
cover.
women that waddle around Walmart?
The
There is
TV
no-
section.
Nope. There is no cover. There is only concealment in Walmart.
I
Oh.
see so much
Soft
movie
cover.
there. They got to be worth something.
You grab the fattest, deadest person in aisle 6, and just fucking do it. Just get to work.
Human
And you cut her belly open with your lightsaber and you hide inside her like an
You
Ewok.
All
stick
right,
your head up their fucking ass, and then
See, I thought that would be something that we could all agree on. That the floor of fucking Walmart, there is no cover. There is only concealment. Is that?
Oh,
are
dude.
we all in agreement on that?
No, you're correct. They call
yeah.
that.
I mean, a fucking 22, a 20
Six.
fucking 2 is going through those fucking rows of cookies and whatnot, right? The Pringles ain't stopping none of that shit.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're
let
behind the
alone
water
the
jet section,
fucking. I'm sorry, the women's lingerie and bra section ain't slowing down none of that fucking lead either, right?
The best place in a Walmart to actually take cover is in like the cooking, like the bakery area, like in behind the ovens.
Hey, I can tactically wield a bra with the heavy enough underwire in there to slice my opponent to ribbons.
go to the sporting goods
Only
section.
if he's in range, though. No, only if he's in range. If he's not in range, you can't do that.
Mm.
Well,
Well,
while I'm
steady
crawling
hand.
around picking up my magazines, I'm going to assume he's moving in.
Well, here's the thing that I don't know if you know
This
about
is
me,
what I
guys.
see with 380, dude.
Motherfucker, I am gonna be the motherfucking Flash in that situation because this cracker ain't gonna be in motherfucking Walmart if there's fucking shots fired in Walmart.
I'm going out the employees
Mother-
lounge,
yeah.
what the thing in the back where the employees hang out.
Wherever the closest set of fucking doors is,
Mhm.
I'm through them like fucking greased fucking
Oh
light.
fuck yeah, dude!
That's where I'm going. I'm looking
I'll
for.
hit that.
The
Dude,
only
you're gonna
one
be
I
scavenging.
run
You
for-
just said you'd be scavenging for 380 on dead people, bro.
Well,
You'd be looking for grandma with her LCP in her purse, like
No.
plucking rounds off of a fucking LCP
no, wait a
or some
minute.
shit, dude.
Now, he might be able to get the glass breaker out and literally break the glass.
Oh, at the
at
ammo
the
section?
cab.
Okay, all right.
Potentially.
That's true. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm not
Well,
taking
only
that
at-
fucking time is what I'm saying. I'm saying my motherfucking ass, you ain't gonna see nothing but fucking Converse, bro.
He's
Like,
going to whip out his
he's going
melee
up
axe
and
from his Oscar Goldman
Mhm.
exploding backpack and just crush the glass.
Just gonna scream out, is anyone hurt or injured that has a Ruger LCP? I need the 380 for my empty fucking mag that I saved.
No, I would just say a little help, motherfucker.
Anybody,
Little help.
please. Maybe a SIG, a 238. Anybody?
Nope, Pete, I got it. You fucking go to the fucking phone, you push the button for the intercom, and you're like,
Excuse me. Does anyone out there have 380? 380. Motherfucker needs 380.
Paging. Does anyone have any 410 PDX?
For those Europeans, does anybody have 9mm Browning?
Kurtz. 9mm Kurtz. That'll do. That'll do.
Largo, some Largo. Anybody you bitches got some Largo out there?
Anyone have any 45 long Colt out there bleeding to death?
Cracker needs some 50 GI. 50 GI.
Throw it to me. I'm your only hope.
All of a sudden, you see some dude on the floor like this. He's like, "I got a mag."
Yeah. Oh my God! All I
And
know
pass-
is this.
Pass through the baby section and drag along a box of Pampers to aisle 7 with that 380.
It depends how many bad guys are out there.
Oh,
If it's a team of ninjas, you're fucked.
If I see anything go down like an active shooter situation in a Walmart, I'll be doing anything I can to be able to have everybody be able to safely get out, even if it means me having to make like a commotion or something to get the shooters to come to me.
Nope, dude.
Warning shots.
If I gotta pick up an old lady, if I gotta pick up an old lady that I'm about to run over as I'm running out of the motherfucking building, guess what? I'm gonna pick her up and I'm gonna fucking Heisman Trophy grandma out of that fucking store.
That's why I carry. That's why I carry Roman candles for the diversion. I carry them in my second backpack.
Well, now a pack of firecrackers, although not legal in all states, that might not be a terrible idea, but the amount of time it takes for me to light that and throw that, I'm not going to need it because my motherfucking ass is through the goddamn door.
I just carry Barrett Flatbush on my hip because he's smaller than most cops.
Well, see, that's what I was saying. You know, if I was about to run over Grandma on the way out because I'm running that motherfucking fast, I'll Heisman her. Like, I'll put her up, tuck her under, and put the fucking other hand out forward and steamroll me and Grandma's way out of the motherfucking Walmart. It's happening.
I'm not saying about Jaeger because I'm not. I know he does. They do recommend you top off, but only when it's safe to do it, right? So
exactly.
You would never take your empty mag out of your Glock 42, and then take the time to like pick it up or put it in your pocket before you had a fresh mag in your gun. Like that, they don't even teach that. So that what they would want you to do is if you shot the slide lock, or if you had, let's say if you had ammo in the gun but you were in a safe place, to top off the gun, you still would take your left hand or right, whatever, right, left, you wouldn't eject that mag until you had your hand on that mag. And I fought that for a long time, and I asked them, and the way they described it was, it made sense to me. It was just, if you eject a mag, you get into the habit of like the gamers that eject the mag first, eject the mag. It's like that's the first thing they do. They'll shoot till empty and they'll eject the mag, and then they take their left hand and they go for the fresh mag. What if that fresh mag fell out of your fucking pocket or something like that? You know what I mean? So they were just trying to say like, don't fucking do it until you know 100% that you have a fresh mag in your hand. Then hit the button. It doesn't cost you anything, and then you can put the fresh mag in the gun.
And the only viable alternative to that I have seen is the school of rip the old mag out, don't count on it to free drop, rip the old mag out, and have that hand then on the way to the reload, which is counter to the opposite of what Jaeger's teaching, but it's not. Don't expect your mag to drop free. So hit the button, rip it out. You already have the gun canted so that the action of ripping out the old mag is got your hand going to your belt where your fresh mag is, and then you know that the mag well's empty.
Yeah, but I guess what was bothering me was you kept saying tack reload. It's not a tack reload if your gun went to slide lock. And if your gun is empty and you know it, that's not a tack load. You're done. Reload. Attack reload is literally, it's a tactical thing, I guess, is what that's why it's for tactics. You would top off your gun. Like you might have 5 rounds left, you might have 10 rounds left, you might have 14 rounds, whatever it is. You just want to make sure when you come out of cover or you're in a safe place to do it and you have time, why not top off your gun so your gun has full capacity? But I understand that, but like you wouldn't be doing that if fucking you were blazing your fucking heart. If you were shooting or and then your gun went empty because 6 rounds, bro, it's gonna go empty so fast. Oh yeah. It's gonna be like so quick that all you're gonna want to do is try to get more rounds in that gun. So and then that'll be empty also very quickly. So
that's like
sucky part of these guns.
What I just noticed happened with tack reloads, my like what I was doing and what you got, that's like kind of like the way I understood writing the slide. Somebody said that writing the slide was chucking, the slide back and like following it forward with your hands. I thought writing the slide was freaking putting your thumbs on the slide while the gun was going off. You know what I'm saying? That's another like misconception that I got. I didn't know that riding the slide was like going chuck chuck with your hand on top without it like without slingshotting it and letting it go. I didn't know that.
You can make you can make AKs malfunction. You can make Glocks you can make any gun malfunction by
riding the
by
bolt
doing it.
or the
Exactly.
slide.
Exactly. Like if you put your thumbs on the slide, right, and you shoot it, any gun will cause a malfunction.
Oh no, what you're describing is that's well, I don't know what you'd call that. That's a shooter-induced failure. Like now your thumbs are on the slide while you're shooting the gun. I'm talking about when you're reloading. If you just take your hand on the slide, pull it back, and then sort of like not let go, but like ride it home, you're preventing. Then you'll get like a failure. Sometimes you can get a failure to feed. That's what they call riding the slide home. And I guess home is the word that, riding the slide, but I've always heard it as like riding the slide home.
Because the same thing as when they ride the bolt home, right? Like you're saying on when somebody pulls the bolt back on like an AK, like you were talking. If they fucking ride that bolt forward, it's potentially going to fuck up that AK as well, yes?
Yeah, you probably like jam it in some way, shape, or form.
I've done it. I've done it. I've done it on AKs. So it needs that full force to get the fucking round in there properly.
Just put it off the top of the mag and close the action, yes?
I mean,
yeah, for sure.
For inertia operation, am I right, guys?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things going on, but riding it home, you're just really gently trying to seat the round into the fucking chamber or whatever. Sometimes it'll hiccup. I don't know. There's nothing you can do about that. I'm just saying in terms of so I don't even know what the real terms are, but tactical reload I've never heard. That's when the gun is empty. That there's no tactical reload. Now it's just reloading. It's just you're just trying to get your gun back to working. So it's dead. Your gun is dead. The mag is dead. And
you're dead.
You're dead. Exactly.
You
probably are dead at that.
You're trying to keep from being dead at that point.
You're close to dead. Empty ass gun. You might as well. If you don't have a spare mag, you might as well fucking throw it at him.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but this.
You need about 7 spare mags.
I don't even carry a fucking spare mag. Half the time I don't even carry one. So I'm a hypocrite in terms of that shit. I know people say, "Oh, you always should have one." Sometimes I don't carry them. I fucking, it sucks, but that's fine. I mean, there's people out there that are like, oh, you carry a 15-round gun? Well, you're paranoid. I carry a 6-shooter, but I carry 4 speed reloads. You know what I mean? So who's more paranoid?
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's like
I don't get it.
I hear you.
I just don't want to take my fucking gun apart that many times.
This is
wait a minute.
I think it was Clint Smith said, Clint Smith or some fucking genius was like, it's anytime you're basically taking your firearm apart. You're taking your gun apart. You're taking a mag out of a gun, it's taking the gun apart, and you just don't want to do that. You don't have to. Why would you want to?
All right. I'd like a break in the action for just a second. I know we have a couple of former members of the military in here and out in the external, and I have a question for you guys. Do they still teach the turtle fuck in the military? And I'm just waiting for any of our veterans. Well, now, that's what I'm trying to see, is if it's a real word that they teach in the military, or is it just something that I'm just seeing. I'm going to put the link up, and everybody will know what it is here in a moment. But I wanted to ask my at least two veterans that I got, that I got in here. Dano, are you aware of what a turtle fuck is?
I've never heard of it.
Okay. G, if you're here?
No idea.
Okay. Well, I'm going to post this little meme here, and you will completely understand what the hell I'm... you, sir, are you familiar with what the one is?
No.
Anybody? Okay. And I apologize for my language, of course. I'm a foul-mouthed little punk. But there you go. And it's the first time I've seen anything like that. But I tell you what, it's probably more effective. Now, granted, I'm disregarding the part where it says approach the hipster from behind while he waits in line for a soy latte. I was solely going on the actual. It looks like it's from a military manual.
Well, that's probably a thing, but that would be like a Marines or infantry thing.
Okay, and that's what I was wondering, because I was just scrolling, and all of a sudden I'm like, turtle fuck, that's a thing, isn't it? That's got to be a thing, because that's gonna cave that dude's fucking skull in right there, or at least knock him the fuck out. So I was just wondering if that phrase was something that was taught.
Could be a Marine thing.
Okay, I know we get Marines in here from time to time, so I will ask when I see one. Actually, I know one on Facebook. I'm going to ask right now. I'm going to share this with him. Let's see what he thinks about that. Oh, and sorry to disrupt. It was just one of those things where I never heard about that.
Peter left. I think your turtle joke offended him.
No, he'll be back. He's probably just making a sandwich.
He's doing a tactical reload.
In his toilet.
I was just going to say, he might be taking a shit.
And then taking a tactical dump.
What is his name? Okay. I remember what his name is.
Now I can't even remember. What was it? What was it, DB? World of Walmart? What was it?
I don't know. I have no clue. A Walmart Battlefield pickup.
Walmart.
A Walmart pickup. Only if you have 380 or 410. I mean, that's it. Like, I mean, that's great. Not even the fucking cops carry that shit. That's one advantage of carrying something maybe the fucking cops have on them.
Hey, wait a minute.
Somebody got that
Don't
shit.
you still have a LCP?
No, yeah, for sure. But the last thing in my mind would be scrounging for more of that.
Okay. Okay.
Like on bodies.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting to my fucking car.
Well, that was what my point was.
Off.
That was what my point was. I hear gunfire. I'm fucking, like I said, I'm invisible. I'm the Flash.
Hey, fucking X-ray vision? I mean, are you gonna just pat people down? I don't know.
DB, I'll give you a little spoiler for Sheriff of Baghdad. He's gonna teach you the one that I told you before. Strip the mag by hand, then grab your fresh one and jam it in the gun, and hit the slide lock release.
Blasphemy!
With the offhand thumb, no slingshot.
Blasphemy!
Wow.
Whoa, that's unorthodox.
But it's also not gonna. You're not gonna be able to ride it home by doing that either, right?
He's all about speed. What you were talking about before is how, like you said, taking the gun apart. He's all about, this, the slingshot, the this, the that, the whatever. He's like, no, how fucking fast can you get that weapon back in the fight?
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, that's not unnormal. I mean, that's what people do. They use the slide. It's just people like Jaeger would say it's a slide lock. It's to open and lock the slide. It's to lock the slide back. And then some people would be like, no, it's a release too.
Right. So if you're right-handed, his thing is you hit it with your offhand. You don't even use your and then you never break your grip either. Is his other thing.
I was just gonna say, because if you're not trying to reach up with your trigger finger thumb, you are maintaining your grip.
When is your class?
I don't know. Soon. Couple weeks, but that's less than that. But
you're gonna use the LCP, right?
Of course.
What?
I should probably fucking bring it.
You're taking one of your 1019s.
I'm gonna ring out that steel at 100 fucking yards.
You bringing Claude Werner with you?
Nah, he never emailed me back. He had a class coming up with the psychologist guy. The psychiatrist.
He don't
William,
you, dude.
Bill April.
Well, yeah, whatever. It was him or this thing, so he never hit me back.
Oh, you're gonna like this. I've seen some videos, or maybe not videos, read up on this guy a little bit.
William April?
No, Sheriff of Baghdad.
Warner? Oh no, Werner. Either way, I would have loved to do it. I can't do both. This will be the only training class this year. That's for damn sure.
Well, you said it was reasonably priced and a reasonable round count the other night, right?
Yeah, and reasonable. No hotel, no travel. Right.
When is that class?
Soon, like in 14 days, so like 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. Good. I thought it was coming up.
Yeah, it's just one day, 350 rounds. No travel, no nothing. Sounds good. The Claude Werner, he's pretty awesome too. But I actually emailed him because he was the host of the Masada U class that I took. So I asked him, hey, you got any classes locally coming up? I'd like to take a class this year, and I don't want to travel. And he said, yes, I actually do. I have something with William April coming up this summer in the next few months, and I will email you when I have more information.
It's in Atlanta. It's relatively soon, and I'm trying to remember the name of the school. Hold on a second. I think
William April.
Yeah. I think I have it.
No, I can't do both. That was probably going to be $400 or $500. Oh, June 18th, and that's so fucking funny. No, wait. That's in California? What the fuck? April in Claude Werner. It's called Unthinkable. It's it says it's June 18th and 19th in Chino, California.
No. There's one closer to you. There's one in Atlanta. I don't know if Bill April's going to be there.
Oh, I see.
I thought it was the same class. I'm trying to look it up now because I can't remember the name of the place that's hosting them.
He has his own place here. I'm on his Facebook now. That sucks, but okay, whatever. He's like the snub nose guy. He's awesome. Championship. He's like a champion snub shooter. Yeah, let's see. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to relax, then he got me with the Glock 42 reloads. My bad.
Well, we still didn't touch the whole subject of administrative reloads.
I don't even know about that.
I've been talking for 5 minutes with the goddamn mute on. Son of a bitch. That was some of my best stuff.
You drove our only mall ninja away.
What'd you think? We just stopped liking you?
Oh, I just thought like I was flipping for a second or something. You were fucking ignoring me. I didn't like that. I was borderline offended, man. Like literally, I was kind of getting hurt. Now, my question was, how, I should recognize Trident Concepts, and the other one was DeFore. I should recognize both of those, right?
Performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what I said after that was Trident Concepts is right up the road, right? No?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Who's that? Gonzalez guy or something?
Yeah. He's actually a really nice guy. Jeff Gonzalez.
Because I shot at Cedar Creek or whatever, Eagle Peak, excuse me, and that's right next to Cedar Park, so right down the road. So, is that something that I need to look into?
Oh, definitely. If like you're into that kind of stuff, absolutely. Jeff's classes are great.
Because like DB was just talking about, not having to fucking travel and get a hotel and shit's a big fucking deal, man.
Oh yeah. You could double the cost.
Easy, fucking easy. They'll be staying in Round Rock, and that's fucking 20 minutes, 30 minutes away at the most. Maybe 30, I guess, with traffic and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I just would prefer with that guy. I would make sure I was taking the Walmart pickup class because I want that, basic. What do they call it? Basic. I want basic pistol 1 or introduction to pistol or something like that. Otherwise, it's going to be like.
Oh, you missed it, dude. It was May 21st and 22nd at Caliber Training in Atlanta. William April and Claude Werner.
You're kidding.
Nope.
That's funny.
$275.
Dang.
Yeah,
That's
I remember
reasonable.
it was that was fucking NRA too. When I was gonna go, it was either that or there and all that shit. But
Why did you want to take that class?
because it's local. Number
Well,
one.
I mean-
Number 2 is Claude Werner's awesome, and
But
William April's pretty awesome too.
But it sounds like a very entry-level class, and you've had a number of classes already.
No, it is far from
I don't
entry
know.
level.
I don't know
That's
about that.
a cerebral class. What the fuck that shit's gonna be?
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
know what it would be like.
That's
I think-
fighting with your mind and shit.
Bill
I don't
April
know.
is
Man.
Bill April is a forensic psychologist for a living. He talks about like the criminal mindset, the combatant mindset, the
Victim selection.
physiology of it. I mean, it's literally what Z just said. Your mind wins the fight.
Right. I was just going off of DB said it was basic pistol 1.
No, I'm saying with Jeff Gonzalez, a Navy SEAL guy. I don't want to take some advanced shit from some guy like that because not
'Cause
only
you
will
haven't
the
taken
class
the-
the
Yep.
entire class will be filled with fucking quote unquote operators and people who shoot people in the face on stuff like that. And then on top of that, I'm sure it's like next level shit. Where I am just a civilian who wants to
I'm
get
just a
better
regular
at
guy. Yep.
shooting a pistol in self-defense. I mean, that's all.
Yep.
So you could take basic pistol from like 10 different guys. That would be fine. I would be fine with that. I don't, especially I would see like maybe taking 101, 102, 103 from one dude. But if you were just taking different instructors to see the differences and stuff or learn new stuff, you don't have to keep going to another level. Plus, some of them have prerequisites. They wouldn't even let you take an advanced class unless they taught you the first class.
Right.
Some of them don't care though. They'll be like, "Oh, did you take training before? Okay, great. Well, you can sure I'll take your money. Come to this advanced killing people class or whatever the fuck it is with high risk civilian contracting class." They don't care. And then you're in all over your head like. So I don't want to be that guy. In over my head, which is most of the day.
Well, and here's, I guess, the thing for me. Like, I haven't taken any motherfucking marksmanship or concealed carry or fucking tactics or any of those fucking classes. I probably should just start out with the one where they kind of hold your hand a little bit.
Introduction or whatever,
Yeah,
basic pistol 1.
Level 1, man. That's where I need to fucking start. Because it's like I was saying earlier, in that I ain't going in there with a fucking head full of fucking YouTube videos and some forum shit on my mouth. I'm fucking walking in there quiet, answer questions if I'm directly asked, but most of it I'm trying to be a fucking sponge, man, and just take it all in. That's what I'm trying to do. Because like I said, man, I didn't pay that dude so I can tell him how much I fucking know. I'm paying that dude to fucking try and get me to understand a part of what that motherfucker knows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's just my opinion, of course.
It's a good one. It's a good one
That's
to
the
have.
way that I would like to. That's the way I'd like to approach it.
You can take a Rob Pincus class. Just bring a gun without sights because I don't think they're needed.
You just point and shoot, right?
Just take your fucking sights off the gun.
All right. So this one that's down the road for where I'm literally going to be. I'm not sure if it's there. It's a combative pistol level 1. 2 days, 16 hours, $525. 1,000 rounds, 5 pistol magazines. Oh wow, no A-zooms, but 5 inert training rounds. Now it says training uniform, long pants, comfortable shirt, athletic shoes, and a ball cap. Oh wait, that's what the training uniform is. Okay. And then first line gear, rigid belt, sturdy holster, magazine pouches, dump pouch. dump pouch,
Damn.
flashlight, clear wrap, and ballistic eye, hearing protection. Okay, hydration system.
Is this Trident or Tricon or whatever it's called?
Yep. This is Tricon. And no prerequisites. That's basically your base level class. Demonstrate, what is it? Enabling objectives. Terminal objective. Upon completion of the Combative Pistol Level 1 course, the student will successfully qualify with an 80% or better on the final standards test using a tactical pistol firing duty ammunition with iron sights.
Nice.
Enabling objectives. Demonstrate knowledge and application of safe weapons handling skills. Demonstrate knowledge and understanding of tactical safety procedures. Demonstrate knowledge and understanding of the warrior mindset. Demonstrate knowledge and understanding of the combat shooting system, which is a trademark apparently. Demonstrate knowledge and understanding of the marksmanship training program, also trademarked. Perform preparatory marksmanship training exercises. Perform ready positions training exercise. Perform draw stroke training exercises. Perform malfunction clearance and combat reloading training exercises. And then demonstrate knowledge and understanding of shooting while moving tactics. And then shooting while moving training exercises. And multiple threat tactics and multiple threat training exercises. Okay, so
and when you say show and demonstrate, Jeff is huge on scoring and testing. It's not like what do you remember? It's not like a casual thing. It's like he scores you, he times you. There are right answers, there are wrong answers. It's like being literally like being in academic school. It's like you will know exactly what he wants from you and wants to get back from you, and he will score you and grade you like that you can actually physically see it.
Right on. Well, when it said that 80% or better, I'm like, oh, yeah, like that's not even pass fail. That's motherfucker. You need a B. You need a B, bitch.
Exactly. One of the biggest complaints about his particular school is if you don't pass, you don't pass. You pay your money, you take your thing, and if you don't pass, you don't get a certificate.
Graded evolutions through the course provide instant feedback to the student on skill development, technique deficiencies, and overall ability. Wow. This is like a qualifier or whatever. This is like a full-on, what the fuck can you do, son?
Hey, DB.
Yeah.
November, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 13th to the 15th, Craig Douglas Shiv Works in Atlanta at Caliber.
I'll kick his ass, dude. You kidding me?
That's fucking hilarious.
I'm going to go there and be like, nah. I'm going to kick you in the balls. That's how it's going down right now.
No, you're going to kick him in the knee.
No. All that, nah. I'm going to teach him. I couldn't do that.
I'm going to fake him out by pretending I'm crawling around on the ground looking for 380, and I'm going to uppercut him in the nutsack.
What's that suit they call? The human punching bag suit you put, the headgear and all that shit?
Well, and what did he said Shiv, right? So you don't even have to cut somebody with that. You're actually just stabbing them with it, right?
That's some bullshit, dude. That's like where, like, 20, well, let's say 10 MMA guys and 2 fat guys show up, and Craig shows up, and you basically all get your ass beat for 2 days.
He spent years developing. Did you ever see those martial art padded fight suits?
Yeah.
Like, they're usually red. You strap them on like hand guards and shin guards and stuff. He invented like this whole suit, and like through the years of material development. But his thing was that if you couldn't fight full contact in the suit, there's like no pulling punches, no whatever. It's for you to literally be able to beat the fuck out of somebody else with minimal, physical damage, but to still use actual full force.
Yeah.
And those suits are not cheap.
No. And I've seen a lot of the stuff on video or whatever. It's probably an awesome class. I just want to, I don't know. I'm scared. I'm a coward, man. So that's pretty much it. I don't want to get hurt, and I know you can get hurt in those classes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get
They'll
beat
say,
up.
"Well, try not to," but like you could tear your fucking knee out, or sprain your fucking ankle, or whatever. It's no joke. And then I guess, they make it really hard for you to get to your fucking gun. So entanglement is what he teaches.
Well, yeah, because that was the whole thing with him. Is his nickname South Narc? He was an undercover narcotics cop, and it's all about actually street fighting. What happens when shit goes wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to take it too. I don't know. I'd like to take it for fat guys. For guys who don't want to get hurt. But theory. I'll take a Craig Douglas theory class lecture.
Or ask Craig Douglas, is Larry Vickers qualified to teach his class?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't want to get my ass beat. I've seen the videos and shit, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, those dudes are fucking huge, man. And I've heard him in interviews say, "Oh yeah, we've had old men, like old people, 70 years old, take the class and shit like that." But
Hey, I'm sure there's a bunch of 70-year-old men out there that can kick my ass.
Of course, and kick my ass too. But definitely need a cardiologist to approve that, and an EKG. I just went for my physical, and my doctor was like, "Wow, you're still here, man. I'll keep you in my prayers. See you next year." He didn't quite say, "You could go take a South Narc class." Like, go do it, dude. Blow a gasket.
Yeah. What does it say when your cardiologist considers you his best endorsement?
Keep up the good work. Stay out of the South Narc class. You want to be fucking... No, I'm just kidding. It's an awesome thing. I think it's more for guys who actually get it on. You know what I mean? Like, last time I was in a fist fight was like 1998. You know what I mean? So, not kind of the, guys who get into fights or like for their job and cops. I think cops should take it. I'm sure everyone should take it.
It's very dependent upon where you live, though, and people don't realize it. I mean, you live in Atlanta, you lived in New York. Things are not telegraphed. Okay, you're packed on the streets. You're packed in a place. Shit happens before you realize it. Nobody is conditioned ninja 360 degrees 99% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not practical.
Yeah.
So there's just times that shit happens so fast. You can't get your gun out. Maybe you shouldn't get your gun out. Maybe you're not in a position where you could be, or what other weapons do you have, or what are you going to do? How big a surprise are you caught by? It's like, these telegraphed, scripted fantasy situations are fine, okay? But, how many people are telegraphing being packed like a sardine in a New York subway?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going for it, and then they grab it. Like two guys grab your hand on top of your gun, and they're going for your gun, and you're going for your gun, and it's life or death now. Shit like that, man. He's the man. He is the man, like, to teach you how to survive those situations. Right?
Hey, it's actually pretty
scenario.
Hmm.
I'll let you go. No.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Z. I stepped on you. What'd you say?
Oh, I was going to say we were having a Walmart scenario, right? And I was talking about how I'd be like motherfucking Jesse Owens or whatever, right? If I'm in the fucking subway and the train is fucking moving and ain't fucking stopping, where the fuck do you go? If you're trying to evade the person, maybe they're not centered on solely you, but where the fuck do you go?
You go behind the old lady with the LCP. DB already gave you the strategy.
You can go through the car. You can get out of the car in a subway. I don't know.
Yeah, but how long is it between stops sometimes?
A long time.
Okay, so I guess if they were actually looking for me, some crazy fucking shit for whatever reason.
You can keep going through cars until you get to the end, I guess.
Until I get to the end, and what the fuck do I do at that point? Like, I mean, granted, there's some Metro cops potentially and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
Conductors. Sometimes you bang on the door.
Yeah, look at those Metro cops. a couple of years ago. I don't even know if they were Metro cops or regular NYPD cops that stood in between the cars and watched the unarmed citizen take out that knife-wielding dude. And then he sued them, and the judge found in their favor because they were under no obligation to intervene.
Right, because it's not protect and serve.
Yeah,
It's not
Look
their
at the
obligation.
San Diego shit. Look like the other night with the Trump shit. The guy reporters were going to the people being attacked. Well, there's a cop over there. There's a cop over there. And then they would run to the cop because like the cops were not coming to you. You had to run to them. They were standing in a line. But either way, I mean, dude, I don't expect much.
You know, and that stuff is starting to happen more and more frequently now in downtown Austin because they close off the streets, especially on the weekends, or basically they'll close off the street any night there's something going on and make it be pedestrian only.
Yep.
And I mean, like right out in plain sight because the crowds are so dense and everybody's rowdy and making noise, and you can't tell the difference between somebody drunk and partying, having fun, and somebody like 3 feet away from them getting the shit beat out of them being mugged.
Yep.
Yeah, I would like to do that stuff too. But that's why I was going to take like William. I think William April is a lot of. It's like maybe I felt like it could be like a South Narc thing, you know, but without the physicality part of it because I'm not ready for that.
William April's like Classroom.
Yeah, but he talks a lot about like victim selection and what he feels like, you know, keeping out of fucking trouble stuff.
Oh yeah.
Lecture stuff, but and I've heard Craig Douglas talk about that shit too. You know, de-escalation, deselection, all that stuff. You know,
verbal judo.
Yeah, the verbal part of it is so important. I tell, you know, when I have like what if conversations with my friend, just like I did with that guy, you know, Pete or whatever. You know, just same shit I would do. I don't care if it was my best friend, I would still scream on him like that, dude. I don't give a fuck. He knows I don't mean any harm by it. So, the same shit, you know, like you gotta have, you know, hopefully you're talking, you know, to whoever it is that's fucking with you or attacking you or, you know, whatever, you better be using your fucking words and not just automatically going for things or putting hands on people and shit, you know, you gotta have your fucking, your sketch, your, what do they call it, your fucking tape loop. Whatever it is, you know.
Tape loop's the John Farnham thing.
Mm-hmm. Or something. They're just, you know, please stop. I don't want any problems. Whatever it is, leave me the fuck alone. Get the fuck away from me. Stuff like that. Because the silent treatment, I just can't imagine that's a good idea.
That ain't doing nothing for you, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Especially, let's pretend like there's a microphone for everyone else to hear.
Or that his crisis of conscience will just come to the forefront while you're not saying anything. That's what you're basically hoping.
I'm just hoping I've bluffed my way out of things before with my barking like a fucking barker, you know, like a dog.
Farnham was actually pretty funny. He was like, trust me, when that moment comes, you're going to fucking say something, so you better practice beforehand that it works to your advantage and not against you.
No, that's my thing. I think I think some people won't say anything. And I think that's pretty bad too, you know, like just freezing and not saying shit is bad.
That's one thing I don't like about indoor ranges is that you can't develop good habits like that. Of saying something worth saying and not saying nothing.
It depends on who's standing next to you.
Well, yeah, right? They're like, this guy's nuts. Keeps yelling, stop! You know, whatever the fuck it is. At that point, I would like to have said something besides that, but otherwise shit's happening super fast, you know what I mean? If that's all you can say is stop, and just, you know, screaming at the top of your fucking lungs, then Jesus Christ, you're having a bad night. But
Mall Ninja 1, followed by Mall Ninja 2.
No, Battlefield Walmart.
coming to a southern state near you.
Man, I'm telling you, we could make that movie, fellas, for next to nothing. There's a bunch of fucking empty Walmarts these days, aren't there?
There's one like
Weren't there left over from the Jade home?
apparently
I don't know what
because
Jade Helm was.
they closed the one that's closest to my house down, and it was one of those big giant super ones.
They closed all the sports authorities down.
Containment facilities. And then they closed them down as part of the schedule.
But what's cool now is at night, like 3 o'clock in the morning, you can see the glow when the roof opens up and the spaceships launch out of them.
Nice.
Far out.
To Walmart?
I knew they all had a basement.
Because
What's his name? Eli,
aliens.
Who's the
This
guy
dude
who
was-
runs fucking Tesla or whatever?
Oh.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, he bought all the Walmarts. Now he's using it as a launching pad or something.
And something tells me with my luck, if I get trapped in a Walmart at night, it's not going to be with, what's her
Jennifer
name
Connelly?
there?
Jennifer Connelly?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I knew I could count on you.
Yeah.
When I took Walmart Ninja 1, the first subject was don't go to Walmart at night.
Yeah. Number one. Number one.
That was it. I don't go during day. I only go to Walmart during daylight.
I'd say I try and only go in the morning, and that may sound ridiculous, but there's less crazy people in the morning. Less. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
saying none. I'm just saying less.
I always go in the middle of the night, and then it's almost empty.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's when the potential for the craziest of shit to happen, though.
The parking lot is where it's going down.
I don't know about that because I noticed that there's a certain time of the week when the senior members of my AARP club descend like locusts onto Walmart, and they need to hand out driver's licenses for those little electric scooters, man, because it's like bumper cars in there.
Now, that could be entertaining just to have your cell phone camera ready. Because there'd be a cleanup in the fucking Metamucil aisle right away.
Hate going to Walmart.
Clean up in the Depends aisle. Clean
But
up.
I have noticed that a lot of those carts are being used by what I'll call 35 and under megadons.
I don't even know what that is.
Is that obese? Morbidly obese?
Yes.
Okay.
MOB, morbidly obese bitches.
What amazes me is
Stop trying to be hip, Dano, and embrace your elderliness.
well, I'm trying not to.
Brontosauruses.
Megalodons?
In such a short time of life,
That's a shark, by the way.
30 years or so, how can you possibly get that huge?
It
Work
can't be
at it,
cheap.
bro.
It can't be
Look
cheap.
at it, bro. Come on. What are you talking about? That shit
That's a
didn't happen
lot of
overnight.
calories.
You work at that shit.
It can't be cheap. Somebody's winning the internet tonight.
It can't. I thought about it today. I saw like a homeless person that had to be 400 fucking pounds, and I was like, that can't be cheap. Either that or it's hormonal or
It's the
something.
glutens. It's
There-
the gluten.
There it is.
It's
The
got-
plot just continues to develop. World of Walmart 2. It can't be.
Can't be
Nice.
cheap. I mean, how many little Debbies does it take? You know what I mean?
I was thinking chicken nuggets. How many chicken nuggets does it take?
Oh yeah, how many dollar menu
Hey,
purchases
wait.
in a day?
Attack
It takes
of the
less if you
dollar
just pull
menu
the head
nares.
off
There
the
we go.
chicken.
That's the subtitle. The attack of the dollar menu nares.
Pass the PDX Defender 410.
Hey, it
I'm
motherfucker
done.
hey, it goes splat, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
So my question is, how many of you, after you finish your 20-piece McNugget, actually takes the empty box and puts it on your belt so that after the meal is over, you can scavenge around for the nuggets that fell on the floor?
Oh boy.
Oh, you're
I
honest.
thought you were gonna say how many of you eat the box.
Now, gentlemen, I may not have ammo at my Walmart, but I got a motherfucking McDonald's at mine. So I
Like,
would
literally?
Literally, it's inside.
man.
I would not be nuggetless in the fucking Walmart. I
You
can
know,
at will.
do you know that one of the hospitals down here has a Burger King and a Walmart and a Taco Bell in their cafeteria? Like the
In the,
food
wait,
court
wait,
in
wait,
the mall?
wait, wait.
It sounds like
In
home.
the hospital? In the hospital.
hospital.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't
The,
like.
like the, I went to the cafeteria. I was visiting somebody, and I went to the cafeteria in the hospital, thinking it would be a cafeteria, but it's literally like a mall food court with fast food in it.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think that's good for fucking anybody, is it?
Only if you eat the whaler with cheese.
Or the
Then
lobster
it's not
comes
so
in.
bad.
Maybe no cheese. Maybe no cheese.
Let me get a double whaler with cheese. I don't know if they make that
Cappers
anymore.
out there talking about Kmart. Well, my Kmart actually has a fucking Little Caesars in it, so I don't know that that's any better than the McNuggets with the Little Caesars.
My Walmart has a Subway sandwiches in there. A Subway.
Oh, that's healthy.
They don't have air conditioning.
Oh.
So
I don't like that. I don't like that.
There's only 3 Walmarts within 80 miles of where I'm at, and they all have Subways. They got rid of the McDonald's for some reason.
Mm.
Because of those megadons you're talking about, Dan.
I'm kind of feeling left out. None of the Walmarts I've only been in 2 or 3, but none of them down here have anything. They have like optometrists and tire stores and banks and stuff like that, but none of them have like food places in them.
Restaurantes.
No one has a. No one has that. Huh?
We have a Starbucks in HEB. That's about as close as it gets. Because nothing makes you grocery shop faster.
Other than when you get sidetracked in an HEB superstore or whatever it is, and because you got to buy a 52-inch fucking flat screen TV.
Oh my God, yeah. HEB is just like one barely small step below Walmart.
Yeah.
Another thing too, what is good about HEB is you don't overbuy groceries because you can leave there fucking stuffed. Okay.
Yeah, with all the samples, all the demos.
I'm pushing the cart down the aisle, and there's literally 2 Asian people with a sushi bar handing out free sushi, and I'm like, I just haven't quite hit that level yet. Sorry, thank you, but no.
Mm.
Yeah.
What I do is I go to the deli and then I order a half a pound of like buffalo chicken from Boar's Head, and maybe like a half a pound of black wax cheddar, Boar's Head black wax cheddar, sliced thin, and then I walk around the store eating it, and then I throw that little bag by the milk.
Oh,
so you
nice.
don't really have to check it out. You don't have to check out.
You're fucking one of those guys, are you?
Yeah, one of those guys.
I believe
Dude,
Peter
those
Fonda did
guys.
that in Hell's Angels in the 60s.
I was a kid, my dad would embarrass the shit out of me. Like, we would be walking in the grocery store, and he would grab something and start drinking it, like, open it up and drinking it, and I was like, that's fucked up, Dad. Like, you didn't even pay for it. Like, he's like, I'm going to pay for it. The fuck? But now I'm that guy. Like, I will do that. I will.
But was it beer?
No.
Now, did
He
you
was
go
on
just...
methadone. It didn't
Wait a
work
minute.
like
I was just gonna say, was it just like the fucking heroin commercial from back in the day, the PSA? I learned it by watching you, Dad.
No,
I learned it by watching you.
I never did hard drugs.
Well, no, I meant the drinking the soda. I meant eating the
Oh,
shit.
yeah,
in the
yeah,
store.
sure,
That's
sure.
what I meant, not the heroin.
No, that's true.
Because that's what the PSA was about. Was who taught you how? Where'd you get this? Who taught you how to do this? And the kid's sitting down in his bed, and he's like, I learned it by watching you, Dad.
Yeah, I do that. I'll go right to the Cape Cod potato chips, bust the bag open, start snacking on that shit while I'm pushing the cart.
Dude, that's
Fuck
like
them.
a $6 bag of chips. or
No,
whatever,
buy
man.
one get one free. Dude. Sometimes it's BOGO, and it's
Oh, I'm sorry. So that's $6 for 2 bags.
they're $3.99, and if they're sometimes they're like $2.
See, DB, you would love HEB because literally you could grab a grill, a bag of briquettes, some lighter fluid. You could fire up the grill, go to the meat counter, toss a steak around. I mean,
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
You can cook in there?
You almost could. You really almost could. Especially if you had like a gas instead of the charcoal. You like one of them little butane grills. Fuck, it's
The automotive section in our big HEB is literally bigger than the automotive section in Walmart.
Yes, he's talking about a grocery store with an automotive section in it.
And here's the other thing
Yeah,
too.
Supermarket.
It's
Super
a
Walmart.
good grocery store.
No, it is. I'll agree with that. It's number 2 in the country or whatever, I think.
Never heard of it.
There's only like 2 standalone butchers down here that literally have a better meat department than our HEB.
I always called them Hebs.
I did too when I first got down here, but I was corrected.
I was gonna say, boy, do they ever straighten that shit out when they hear it? I did the same thing, and it took all of one time.
How dare you?
No, first it was the look, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Then it was the, what the fuck did you just say?
Well, because you know me, my comment was, gee, I wouldn't think the biggest grocery chain in Texas would be called Heebs.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Well,
Classy.
there's
I love
definitely
it.
like dashes in between the letters, so it's
And yes, there is, but I mean,
I know
come
I'm
on.
looking at the shit.
Why are you getting technical?
DB, I'm from New York. I didn't work for fucking Western Union, man. So when I looked at the sign, I didn't see the dots and the dashes.
Yeah. You didn't see the FedEx arrow until later. I get it. It's an optical illusion. It's not an H. It's a, I don't know, it's a W.
Uh-oh. The average gun owner now owns 8 guns, twice what it used to be.
Slacker.
Excellent.
Pussies,
No, it's at
cowards.
average, and I guess that makes me, I hate to say it, a below average gun owner.
Racists.
Oh,
Totally
stop.
racist.
Like what you lack in quantity, you don't make up for in quality.
Well,
What do you
For
mean?
once
you,
in
don't
my
have
life, I can say I'm above average.
you don't have a Taurus?
You
No,
got
I
a
don't have a
tanker,
Taurus.
you got an arsenal, you got those other guns.
You don't have a high point?
no, I don't have a high point yet.
It's like dog years. You know, you own 37 guns in High Point.
Oh, well,
Do you have the Dog the Bounty Hunter bear spray?
no, but I would almost like to get the paintball pepper spray things that they did have. That would
wish-
almost be cool.
They
I
did
wish I
that
could
thing.
have his haircut. That's
Is
all I
that
want.
made out of the bodily secretions of his lovely wife?
Mhm.
Well, you said lovely, so I'm discounting that out of hand.
He's hot.
She got big tits, but she's got an even bigger mouth.
I would never talk about her that way. In
Well,
front of Dog.
I'm going with the anonymity of the internet right now, and that hopefully nobody ever uses my real name, because the motherfucker will come get me.
I think he got kicked out of Hawaii, right?
Not as far as I know. I think he's still a bail bondsman. Business is a booming.
I didn't even know he was like still relevant. The last I heard, didn't she get like arrested or something? Her?
Well, she got arrested for something. He got arrested for something, and I don't know that their bail bonds license got revoked or anything like that. So as far as I know, they still got their shit, but I don't know.
Like, I used to watch that show a lot, and then they wound up, like, doing shit in Colorado.
Yeah,
So
they would go try and get skips or whatever they call.
They were
them over
working with
there.
some guy out there.
The cowboy guy or whatever, the cowboy hat guy.
Mm-hmm. You got the
cowboy
Grand,
guy.
the Garand.
Damn.
Hmm.
I don't know what I'm doing looking at Selma Hayek's halter top covered breastises, but I need to get out of this place.
Yeah, why would anybody want to look at something that horrible?
Well, I mean, I think she's single, but I don't know that I have a chance. I'm not in the right time zone, goddammit.
You are
Glock.
Emperor Z, Thunderstick carrying Lord of Maui.
Yeah, there
There's
you
always
go.
hope.
Never say never. It's when you give up that you lose, right?
Why is this chat Canada-less? It's like
Hey,
Canada
you
Dry.
shut your filthy
Can't we
whore
get
mouth.
some Canada in this fucking chat?
If you say it one more time, it's gonna show up.
Bing.
Yeah, don't you do it. Don't you do it.
SVT 40.
I would rather hear you say fucking Candyman 3 times than that shit.
Then Sammy Davis Jr. shows up.
I wouldn't mind that either.
It's coming, dude. It's coming. And the inevitable canonization. Well, I can't. Canadization. We've been Canadized.
You've been
Cannibalized. It's Canadized.
Canucicized.
AKA fucked.
It's a lot of Canada last night. It was a lot of Canada.
Are you a Canadian can or a Canadian can't?
Change one
Dude,
letter to a
I'm
U.
Canadian cunt.
Yeah, man. What can you do? You got to deal with them, man. You can't unring that bell, that Canada bell.
Oh, I most certainly can.
They found gun
So-
channels, and it's over.
It's that little red phone looking thing right at the top right of the, or up at the top of the screen.
All right, I'm gonna have my third beer here. So this is
What?
This is where it gets crazy now, guys.
What you having? What's on tap?
Hop Solution Ale from Bells, Michigan. From Michigan.
And you know what the third, what the third beer signifies? It's time to talk about.
Double
the third
India
party.
Pale Ale, brewed by Bell's Brewery Incorporated, Comstock, Michigan. And it's a seasonal India Pale Ale.
I want my third party.
Want my third party. Want a third. We gotta go third party.
Ain't no party like a third party, and a third party don't stop.
Is that the imitation of me doing my imitation?
No, that was me trying to break out some shit.
Oh yeah, we have so many parties in America.
Just a little freestyle.
You know, we have the Independent Party, the Green Party, the Democrat Party, the Republican Party. I'm sure we have the LGBT Party.
We don't have the 1999 party anymore. That sucks.
We have the pity party.
We have the dance party.
The pity party's very popular these days.
Was the
No, we have the
1999 party
Green
to help
Peas.
out people?
We used to have the Black Panther Party. We need that to come back.
Oh, well, now we have the new Black Panther Party.
I'm down with that. Remember that white rock group from the 70s?
Down with you, man.
They were the white White Panthers. You know what I'm talking about? MC5, the band out of Detroit.
I
The
thought you were talking about
MC5
KC and the Sunshine Band.
They were
No.
rockers. MC5 were fucking rock and
No,
roll.
they were a part of the White Panther Party. It was affiliated with the Black Panther.
Oh, well,
They
I'm
were-
not
they
saying
were
they
down.
weren't. I don't know. They could have been.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and the
awesome.
difference between the Black Panther Party from before and the new Black Panther Party now is the old Black Panther Party actually used to do civic improvements and whatnot.
Yep, after school lunch programs, food drives.
Even in school, like hot lunch program and shit like that, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so we do third party. Where's that guy Toomey? What's his name? Kumi?
Toomey? Mansion Toomey?
400 FBI agents are on the case right now. It's got the entire FBI on it. They can't sleep. He's bringing them Mountain Dew and fucking Cheetos.
Nice.
Yeah.
I would suggest fucking crack and blow, but okay.
What are you talking about? Like, what did I miss?
400 FBI agents?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
They're on the case.
If you want to keep them up, it's going to take more than Mountain Dew and Red Bull, man. That's all I was trying to say.
I can't fucking wait till Tuesday if you really want to talk about politics. These Bernie Sanders people are gonna fucking cry vagina juice.
Wait a minute. The Democratic National Convention is Tuesday? The convention's Tuesday?
Nah, the last election's on Tuesday.
California.
It's over.
all
Yeah,
right,
it's
all
a
right.
wrapper.
Well, what if he takes California? He still don't win.
If he
right?
takes California, well, she's like 38 delegates away or something now. So
If
she
he
won
takes
like Puerto Rico.
California, there could be a chance that during the conventions that the what are those fucking delegates called? Super delegates? There is a possibility that the
Al
super
Gore, the super
Good
delegate.
fuck Hillary. There
The
is
super
a
delegates
chance-
are Al Gore, Bill Clinton.
Well, here's the funny part about it is, if he loses to her, his supporters are gonna go beat up Trump supporters. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
Yeah, they're gonna cry first. I want to see them crying out there. It's gonna look like when what's his face died from North Korea. Kim Jong. Remember when they were all crying at
the ill. The
they were all
illest.
crying on demand at the statues and shit.
Well, they were afraid of dying, dude. That's hey, you ain't crying enough.
No, Susan Sarandon or whoever is gonna be crying.
Oh, now wait a minute. I'm Ronry. So Ronry.
It's gonna be on, dude. Tuesday night. Can't wait.
hey, since he got the gig of being her fashion and image consultant, his life is not so bad.
Oh, Bernie, when he loses on Tuesday and she wins by
A bazillion.
she'll have all the she'll have like 100 more delegates than she needs. I guarantee you, he's gonna say, "We're going to California." He's not. I mean, we're going to the convention. I think they're.
We're going to that. Now, I'll tell you what. I'm going to agree with you. I think that he would say that because he would believe that there is the possibility that the public,
No.
even though they voted for Hillary, would somehow convince their delegates to
Ask
vote
yourself.
for him.
Would you want to go back to Wisconsin or wherever the fuck he's from New Hampshire? I mean, he's having the time of his life. He's showing. So why would he want this party to stop? This is a non-stop party for him and his wife.
Ride it to the end of the
Oh,
line,
yeah,
right?
bro.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do? You ride it
He's
to
like-
the end of the line.
It's a gravy train, man.
He's getting rich, dude. Like,
Yeah.
he has all these retards giving him money left and right. $20 at a time.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Absolutely.
What was that movie with James Garner and who was the other dude?
Stop now.
Were they ex-presidents?
Oh.
Shit.
No
No idea. I know what you're talking about. Was it
And they
Police?
get into a ration of shit.
Yes, that's gonna be after it's over for Bernie. That's gonna be the thing is they're gonna have made a Hollywood movie about his escapades behind the scenes across the country. Jack Lemmon.
Yeah, it's like First Men or wait, come on. What
I
was
need the
that?
good leads. I need the good leads.
What was his last name again? Garner.
James Garner and Jack Lemmon.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. That wouldn't surprise you, would it?
I can't wait.
The fact that I haven't named it yet is the part that's surprising, isn't it?
I was listening to the chat on what was it, Saturday, with Matt and Night Strike and Sean, and it wasn't Sean, maybe Sean wasn't there, but they were all bitching and complaining about Gary Johnson. Now they're like, we're not voting for Gary Johnson. Gary Johnson's a piece of shit.
Knight was pissed.
Yeah, Gary Johnson's a piece of shit. Like, I think he picked like an anti-gun VP too.
And he threw away a little flintlock that some guy gave.
He said some dumb shit too recently. Matt kept saying that. He keeps saying dumb, horrible shit, so he's done with him. But they never really went into detail what the horrible shit he said was. But
Well, he wasn't pissed off that he threw the gun away. He was pissed off that the gun didn't have a bump fire stock on it when he gave it to Gary Johnson.
No.
Oh yeah, for suppressive fire.
And there wasn't chambered in 410.
Every time I hear suppressive fire, I think of like the silencer. Like, oh. But then I realize you're actually talking about shooting at people.
To keep their head down.
To keep their head down. Yeah, like,
Is it
suppressive fire?
My Fellow Americans?
For suppressive fire, bump stock for suppressive fire, of course. AKA rounds going somewhere.
Okay, Z,
In
yay
the
or
air.
nay? Midnight Run.
Oh, yay. You're talking the movie,
Yay.
not the TV
Yeah.
show, right?
De Niro
The
and
Charles, what's his face?
Grodin.
Grodin, yes. Yeah, yay.
That was excellent.
That
He's
is
on-
one of my favorite movies, and every De Niro fan I know tells me is like his worst trash piece of shit ever. And I'm like,
Well,
are you
that was
kidding?
like the
No,
first
no,
movie
no.
where he started to come out with a sense of humor. Was like that movie was where the first time you knew that he wasn't always going to be Travis Bickle, right? Or
That-
fucking Jake LaMotta was that fucking movie.
Yeah, I love that movie.
I think that was not a lot of critics hated it. It has a 96 on Rotten Tomatoes out of like thousands
Really?
of votes. Yeah, people loved it. I think like Siskel and Ebert liked it.
I mean, Midnight Run was. I mean, it spawned a TV show that totally sucked, but
I didn't know it was a TV show.
What was it about?
Bounty Hunter, right? Who's a cop?
Yeah, I was gonna
Charles
say.
Grodin is an accountant for the mob who skips bail, and Robert De Niro is like a down and out ex-cop skip tracer who needs to bring him back, and then it's about how to get double crossed, like trying to get across. It's actually like the Jack Lemmon movie that we just talked about. That's what made me think of it. Their misadventures trying to get home.
Yaphet Kotto's in it, and he plays a serious guy with a trench coat.
Who keeps getting his ID stolen?
I don't remember that. Was he really getting his ID stolen in the movie?
Yeah, remember De Niro steals his ID and puts his picture on it?
Yep.
That's funny. No, but any movie he was in, he was like a tough, serious dude. Yaphet Kotto.
I don't remember too many comedic roles for Mr. Yaphet.
Wasn't he in that real serious movie To Park His Mind with Tommy Lee Jones?
I think he was the fucking. He might have not been the captain, but he was one of the detectives or something. Yeah. And he was Mr. Big in Live and Let Die, right?
Mm-hmm.
James Bond.
Yep, forgot about that.
He's a badass motherfucker. He's still alive, too. Props,
Oh,
guy.
yeah. Was he the guy in Homicide as well? Life on the Street, the Baltimore one? It was like about the same time as NYPD Blue.
Yo, he was in The Running Man. I don't remember him in that.
Yeah, well, the one I'm talking about wasn't a movie; it was a TV show. But yes, I believe he was in The Running Man as well.
This is the Yaphet Kotto chat now.
My memories of The Running Man are tainted with Maria Conchita Alonso in spandex.
Mm.
Something to be said for
She
that.
was good. She was good to go. She was in Colors, too.
Yeah.
Yes, she was. Pac-Man. What you gonna do, Pac-Man?
What you gonna do, essay?
Yeah, that was I am a nightmare walking. That fucking.
Yo, Yaphet Kotto. Yaphet Kotto was in Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. That's great.
Really?
Mhm.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he was in Hawaii Five-0.
TV show?
Perfect vacation.
Do. He had a sig. In one of these shows.
I'm loving it.
Who's that?
I am a nightmare walking, psychopath talking, king of my jungle, just a gangster stalking, living life like a firecracker.
This song needed no words.
That's the colors I
They could have just played the instrumental. That should have been enough.
Yeah.
But the funniest part about this is I just turned my head and looked at the screen, and it's G Web's playing.
That's because
You
man
expect
knows.
him to be like, "Stop it, copyright."
No, that's Night Strike.
We've definitely had this discussion before. G likes some old school rap here and there, man. He'll represent. I've heard him pull some shit out of the midair before.
Bernie Sanders said that Hillary was taking millions of dollars from foreign dictators while she was Secretary of State. No shit, Sherlock.
And
not even
Yeah, I
surprised.
was gonna say, and that's news.
Well, to his supporters, they are. That's news to them. I'm sure they never heard
Didn't your
about
auntie break you off, though?
it.
Why didn't your auntie break you off?
She wanted me to finger pop her on some incest shit, and I was like, chill. No.
Bill wasn't
thanks.
getting a job done.
She wanted me to eat Uma's ass while Uma ate her ass, and then Bill was going to eat my ass. It was going to be the human centipede.
Oh my goodness!
I'm joking. No one wanted me to eat her ass. There was no ass eating ever.
I mean, that's a pretty big ass.
Boring.
That's garbage, bro.
I liked
That's
your
garbage,
old
bro.
aunt better, DB.
You
Tammy.
mean Tam? Yeah, that's who I thought he was talking about. Tammy. Actually, Tammy, I would eat her ass. Absolutely.
I might be
There'd
inclined to
be
eat
plenty
your
of
aunt's
ass
too.
eating. And by ass, I mean ham sandwich.
Is that just so the 10mm doesn't ring out?
Yeah. I don't want, what's his face, Tom, coming after me.
Yeah, no
He will
shit.
stab me in the face, bro, with the Cold Steel Vapato or whatever the fuck he had. The
The
Valero.
Cold Steel Scimitar of Death.
I carry this every day. Ka-ching! And it was like an 8-inch fucking blade. Shit.
I thought he was going to slice his goddamn pants off drawing the thing.
And I have no doubt that he would cut a motherfucker either. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have no doubt.
I have no doubt of that.
Tom, weapons education. He carried a large blade. It was the Cold Steel, like, Navajo or some shit that's not...
Espada?
Yeah, the Espada XL.
It's about as big as the one that Haas did at the end of his video where he opens that bottle of champagne with his folding knife.
Mhm.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Think of the Lawrence of Arabia scimitar as a flipper.
Yeah, as a folder.
It was retarded, and he carried that. So, I definitely like Tom. My aunt Tammy, she was hot in her day. She came in for investment advice or something, and he gave it to her. Or no, she was probably like I would imagine she was like the clerk at the bank or something.
See, and I figured she worked at the tanning salon that he used to go to.
No, she was a
They
teller.
were high school sweethearts.
Aww.
Did he say that for real?
No, literally they were.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's cool. All of a sudden,
I
don't
take it back.
talk
I
as
will
much shit.
eat her ass.
And when I say that, I don't mean making a ham
I
sandwich.
mean, chicken cutlet.
How about a little pork tenderloin?
Oh man, I don't know. Some comic said eating ass was like licking a battery. So I've never done that.
Whatever. I don't know.
I think it was Doug Stanhope said that shit one day.
That's got to be some kind of ass to do that to you.
I don't know. I've never done something.
That sounds like Stanhope.
I mean, he's a pig, which is good. He was one of the guys that used to be with Rogan on the Man Show, right? It was him and
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, again, I'm old. I think of Chris Rock with tossing salad.
Mhm. Oh yeah, go to get your towel talk. Get your salad sauce. Get
Well,
your salad. Get your salad. Robitussin. Robitussin.
Syrup or jelly.
Broke your arm? Robitussin. Remember that? Rub some Robitussin. He was the funniest man alive for like 12 months.
He was pretty funny at a point in time.
For 12 months.
Well, and
Yeah,
then he
sure,
lost
the
his
HBO.
fucking mind.
That HBO special was hard to top, and then, he proved it. It's hard to beat.
Well, like, how do you beat Delirious?
With Raw.
That's it.
Yeah.
But what do you do after Raw? Nothing.
No, you don't need to do anything.
There
Richard
is
Jennings.
nothing.
Richard Jenny had those 3 HBO specials that absolutely crushed it, and then he spent the rest of his life being a nobody until he killed himself.
Yep, and Murphy did comedian first, right? So he had the 3 shows.
But at least he got into movies and especially voiceovers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Who's the guy
Richard
that
Jenny
died?
was funny. Literally.
Kennison had a good run too, but it was short. He was like 18 months of fury and then just death.
That one special he had was awesome.
I don't know if you guys remember the Dave Chappelle fucking HBO specials. Killing Them Softly was one of them, dude. And straight up, I didn't know I couldn't do that. And I mean, I'll fucking lose it every time. Oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that, Dave.
Yeah, that was some funny shit. He was great.
That one Eddie Griffin special was really funny too, but he never like followed it up.
Well, what about Cat? Not Cat Stevens. What's his fucking name? Cat Williams.
Mhm.
Like pimpin'. You know, like, and yet though after it, what's
Yeah.
the poor guy?
He
you
went
know,
he went from pimping to getting choked out by 12-year-olds.
No, yeah, Cat Williams was funny for one show, maybe half a show, maybe at half a show. Because I remember watching that special. Remember Robin Harris? He was funny as shit. He died. Gotta go. Remember that? Gotta go.
Who was the baby's kids?
Yeah, Robin Harris.
Oh, no,
It was him.
baby kids. Oh, that
Yeah,
was
it was him. Yeah. It was
Oh,
him.
that
Baby
he's
Kids,
dead?
Yeah. Yeah, he died real quick.
he got
all
the
I,
eyes, right?
all I remember was like finding out. So, like I think my little brother was watching it or something. I'm like, how do you go from that special to a cartoon?
To a
Mhm.
TV, the kids' TV show, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was fucking awesome. But yeah, that was only one show.
Bill Hicks, another guy, insanely funny, cerebral,
He
fucking
died.
slap you upside the head with a fucking joke.
How did he die?
I think he got the big C, I thought.
Yeah, he got cancer. He was kind of like the George Carlin sort of who's that other guy that says he's real tall, skinny, sunken eyes. He actually sounds like PBR. He talks in that monotone thing.
Stephen
Wright.
Yeah.
Stephen Wright.
Stop it. Stephen Wright.
Yeah,
That
he
dude
was,
had-
he,
he
he
had
was
a
like
couple
George
minutes.
Carlin and Stephen Wright's illegitimate kid.
I remember some Stephen Wright jokes. It was, my friend had a circular driveway. I couldn't figure out how to get out of there. Go.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah.
close.
I was
What's
drunk.
the Go
I
ahead.
was drunk and came home, and I tried to open my front door with my car key. So I fired it up and took it for a spin.
Yeah.
Can you imagine getting rich off of these jokes?
No.
It's fucking unbelievable.
Yes, I can. I wish I would have
Could
thought
you
of that
imagine
first.
laughing at one of those jokes?
Can you imagine Judy Tenuta's probably like a crack whore somewhere with an accordion somewhere?
Was she was the accordion lady, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I would have smashed her.
Paula,
Thanks. You
Paula
just-
Poundstone.
Paula Poundstone? No.
You just
No.
reactivated a part of my brain I spent a lot of money on alcohol to subdue.
Yeah, Judy Tenuta shows. I never saw that.
She had a pretty gruff exterior, if I remember correctly.
She was funny.
Actually, you know who's one of the funniest motherfuckers that I ever saw? I saw him in Vegas, and I had no idea because I only knew him from Walt Disney movies. Buddy Hackett, as a stand-up comic, makes Red Fox look like a priest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's
That's
funny.
pretty fucking insane.
He was it was like, and like I said, I knew him for like Herbie and the Love Bug and shit. It was just mind blowing.
Oh, he does the joke. DB, what's the fucking Buddy Hackett joke?
That's the only joke I ever memorized. That
You
was a little
fucking dude.
bit- elephant dick plant joke.
Yeah.
Elephant dick transplant joke. Baby elephant trunk. That's what it was.
Oh, the grab the dinner roll.
Yeah, I don't got no more room in my ass for potato. He said. That shit. I was telling that joke in 5th grade, dude. Straight up. Like I would sit in the cafeteria and be like, gather around.
No,
It's
you know which
joke
one?
time.
You know
What's
which
the
one I
joke?
remember? DB, do you remember this one? You want to wax a job?
Yeah, absolutely. That might have been how he closed out the show. Like that might have been the finale. I think the baby elephant trunk joke. But
The thing
Oh,
about Buddy
awesome.
Hackett is like they're not jokes so much as they're these stories.
Yes,
Like,
that's how he
like very
gets
much
you.
like Ron White, and they meander all over the place until you're completely fucking lost.
And then he hits you over the head with it, dude.
Yep.
And the elephant fucking trunk one is right up there. Like you said, he goes from Herbie to Lovebug to making Red Fox blush, pretty much.
You
Might have to
want to
look
wax a job?
And but if anything, it's like Bob. No, I'm not condoning this, but like Bob Saget, to go from Full House and America's Funniest Videos to, if you ever went or watched one of his fucking comedies, stand-up shit, it's pretty brutal. Like, it's fucking mean. It's sexist. It's fucking racist. It's blue. It's fucking pretty hardcore.
Yeah, the only thing with me is I think it was like way too planned. Like it was too forced because of the Full House thing.
Well, like he's like, I'm gonna show you that I ain't nothing like that guy. You know, trying to be a bad boy or something. Trying to spend it all on hookers and blow.
Yeah, it's like when Kurt Russell disappeared for 3 or 4 years from the Disney movies, and his first role back was Snake Plissken.
I think they hired him on Full House, and they knew damn well that he was they saw his stand-up.
Bob Saget?
Yeah, it wasn't like he was some clean comic, and then like he did Full House, but before Full House, he was up there talking the same shit, the cursing, nasty joke.
They actually made Tim Allen stop doing stand-up for Home Improvement. Like, they're like, hey, bro, you gotta chill.
ABC, man. It's Disney.
There's that joke right there. There's the fucking elephant trunk joke.
Oh, my God.
Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I remember. I think I saw that special when it came out, and then I was like, that's an easy joke to remember, because like you said, it was just a story.
Yep.
If you can fuck up the joke and still be funny.
Yeah, because if you remember the fucking, yeah, exactly. If you remember that end, you crush it.
If you remember that. Yeah, that's alright.
And I gotta admit, the video on that one's not so bad. I'm surprised for how old the fucking it's supposed to be that that's actually coming across.
1984 or something, 85.
Yeah, it's a long fucking time ago.
Yep.
I mean, I was around and shit, but.
Now I'm talking about those. I don't tell those jokes anymore. Now we're doing Walmart Battlefield pickups.
Battlefield Walmart.
Walmart Battlefield jokes.
Like Battlefield Los Angeles, we're just talking a slightly macrocosm of the same thing.
It's all good, man. Just here to entertain and be obnoxious. And belch.
Done and done.
Done and done. Get her done.
Which brings me back to my favorite expression. It's all cool, man. No matter how many times you get shot, I ain't gonna feel a fucking thing.
Right.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite sayings is, "What you eat doesn't make me shit." So,
nice. I like that one.
That's it. You can say it that way. What you eat don't make me shit.
Unless you toss in a salad.
Unless you actually shit. And then I shit because I'm nauseous or something. I don't know. Toss my salad. That's it. Right there. Gun questions.
Right, do we have them?
Do we have an email set up for Canada?
Is there one gun question going on out there, or have we just thoroughly destroyed? Oh, nice. Tapper was saying, let me start talking shit on that tanker. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
At least he was trying to keep it gun-centric.
He was trying to say you have a decent collection, and you were like, I don't know about that. You have a nice little collection of guns.
I mean, I like what I got. I mean, but at the same time, I have a fucking Maverick 88, bro. I mean...
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's only to keep Matt off your back. We know the deal.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with that. Actually, I wish I had one. So I would just scratch the shit out of it. And it's trunk gun or whatever. But nothing wrong with Maverick.
All I want to know is how the fuck does Miss Hawaii lose out to fucking District of fucking Columbia? What the fuck is that all about?
Vagina.
Yeah, and you ought to see Miss Hawaii's vagina.
It's about vagina, and
Dick from DC must suck a mean dick. That's all
who's
I
giving
know.
it up? Yeah, gotta give it up. Nothing's free in this world.
Nothing's free. That's true.
I thought they found out
Could
about
it be
like,
the difference between shall issue and may issue?
Well, no difference. We're both in fucking May issue bullshit areas, but at least this one's from my girl's from a state. For fuck's sakes.
That's why I said you're both right, you're both wrong.
I'm saying that the chick from DC shouldn't even been able to enter the
Well,
fucking.
where would you
Michigan
want her to enter?
Well, her
There?
tongue in my ass.
There you go. It's like licking a battery. I just told you.
Right? Hey, you know what? If
She's
she
not gonna
felt
wanna
like
do
tongue
that.
in my ball sack, I'd probably let her do that too.
She's not gonna want to do that. She's not into that.
Hey, I'm just saying. If she was
One
into
girl,
it,
how many girls have you dated that actually would do something like that? That did it, actually.
One. And I
Yeah,
never should have
one.
let her go.
I had one too. I should have been with that bitch, dude. Should have stayed with that bitch.
Oh, she was crazy though. There's a reason. There's a reason.
Yeah, there's a reason I left. Self-doubt, insecurity.
No, I was
Had nothing
afraid
to
of
do with
waking
her.
up.
It was all my ass.
I was afraid of waking up being cut in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I didn't change locks on the door. I changed residences, man.
Yeah.
At least we know how you got from Michigan to Hawaii. Now. I changed continents.
I fucking did leave the fucking mainland, yes sir. I knew that bitch couldn't swim that long, or she ain't that strong. Yeah, that was a long time ago. And let's just say that nobody's volunteered for duty since. Then
Okay,
again,
buddy.
that's not usually the top of the list either. That's not a make or break it.
Well, this is Gun Channels, and the night is young.
It is Canada Channel.
Well, we can talk
Featuring,
guns. I like
featuring,
guns.
featuring America. Co-starring Americans. Where's
Nobody
the gun
can
talk?
toss
Who's
a
gonna talk?
salad like a Canadian because we have the real maple syrup.
I think we turned off all the viewers from the earlier chat.
I mean,
We had two
it's possible.
viewers. Now we have one. We only have one viewer now.
Well, I have to say, I've been talking some mad shit here for at least the last 15 minutes, and I'm trying to think of how crazy as shit we were talking before that. When
I
we were
need my
doing
old audience that I used to make laugh. Like,
We had Battlefield Walmart. We had,
what's his face?
you know, there's.
I missed the Battlefield Walmarts.
We had
Scratch
reloading.
them. What was that?
We had reloading chat before that.
That was terrible.
That was good.
No,
I
that
liked
was
it.
terrible.
I am
I like
thoroughly
that.
entertained.
Hold on. Now it's going to get serious. They're going to walk this dog.
Uh-oh.
He's like the fucking Taliban.
Make sure you don't take the wrong exit.
Taliban dog.
Marriott.
DB, you got a cigarette?
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
don't mean you
I
now.
don't mean you any harm. Next time someone says that to me, I say, wow.
Fezzarino,
bro.
How kind of you.
Fezzarino says he's here for us.
He's here
And,
from, okay.
and the Prozac Panda says, "Oh shit, bro, Game of Thrones."
Morse code is coming in. Wait, the call center. Hello.
Tap ring.
Okay, I lost. Bye. I'm trying to get back.
Bye.
I got a job to do, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you're done, sir. Bye.
I have a job to do.
He said
I'll take your order. That's my job.
that was the most polite way to say, shut the fuck up and get the fuck up out of here. Like, I have a job to do, sir. Bye.
Get the stepping.
He's a professional.
I'm over
Bye.
here talking with co-workers because we're going back and forth on what the fuck a stereotype is. He's been an idiot.
Bye.
Bye, Felicia.
You're like, bye. No, sir. Thank you, sir. No, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Oh shit, bro! Game of Thrones is on, bro.
Well, somebody died or somebody's titties. Or somebody
Yeah.
died with somebody's titties.
Someone got raped with a crossbow. Hey, dog, shut up.
I'll be real, that's entirely possible. You know that, right? I
Mhm.
mean, that show's off the hook.
I heard you guys talking about shock collars before. They're not a
Man,
good thing,
that
huh?
was that yesterday? I didn't
Come
like
here,
that.
buddy.
I was not happy about any part of that conversation.
Well, it sounded like you just kidnapped somebody's
Yeah,
child.
buddy.
I'd say
No.
that was putting it mildly.
I talked to a dog trainer here, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's essential." It's this place called Dog. What's it called? It's called Sit
Fuckery.
means sit. No, there's
They
a
have one of
bunch of
those.
them that. Yeah, they're a
They have one
chain.
of those out here. Yep.
And they're like, the only way to train your dog is with the shock collar, and it's not so
Nope.
bad. And
The only way to train your trainer is with a shock collar.
Now, I might be inclined to agree with that.
Who the fuck? Whoever told you that? Is
Gee.
legit. Don't take a class from them.
Let's see, 6 at home, 94 in the no-kill shelter, number of shock collars owned, 0.
Zero. Yeah. Yeah.
See what he's nuts.
I think I put it up yesterday that I would have them try it out till I was done, and then you tried to not define what done was.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, well done. Crispy motherfucker.
Crispy motherfucker.
Sir, yes, sir.
What's going on? What's going on?
Just another beautiful day in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, sir.
Hey, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. That was
Hi, neighbor. What?
Hey, Girk, is there a gun show this weekend?
Yeah, don't talk to me.
Oh, shit. That was cold, man. That's cold.
Girk,
Oh. Baby. What's up, Marco? What you want? The hell you want, Marco?
I said you going to the show this weekend.
No.
You're
I
lame.
don't do guns no more, man.
Yeah, you just, sir, I gotta go.
I'm in the process of selling all of them. I might just keep only one, maybe a shotgun for home defense. Just a liar. I don't do the gun thing anymore. I think we should start banning all this stuff. I'm voting for Hillary too.
Damn.
And Bernie. At the same time. Hope we get both of
Voting
them.
twice.
Yeah, voting on another 86.
That's some real
Mr.
shit right there.
McLiberal. Yeah, doubt. But I ain't going to the gun show this weekend, man. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I gotta work, man. I work on the weekends, bro. I ain't, nah, son. And I ain't about to buy nothing anyway, so it don't matter. I just fucking, I don't know. Are you going? Is that what you asked?
I'm going on Sunday.
Oh, okay. Like today's, this weekend coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had some fucking money to buy a gun. I don't. But I mean, I don't know, man. I've been out the loop, man. You know, life kicked out my door, so I kind of just been holding on to what I got. And when shit come. I mean, only thing I need is like 3 more Glocks, and a 1911, and I'm good. Maybe another AR, AK. That'll probably be good. We'll have what, 5, 6 more guns. I'll be good for a while. Ready for Hillary to start banning shit.
You trying to do that before November, or when she gets into office in January?
Yeah, when she gets in office, she can start banning shit. I can start burying shit. Sell it to me. Make no bang off that thing. I don't know about that. I ain't buying for those crazy ass prices.
What is happening over there? What's going on?
It makes a bunch of noise.
What?
Your phone case or whatever, your phone making like a tapping noise on.
Oh, my bad. Alright, I gotta block my camera. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I haven't been. It's been a dead year for me with guns. I haven't been that interested. I haven't even been to the range.
These are causing tears, Gert. Tears,
Huh?
man. This is causing tears, bro.
No, man. I mean, I still carry every day. I just haven't did anything extra. I haven't even bought fucking ammo since like last year.
How dare you?
I don't even know you anymore, man.
All right.
He's about that bike life now.
Marco don't hit your boy up no more. You know what I mean? You got some new friends.
I'm barely on here now.
You know what I mean? Marco still goes to the range and then don't let nobody know till afterwards. Yo, I went to the range. You should have came. You know what I mean?
I feel like a scumbucket because I didn't go to the range this weekend.
You are a scumbucket.
Especially because you didn't go to the range.
You're a hip hop scallywag.
Yep. You ratchet. Take a ride in the big green tractor. We can go slow, or we can go faster.
You having a seizure? What the fuck's going on over there?
Huh?
So are you having a seizure or what the fuck's going on over there?
That's my song, dude. She think my tractor sexy.
Oh, hey, G-Webs. You know what show you should probably watch that you would like? There's this new show called Containment. That shit is badass.
What's it about?
It's they fucking like this little 10-block radius in the middle of Atlanta, and this fucking like flu breaks out that you can fucking kill you in like 48 hours, and the fucking government just puts up fucking trailers and blocks in the whole fucking area. There's like 4,000 people in like this 10-block radius, like this 5 square mile joint.
Is it? Well, I guess I can just watch it on cable or on TV. I mean, on.
And so this is the funny part, and I meant to, I haven't got on a chat with Matt. So out of all fucking channels, this fucking really good show is on the CW.
That's where Buffy, really.
Huh?
Green Arrow.
That's where Buffy used to be back in the old days.
Yeah, and that's the type, and like Tarzan and Xena, that's the type of shit that fucking Matt likes.
Tarzan and Xena?
Yeah, like that type of shit. Matt's big for that shit. And they play the show, and it's fucking, what is this? What do they call it? A fucking a limited series event. But they're like 7 episodes in already.
So is that like bigger than a miniseries, but not going to be like a continual season thing?
I don't know. I guess the whole thing is based off a pilot. I guess I don't know. I don't know how long they're gonna let the concept run for.
It sounds interesting. What kind of guns are they using?
Just cop guns. I saw a Mac in there. Like this gang had like a Beretta 92, a black joint. What else was in there? There was a Glock with a 30 in the last episode for sure.
You guys see the video of the rapper that was going to assassinate Trump?
Yeah, I saw that. He had the Glock with the Beta C mag in there.
That was terrible.
He got arrested for that shit.
Now the internet rumor is that he didn't like Trump because he was afraid his food stamps were gonna get cut off. Is that just people talking shit, or was that what he was mad about?
I don't know.
He did the video where he threatened to shoot him, so that is why he got arrested. Nothing to do with the food stamp.
No, he got hemmed up because his guns were hot. I don't know if like they looked for like scraped serial numbers, or they could actually read the serial numbers and then found out they were stolen. But it's because his Jones were hot.
Well, I mean, like I guess people were accusing him of making the video because he was mad about his food stamps getting taken away if Trump got elected. But I don't know if he ever said that or not. Like, that sounds ridiculous.
Well, shit, if I had a $300 mag, I'd probably need some food stamps just to get that.
Those piece of shit Beta C mags are $300.
I don't know if they are, but I mean, but like the AR ones are like $300. They're like, yeah, they're expensive.
I got one for my AR, but it seems a piece of junk.
How much you get yours for?
I think like 100, 150, something like that.
Really? I honestly haven't seen one since the fucking, at least for sale, since the fucking, like, since like after Newtown.
I'll sell you one.
Oh, I'm not that pressed. Like, I won't even pay with like whatever they fucking charge for like the X Products one. Like, was it like 120 or something like that?
Bro, you can flip it.
I'm not even worried about it though.
Make that paper, son. Comes with its own carrying case and everything.
You ever put like more like that graphite lube in there or whatever the fuck they make you do in there?
Yeah, it has a little bottle of that shit too. I just don't like it because it's heavy as shit.
But it actually cycles though?
Yeah, it works fine. When I first put it together, like you got to put the follower, I guess is what you would call it, in there, and I put it in there backwards. But then after I figured that out, it worked fine.
Smart guy.
Hey, motherfucker didn't come with instruction manual.
Did Pink leave?
I don't know. Got a DB bounce too.
Yeah, he got a phone call from his aunt. She likes to talk dirty in the night. Did he go to Blade Show or no? You know if he went to Blade Show for a day?
Yeah, he did.
He drove over there, but then didn't get out of the parking lot, or didn't get out of his car. He just parked, and then he left.
No, he went there, he parked, he walked his dog, took a nap, and then left.
Right. Didn't feel good, so then he left the show. He
I
walked
heard.
right into the building, and then watched a lot of Instagram pictures about
He
it.
he might have gone inside to use the bathroom. That's unconfirmed though. I don't understand all the hype for such a small show.
He said that John Willis from SOE bought like 5 knives.
It's not a small show though. It's like the biggest Blade show in the entire country.
Exactly, but based on its side description, based on you saying that, and for what I've been described of its size, I would expect it to be a lot bigger.
It sounds like it was the size of the knife portion of the gun show we seen in Vegas after SHOT Show.
So it's like that one like gala room.
Just like half of the size of that gun show in Vegas.
Yeah, that's small.
I mean, that's big, but it's not big. It's
Exactly.
not little.
I would have thought it would have been like half of NRA at least.
There ain't that many knives.
And there's not that many like new
There's
inventions,
tons of
right?
knives.
There's only so many people in the country, right? 350 million, and only so many of those people want to stab somebody, and then only a portion of them are going to gather and talk to other people who want to stab people at a meeting like that. So it can only be tens of thousands of people, maybe.
But you figure there's a lot of like probably cookery companies that probably show up for that too.
Yep.
Yeah, so like I mean like that's what I'm saying. Like in an overall scheme of things, I'd expect it to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, but like the cutlery and food industry people have their own trade shows.
Yeah, but as long as it's a fucking cutlery item, you feel like if you're a $1 billion knife company for steak knives or whatever, you probably have a booth there.
Yeah, but chefs don't go to Blade Show.
What you should do is put a show like that and set up a booth and everything, but then what you should do is slice tomatoes on like a cutting board right there in the show live.
It'll be like the slap chop.
That they can show you just how sharp your blades are.
And then clean it up with a ShamWow.
Slap my nuts. You love to slap my nuts. Slap chop. Slap chop. That killed the chat? Are you fucking kidding me?
Stevie's cousin, the guy who did the slap chop.
Jackass.
Oh, really? I wouldn't doubt it. That wouldn't surprise me. Is it Vince?
So what's coming up this week?
This week I got my cousin was telling me that the gun show was in town, so I'm probably gonna go to that.
That's the one that I was hoping to be up there for, huh?
I think so. I think so. I'm about to check it right now. Just to make sure.
June 9th already? No. Yeah, shit. Next week it'll be June 9th.
Yep, June 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Did anybody watch Military Arms Channel 10mm video? Posted a couple days ago.
Which about what?
About 10mm.
Oh. Nah. Hey, GWeb, so the only other time this summer that show happens is the end of July. Or if not, the end of September.
Alright. Well, I'm literally posting stuff as we speak here on eBay. So then the next step will be putting the next group on the store. And then start posting stuff on Facebook about it or whatever. And we'll see what kind of sales happen. Try to move some of this inventory.
Still got PVC patches left?
Which ones?
The gun channels ones?
Looks like 30 of them, approximately.
Alright, I'll keep posting it.
And then the big thing is I'm going to put the spam cams 3 for $20. So hopefully those will move a bunch of $20 bills coming in. It's like less than $7 each shipped.
That's butter. Steal a little price. All right. I think I have all my new ones wrapped. I have one set that's new wrapped. That's in the box. I think I have 3 of them laying around. I think I have one more set in my backpack. So what did Bama say about the 10 millimeter?
He was just talking about the 10 millimeter, but he put down that Winchester forged ammo pretty hard. That steel case forged shit that Winchester put out this year, they're cheap shit.
The Winchester what?
It's called Forged, USA Forged, steel cased ammo from Winchester.
Really? I didn't even see that shit. I didn't even know that shit was out.
Yeah, he said that it caused malfunctions in a bunch of his guns, and it was really sporadic with accuracy, just really junky. So
It's fucking steel case and it's made by Winchester, so like it's automatically shittier than White Box, and White Box is suspect already.
yeah, it's pretty scathing for he has damn near 500,000 subscribers. But that's actually
Was it Such or was his military arms channel?
Military arms. That's the first basically anything I'd heard about it. I'd seen him around at shows and shit with it advertised and them announcing it, but I hadn't heard any reports of anybody using it.
Do you see him at shows? I mean, I haven't been to a show in a long time, but where I haven't seen it yet is at big box stores.
Yeah, I mean, in the shows I go to, every manufacturer has a booth. They're like distributor shows, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So it'll be like Winchester next to SIG, next to Glock, next to CZ, so bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it on shelves yet at all.
G-Webs, I've been using this bookmark for Amazon for a couple of things. Nothing major yet, but I've been using it, so hopefully that works.
Yeah, I'll go look and see what it says. Paying off so far. Let's see if I can broaden this a little bit. More report. That's 30 days. Shit. $3. Boom, like that. Free money.
There you go. That might have been my shit.
So if that was the 30th, and then 31st, and the 2nd.
Let me pull up my orders and tell you what days. I think mine have been the 30th and 31st, but let me look.
Is that the Gear website stuff? No, that's Amazon stuff.
Panels or whatever.
Yep, I got you. Never mind. My
Hopefully,
bad.
I don't think they care if people look at this. If they kick me off for having $3 and telling the people about the world about that, then
Fuck them. I'm with you on that, bro. Especially when one is the fee is the same as the summary or what have you.
Yeah, I ordered on the 30th. So it looks like bookmarking it does work.
yeah, brought in $1.68. How much did you?
Whoop.
Let's see how much that order was.
Talking about just marking something or actually ordering it?
Ordering it.
Okay.
Leaving an order probably.
It was like $70 that I spent.
And that brings in a buck. So that gives you an idea. A little bit
Yeah.
less than 10%. That's probably 5% or something.
But if we get all the gun channels people to bookmark it through that link, that might be a way to get a little bit of revenue, you know? Even if it's 30, 40 bucks a month or something. Just by using a bookmark instead of, you know what I mean?
For sure.
Because all I did is I just went to gun channels and I clicked on the link, the Amazon link from gun channels, and then as soon as that took me to Amazon, I just bookmarked that actual page, and I use that bookmark to buy that stuff.
All right, fellas, I'm out, young. Too late on the right coast.
Take care, Marco.
Later,
All
man.
right, y'all.
Do you have a 10mm G-Webs?
Yeah.
A Glock?
Yeah. For a minute, I'm gonna be that back. The guy that I got it from.
You're gonna sell it back to him?
Yeah. I only had it for the ladies, so don't need it anymore.
As in you don't need it for the ladies, or you don't need the 10mm?
Yeah, I got my use out of it. Let it pass on to the next guy.
Yeah. That damn 10mm bug's itching me again.
You should get that looked at and don't scratch it.
Since 10mm is so boring and they're talking about the van out there, I'm going to talk about the van. So, I don't know. I'm probably going to get solar panels at some point, but a friend of mine just got some flexible panels, which aren't too bad. They're a little expensive, I think, but I'm looking to see what kind of efficiency he gets out of them. He bought a small one that's only like 2 foot by 2 foot, maybe something like that. So I think it would fit into a container, like a shipping container, which I have a lot of, and that means I could make something that's sort of self-contained. So if that's an option, and that would work, or if I got 2 of those small panels and then got enough power from those to run the battery pack, then I might change my theory on it. Because I'm thinking, what's the point of permanently putting it in the van when I could just easily do a portable rig that can attach to the van, but then it could also be in the cop car or any other vehicle, and it would just be like a giant box that you carry with you, like a shipping container.
Yeah, I think something that you could utilize in multiple vehicles, multiple locations would probably be a little better, you know?
Sounds valid to me.
I'm not making the van into a camper, so it doesn't really need to be permanent in there. It's kind of wasting money, actually, to put it permanently in there. So it's just a matter of making it small enough and practical enough to be worthwhile, I guess.
If you could like set it up so the solar panels were just like on a flat box or whatever, and then have it where it has a plug-in, and you could mount that flat box on top of the van's rack, and then run the wire through the window so you could collect power as you're driving around.
Hey, let's not talk about my van's rack. Like
Hey.
it's some tramp.
I mean, if it's a little rack, I mean, don't be embarrassed.
It's a full-size rack. Bigger than a Dodge.
That's what they all say about the size of the rack.
But with that white van and driving around the desert, you could collect a lot of solar power with that thing on the roof, you know, just while you're driving.
Well, no, I know, exactly. And he just was testing his little one there, and it was kicking out more performance than... They're kind of conservative, I guess, on their Amazon ads. Or at least they're doing it for people like Dano buying it in Illinois. Where their sun is filtered through all the smoke and pollution, I guess. We have our direct sun here. I guess you'd have it up there too, though.
Yeah, sun, where I'm at, very popular.
Is there a lot of solar going on there?
Tons.
I'm actually thinking about, because I see solar panels occasionally at my auctions and whatnot. Government, you know, dumbass government selling them cheap. So I'm thinking of buying a bunch of them and making a little solar farm of my own. And then instead of having an electric bill every month, get an air conditioner and a bunch of solar panels, and then basically not have a bill, and then get paid a little bit for whatever they pay to suck whatever extra I don't need.
We have solar in the place that I live at. Actually, the past 2 places now have had solar.
100%?
What is it? It kicks it all the way down, right? And then basically there's going to be like a minimal fee. So instead of like being a $300 or $400 electric bill for the property or place, it's like $19 or $18.
Yeah, it's like a service fee or some shit.
Yeah, there's some hookup service fee. But both of the landladies that I've had, when we've had solar, have been very stoked to go from $300 to $400 or more down to that less than 20.
Oh, they pay the bill. They pay your electric bill?
The last 2 places I have, yes.
Wow. That's all-inclusive, Johns.
I live in a very, very, very small place, and also the last place I lived was pretty small and attached.
Oh, okay. Do you run a fishing boat or something out there? Is that why you're talking about your boat earlier?
No.
Like a pirate?
Arr.
Arr, walk the plank, matey.
I work around the harbor.
Oh, cool.
I'm a harbor rat.
Wharf rat?
I'm still waiting for that.
We don't have any wharfs.
Still waiting for that to pick up in my neck of the woods. I'd like to work at the harbor. Kind of slow.
Didn't go work at Harbor Freight. It's almost the same thing, just not as many bikinis.
Terrible.
See, that's the difference between a harbor and a wharf. There ain't no bikinis at the wharf.
The fuck is a wharf?
It's like a big dock where
Ah.
boats go.
I heard it before. I just
Or a
never...
Klingon on the Next Generation.
Oh, that's what his name was. What was Reading Rainbow's name on that show?
Geordie LaForge.
There you go. Take a look. It's in the book. Reading Rainbow.
Good old Geordie.
How dare you call 10mm boring, G-Webs?
Just trying to be controversial. You know, that's his new thing. Shock and awe.
Oh,
Very controversial.
It's just a pathetic attempt to lengthen the 40.
That's because if 40's not enough, you know.
40's a dead caliber. Funny thing is,
Like
40 killed
basically,
the
if
10.
there were more people that were real people out there, they would have never needed to neuter it down to 40, basically. Is what the whole point was, right?
Pretty much. They knew people with weaker wrists like G-Webs were going to need to shoot it at some point.
No, I think G-Webs has gone up in caliber size.
Yeah, I got the 45 now.
He's poking big holes and shit.
Yeah, but that was just an age restriction thing. He had officially gotten too old.
Really aim or nothing anymore. You just launch one of them off. You're done. It's pretty.
It's
handy.
like a bloop tube from Vietnam. You really only got to let one go to make your point.
Yeah, I was making a video on 1911 last weekend, and that's what it sounded like when I was shooting it. Thump.
Yeah, I watched your OODA loop video today, Patna.
Thanks, buddy.
Even gave it a thumbs up.
You did?
Of course.
You liked it? Oh, dude.
Of course.
Thank you, brother. That video actually is doing okay for me. And the first day, I got 71 views, which is
Not
nothing
ever
for...
having taken a combat course or anything like that, I'm going to give you my wealth of knowledge, since that seems to be a recurring theme in this chat today.
Uh-huh.
Looking a little stiff. Looking a little stiff.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I'm a stiff.
There's no fluidity. There was no ninja. There was no gymnast. There was no...
They call me Mr.
Bruce
Roboto.
Lee.
Hey, that video has 11 thumbs up and only 1 thumbs down. That's
Well, I
not
wasn't a
bad.
thumbs down, dude. I don't believe in that shit for people I know. I have to
I
say,
wonder-
I don't think I've thumbs downed anybody that I actually know.
I wonder if it'll tell me who did that. DB left me a comment. That was cool. And so did Dead Horse. Yeah, the guy that asked me why I did that when I told him OODA loop, he looked at me like, he literally looked at me like I stole his toddler.
But like how you said, well, we sat down, we had a discussion.
Yeah, I was like, I'll explain it to you if you want me to.
Well, and although I'm talking shit, I don't actually have a range where I can do movement, so I truly, genuinely am just talking smack.
Oh, it's all good, man.
But I'm just saying that the Tin Man had smoother moves than you.
You know, I'm just trying to move away from the cowardly lion and more towards Tin Man, and then maybe one day I'll get to Dorothy herself.
See, that's where it'd be at. Just slide right on up to that Betty.
You know how we do.
Say, what's in the basket, baby?
Holla.
Them some nice shoes. What they gonna look like over my shoulder? Hey, what were you shooting at? 19?
Yeah.
Do they just hand those out? Like if you're gonna do CCW, do they just hand you your complimentary 19?
Not at my gun shop, unfortunately. That shooting video is like from a while back. It's just like file footage that I had. But yeah, if you don't have a Glock 19, what do you got? You know.
Oh, I hear you. I think mine's about the same size, just not the same.
I carried a M&P compact for a while, but it was just a little bit too small for my hands to get a good grip on it. So then, like, I don't know. I liked its actual size, probably a little bit better than the 19, but especially for concealed carry. But it just whenever I would shoot it, it wanted to move around in my hand a lot because I couldn't get a good grip on it.
That's what she said.
Pretty much. What do you got here, G-Web? Nice looking paint job. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, not so much. I don't know.
I tried to get their number, but so they could, I'd have them in my Rolodex case. But
I'm gonna tell you, dude, they could join your van life car club. That's custom as fuck.
Which part is the paint job?
All of it.
what it looks like now, it's big ass roof, right?
Do you have the extra mirror?
The thing on the back there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That lower your insurance premium?
It just brings the ladies.
No, like for fucking real, dude. That you should see if that lowers your fucking premium at all.
I think it's for when you're coming out so you don't run into people, right?
No, it only
like on the back of the van.
No, it only lets you see if the doors are open or not. It doesn't. Unless I have it adjusted wrong or something, it can't see shit.
So you're supposed to be able to adjust it so that you can see that nobody's standing behind the van when you back up is what's supposed to be going on.
Yeah, but you can't see that far. So if you have it out more, then the door would hit it every time the door opened. Unless I put it way the fuck out, which I've never done, like extended it out into the air. So I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to do that. But it's not a very big fisheye, or whatever you call that, kind of dome mirror. So it doesn't see, like, I can't just look into that and start backing the fuck up or anything.
And I've definitely seen some of those mirrors that you're talking about, like, be about the size, I mean, just slightly smaller than Captain America's fucking shield.
I didn't hear any of that.
I was just saying, I've seen some of those mirrors that you're talking about be just slightly smaller than Captain America's shield.
Oh yeah, exactly. This one had one on the other side too, before I got it. But I don't know. It's possible it's just aimed wrong, and I haven't fiddled with it. It's kind of impossible to do anything unless there's somebody standing back there. You know, to actually see what it's. So I could have somebody loosen off all the nuts on it and just wiggle it around while I'm sitting there and try. But
Does anybody know what emetic means?
for what?
EMETIC?
For what?
Emetic reaction? What the fuck does that mean? Emetic.
It's emitting something.
In whatever context.
Like a drug? Stimulate vomiting. Oh.
Spell check.
Dun, 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 dun. Gotcha, player. Damn it. How long have you been in Hawaii Island?
What?
How long have you been in Hawaii? Been there long?
1994. So working on 22 years.
Cool.
How many times have you been back in all that time?
Never been back to where I'm from. But I've been to the mainland fucking 6 or more times probably.
6, that's it? That's
Probably 6 or more, yeah. For a while there, I had about 3 years after I got here, I had talked to a family member into moving out here, and then they spent the last of their time when it was here, and so I didn't really need to leave. And then since then, that's almost 10 years ago now. I get to go to the mainland maybe every couple of years, every 2 years usually. About how I usually try and do it.
That's cool.
So, did you just take over their identity and keep getting their social security checks, or what?
What do you mean?
Is that what I just heard? I'm sorry.
If you say a disparaging word about my mother, Bob, there will be retribution, just so you know ahead of time.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I think you were wonderful if you went and helped, looked after your mother.
I appreciate that.
Fine.
But no, to answer your question, no, I
went
didn't.
and looked after my dad.
I didn't keep taking Social Security checks. No, I did not do that. To answer your question.
Okay. Well, no, that's good. That's good. A good thing, right?
Right. No, I agree. I agree 100%, bro.
So anyway, I'm not roboting. Fuck, this is excellent, man. My phone shut off my high speed. I used up all my stuff, and it still works to chat.
Well, that's kind of fucking cool.
Yeah, this is the throttled back internet through my phone.
And it works better than normal.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, weird, eh? Well,
gee, it's funny. You go.
But I was just gonna say I wouldn't want to try bring up my live camera or anything like that. Like I'm on minimum bandwidth, but hey, as long as you guys can hear me and I don't robot.
Nobody's complaining about that.
What's that?
Nobody's complaining about that.
Well, not tonight. No, I'm just saying. I just got the message from on my phone that I'd used up my high-speed allotment on my unlimited internet per month on my phone. So it was like, okay, now it's throttled back, and I can still do this. So that means that, yeah, even when it's throttled back, I can actually still do live chats over the phone internet. This is cool.
Right on. I was gonna say, gee, every time I see you post a link with that G30, I think you're gonna be talking about my fucking handgun.
Oh, I should put something about that thing. What's the Glock that I have? I think I don't have a 30 though.
You always could.
30 baby 45. Sorry.
Right, it is. Yep.
No, I got the little 10.
The 29.
Maybe, probably.
First time I ever heard of, like, about a 10 millimeter, it was a Glock 29. I shot a Glock 29. I was like, "What's a 10 millimeter?" He's like, "Shoot it." I was like, okay.
Did he giggle a little bit as he handed it to you?
I was in my head. I was thinking, like, man, it's only 1 millimeter bigger than a 9. That was back in my young foolish days when I thought 40 cal was awesome, and I wouldn't carry a 9.
How do I do mileage here? I take the miles that I drove, and then the gallons, divide them, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you do that. Sometimes I'm getting 20 plus out of that Cherokee, man. I'm shocked. Sometimes, not always.
Yeah, but you have a 3/4 ton Chevy van from the 80s. And they weren't bad because they'd been through the 70s oil.
So if I drove 331 miles, I divided that by 11.87 gallons.
Yeah.
That's 27 miles a gallon.
Well,
that's
how-
impossible.
Okay, you want to get miles to the gallon?
I could be really good at tuning up that van. Let's just not.
Oh, of course.
How many miles did you drive?
Maybe I didn't try 331.
Yeah.
And how many gallons?
11, 12.
Say 12
Okay,
gallons.
you sure it's not more? Less miles and more gallons, or?
I guess I might be thing in here.
You know, the easiest way to do it, right, is fill the van as full as it'll go.
I always do that.
100 miles, come back, fill it again. How many miles, like you drove 100 miles, how many gallons did you burn?
No, that's not how you do that.
No, that's a crazy way to do it.
Yeah, that is not how you do that. I mean, G, number one, do you have a trip counter on the dash?
No.
Okay. So what you go by is when you fill it up, just look at like the last 3 numbers on your odometer, right?
Oh, I put I denote how much gas I've used on each receipt.
I got you, but what I'm saying is when you put in like if you're down to low to almost empty, right? You just basically figure it out that way by when you go to fill up the next time, you do the math to find out how many miles you went, and then that's when you do the dividing by however many gallons you put in. So like if you didn't go 300 miles, like you think you went 300 miles, but if you're not sure, I'm just trying to say that's how you actually figure that out. Because I got a trip counter on the odometer, so I can just literally fucking push the thing, and it'll try and keep track.
just as well, and you don't have to do a long trip. You can just, like, you know, I'm going to go here anyway. I'll fill up before I go. I'll note my speedometer mileage. As soon as I get back to that gas station again on the return route, I'll fill up again.
But you don't know how many gallons you use, though.
Pardon?
You don't
Well, he's
know how
saying-
many gallons you use.
Well, when you fill up,
Every
Well,
time
when
I
you fill up, it'll tell him how many gallons he used, right? When he fills
But
up,
if you didn't use it all, then you don't know how many gallons you used.
it
I'm
like
down.
fills it up, and then
I'm
he drives so far, and then he comes back and fills it again. That tells him how many gallons he drove.
Calm down. How I do it. You know,
Drive
you do
that far.
theoretical stuff. I already do it away. So whenever I put gas in the car, I write the mileage on the back of the receipt.
Okay.
As long as you've got every receipt from gas, then all you got to do is take the mileage off of this one that I just filled it up, and then I take the mileage from the last one and subtract them from the other, and that tells me how many miles I drove, and then the receipt itself tells me, in this case, 11.87 gallons.
Right.
Then I can do the math and figure out, doesn't matter where the tank is, full or three-quarters full, so
Right.
much, how many miles I've been. So I've already got that system down. I'm just saying
That should work.
we calculated it out, and I just calculated out to 27 miles a gallon, so I'm doing pretty good.
So try a couple of other.
insane.
Got all the
Okay.
bills. Do some
G-Webs, hold on. So what you need to take is the miles, right, off the new receipt. No. This is gonna.
Yes. And subtract the old receipt, because then that way it's always going to be bigger.
Right. So then you have the total miles traveled, right?
Correct.
And then you take that number and divide it by the number of gallons you put in on the newest receipt,
Correct.
and that gave you 27.
That is insane.
That's
Fucking
just-
insane.
Just admit I'm really good at tuning.
You know what? He's running empty, and like, is that like depending on the highway miles? You can. He's running empty. He's got nothing for weight in the truck. There's, you know, it's just kind of a box on wheels going down the road. 83s were semi-streamlined. At least the noses were kind of pointy. So,
I'm calling up Ripley because
I-
that shit is impossible.
now I could actually, the more I think about it, 27's not bad if you're being careful about how you drive. And I've ridden with G-Webs, and unless he's rushing Yankee to the airport to get rid of him, he drives pretty carefully and, you know, efficient.
He won't let a median slow him down. Come on now, Bob.
It was like a rounded medium. It wasn't the curbs and shit. And he's in a cop car. He's got belly pans and stuff. So hey, why not?
Oh, hey, I'm not saying I wouldn't have done it. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not trying to imply that. I'm just saying 27 miles to the gallon for a 1986 three-quarter ton van is fucking Twilight Zone. Ripley's Believe It or Not.
And I'd like to.
Impossible. Just
Not
saying.
impossible. It's not
Sounds
impossible, right? Depends on how much.
impossible.
How much in the city.
It
and
is
what-
not possible.
It is possible. You
No,
can get
it's not, Bob. The
Not
thing brand new only got 17 highway. It's a 350 small block with a 6L transmission in it. It's not possible.
Well, let's get the facts here. I bought that little curvy little knob deal thing so I can adjust my fuel, my throttle mixture. So, just saying, I probably got it tuned up that good. Just because I've taken it, I've taken it past the specs that they were able to come up with back in the day. They were probably trying to waste money, gas money.
I was wondering, G, if you could do me a favor. Could you just start selling that crack you've been smoking? Because it must be good stuff.
And when you drop off some of that crack at my house, feel free to take my truck back. And
And get that little tune-up thing. Yes, exactly.
If
You're
you
a
want
fucking
to-
magician.
I will get your car up to probably 25 or 30 miles a gallon.
Awesome.
Or if your car's already started at that, I'll probably get it to like.
Oh wait, no, he's talking about the Suburban, the War Wagon. That thing.
It's
it drinks way
18.
Too fast.
It's 18 now.
One of the
Yeah,
things
you
I
know
like
what?
to do
The thing is,
Wow, you actually got it up to 18? That's fucking pretty good, fucking Pink. I
Dude,
mean,
it gets
and
it
that's
gets better
Suburban.
mileage with 600 horsepower in it than it got with the original flex fuel thing.
no shit.
And the Suburban probably weighs like 9 tons, though. He's probably got so much shit added onto it and extra holy gizmos and prep supplies.
Hey, well, it
Yeah,
ain't
Bob, you're not qualified to be inside your own mine. Stay out of mine.
Oh, please.
it ain't cordwood that's stacked up in the back, Bob. Just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's the
It's
thing with,
lime and shovels.
you know, you can
Maybe
get-
some duct tape.
Yeah, you can get 4 or 5 people in the back of a Cadillac. Imagine how many you can get in the back of a Suburban. You know, bodies. I mean, talking about Pink here.
To be real, 18 ain't bad, bro. I'm actually kind of shocked. I thought it was going to be in the lower teens for sure.
No, actually, that's what people don't realize is all the tricks that they do to get. And remember, it passes emissions straight
Yeah.
up, legit.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's got way more displacement, but it's just more efficient. The people think that these engines nowadays are like so efficient, and in one aspect they are, but the technology in efficiency is to drive all the peripheral crap and meet all the peripheral standards and make them idiot proof and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you just build it to make horsepower and be, you know, run good, it'll pass the emissions because that's the way engines are designed to run. Or, you know, I guess, yeah, they are. Nobody puts any extra crap on it.
Well, sometimes the extra crap does good. It all depends on what the job of the extra crap is. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
The big thing about fuel injection does not make as much power as a good old-fashioned carburetor, but it will keep emissions linear in the fuel curve, whereas a carburetor will not. So like when G had to do his test, it was like at idle and then at a certain speed and then at a certain speed. That's where fuel injection and drivability comes into play.
Yeah, I don't like fuel injectors just for the fact that if there is a big solar flare, which is coming, yeah, all that shit's going to quit working, man. That's why I like point ignition. Unfortunately, I've been talked into putting a 4.6 liter into my Rancher.
You have all kinds of appointments after the fucking EMP goes off. It's gonna be like, well, I don't got time to wait around for this.
Why would you put a 4.3 in a Ranchero when you can just get a 460 truck crate motor that'll bolt in with no adaptation whatsoever and make double the horsepower of what a 72 stock 460 would have made?
Yeah, I know, but
Well,
I don't.
now something else happened. So I went and I found that there might have been a discrepancy in the numbers.
No. No.
I found a more realistic one, but now it looks like I'm only getting 5 miles to the gallon. That must be wrong also.
Well,
Yeah,
what's the new
believe-
number? I mean, I know you know math and shit. Well, that wasn't an insult.
Well,
that
wait,
was
that's
real.
only 50% correct. We know he knows and shit. It's the
Ah.
math part we're still struggling with.
What's your new? What's your new
100
number?
miles driven. 100 miles driven.
Okay.
7.99 gallons.
17.99? 17.
Yeah, I emptied the tank that time. and I
Oh,
filled up.
oh, motherfucking G. Yeah, you're barely working at 5.5 miles a gallon that way.
That doesn't sound good.
No, sir, but that
But how
almost sounds accurate.
Those tires will make a difference too.
Yep.
How come the other time it was so different though? Like, I just don't think we have a big enough group. That's why I say I
Well,
wanted that.
Two tanks of gas with only one dividing by 1 tanks of gas.
Well, how did you get your 100 miles or whatever?
I had missed a receipt, so I was going from 1 receipt, skipping 2 receipts. And then
Okay, so you did a double. I gotcha.
Can you go back further from when you first got it, or I mean, are these all the receipts you have?
I've got a receipt from every gas I put in it. So a couple of them are fucked because it was the E85
Okay.
from the thing. So if I go to the first tank of gas I bought right after I passed it, that would what? Was it? It was 331 miles on that one,
Uh-huh.
and that
Well, how
was
many gallons?
1187. So what the fuck? Divided by 1187.
Yeah, that was your, like, you probably had fuel still left in the tank you're not accounting for because you're skipping that bill. So you go from after that one, what was the next one?
Well, that's the next one. So then I have to. I'm doing something wrong here.
I don't think you have enough.
I mean, to get 330 miles out of a full tank of gas is good for vehicles, but that's in.
It's a 33-gallon tank, so I should be able to get 300 miles out of a tank of gas on the highway.
Well, then that's 10 miles to the gallon right there, right?
Yeah, but I get 10 miles. Somehow I got 27.9 miles to the gallon, and then the next tank I got 5 miles to the gallon. So there may be still a flaw with my arithmetic. Or I'm really good and then poorly, and I just have to get on the
insanely good to holy shit balls bad.
Yeah.
What you need to do, I think, is just we need more data. We don't have data that's reliable. Now you have to make a point of maybe writing down both of them in a book.
I got a question for you. Were you wearing a windbreaker at the time, and what kind of shoes were you wearing?
Yeah, I didn't have that little window open on the side, so that might make a difference.
What time of year did you do these tests?
Really? And how much? What was the air pressure in your tires?
Right now, and he lives in Arizona.
What I'm saying is we have winter fuel and we have summer fuel. And when you go to winter fuel, you'll have less fuel mileage than you do in summer fuel.
I don't have winter fuel in Arizona.
Well, he's only barely had it for a month, so whatever kind of fuel we got right now. Spring fuel?
And how many rounds of 380 and how many spare magazines were you wearing each time that
Oh,
you did
come
this?
on. Now, you know G don't do no 380.
38 and 45 ammo. He was carrying spare magazines in. Well, not magazines for the 38, but you know.
Did you have your 4-inch slug on you?
Now, that he might have had.
What kind of shoes were you wearing? Were they boots that were really heavy with steel toes? Or just regular sneakers?
I got it, dude. I got it, G. I know what it is. Was the Doberman driving for any of that?
You know what? Because Dobermans are aggressive when they drive.
Right? They're going to try and drive fast. They're going to drive borderline reckless.
And he may be sneaking out at night and rolling back that clock, scoring some poodle pussy while Jesus sleep.
Yeah, you know, that's entirely possible because he does seem to be pretty happy in that fucking driver's seat from what I've seen. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to...
Down to the lake. So that's when I went down to 5 miles to the gallon. I was going out to the lake.
And I mean, that doesn't seem right either. In my mind, dude, you should be making 10, maybe not at the minimum, but you should be making 10 easy. You know what I'm kind of trying to say there?
Well, 15 on the highway.
Well, I was just going to get there, Bob. I was just trying to say you should be making 10 easy.
Hurrying you up because you're taking a long time.
Oh, Mr. 27 is reasonable is now 15.
Because I was just going to say 15 to 20. 20 would, I would think, be your top. Your fucking shit is running great. The tune is something that Mozart wrote. I mean, in that van...
Now you're describing what a lot of people say about when they hear my tune-ups.
Oh, the Mozart part?
Mozart?
Well then, dude, like, if, you know...
The classical musical festival?
Yeah, like you should be able to kind of top it at around 20, but that should be like the fucking top, man.
Hey, G, do you write your mileage down on every receipt?
Yes.
So just do from the first to the last and do it cumulatively.
We already did that.
No, he didn't, because that's different amount of miles, or different amount of gallons, excuse me.
First time I bought gas,
Yeah, that's way easier, because then it'll be total gallons and total miles.
Because you are going to have things like that whole situation of the motor screaming and you not going anywhere when the transmission was slipping. The fact that one of the tanks was ethanol. There's a lot of considerations there. So just to give yourself the best baseline possible, just cumulatively do everything that you have now and just chalk that as your no math error 0 point. Even if it's not accurate, it'll give you some place to start, and it's a good advertising point for the new G-Web's Gun Channel's tune-up service.
You know shit.
That's that I've driven 432 miles altogether. But then I have to go back and figure out how many gallons of gas that is.
Well, that should be on the receipts.
Yeah, just add up the gallons you bought on all the receipts, except for the last one because you don't know the mileage for that one yet.
Right.
Well, that'll skew the number, but
Well, no, it won't skew the number.
doesn't he have to not include the last mileage, the very last mileage that he took when he put the gas in? He has to take it from the one
No.
before, right?
Because he's already driven that.
I believe Hawaii is right there, right? Cause
No, because the last receipt, the last time he got gas, right? He put gas in.
Yeah.
He hasn't used that at that point when he gets that receipt. He hasn't used that gas he put in.
Right.
So that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
So
he doesn't get that. That's what I'm trying to say. Is he didn't get to add that amount of gallons of gas, though, is what I guess.
But I haven't added mileage either. I added the last mileage that's in here would be the mileage when I filled it up, which would be the end of the tank before.
It doesn't matter that he hasn't used that gas yet. What matters is that's how much gas he used for the previous miles.
That's what. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get a total of gallons yet, G?
No, I'm still trying to figure out if I got all my receipts. I think I've only gotten gas 4 times, so I think I got it now.
Well, that's pretty good for having it almost a month.
One of them
He's
doesn't.
only driven 432 miles.
Well,
He's probably got more miles on the rolling dyno at the inspection shop than he does on the road.
Right. And that, that's why I'm thinking he should just start from his last receipt and just like put off making the decision on what he got for mileage and go from now he's paying attention to this is why it's important to record them kind of thing. And I think that's why he does.
Well, he can get a heads up at least.
Make a real point and just do those two, right?
Well, I bet in the future he's still going to keep track of it, Bob.
Just because he does this now doesn't mean he can't do that later.
Right. I can almost guarantee that he's going to fucking continue to keep track of it.
And this will just probably reinforce his desire to do so.
Yep.
Okay. And might, because I mean, there's all kinds of things that are going to affect gas mileage on a 3/4 ton Chevy. And like I say, he is running mostly empty. He's nowhere near the carrying capacity of that van. So every time it accelerates, it's built to carry the load. So it's carrying much lower than what it would be normally.
With Canadian automotive theory, then I think I got an issue because the couple of times I paid in cash and then it wasn't quite, and I went in and got my change kind of thing. So they're not.
Everything's not quite adding up.
But it looks like it's probably about 50 gallons, so 49 gallons. So if it's
all right, so you're talking 8.6.
Yeah.
Divided by what it's
9.
No, you
Okay,
said
now that's not unreasonable
Hold
considering.
on. Is this 8.81 gallons per miles per gallon not unreasonable in Canadian metrics or in your freight actually?
What? In the real world, which obviously does not include Canada, city miles on that thing, brand new, empty, would have been 11 miles to the gallon. So considering the ethanol, the testing, the transmission slipping, and whatever, for you to be at 864 right now is perfectly reasonable. Okay,
No,
I'm sure you're better now, but like I said, just consider the abuse that thing went through during at least one tank of gas.
Well, and plus, as the tune-up was happening too, so it should be better than that as you go forward.
Right.
Which is nice.
I know I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to record the mileage or keep track of my receipts from now on. I'm done.
I don't want to fucking know.
So, anyway, I think I'll have to tune it down a little bit at some point, but it's nothing horrendous. At least I have I'm going to say probably 10 if it's mostly highway miles would be safe, right?
If you continue with the decent gas, the different size tires, like Noah was saying earlier, you know, the fact that you have tried to tune it up and it's not slipping like it was previously, and you're not fucking failing.
Rubber would be $400 something. $450.
Oh, your tires.
Dude,
that you got.
the difference in the weight of those tires, if they're rated for 50,000 miles and you get 50,000 miles out of them, you'll make that money back in gas.
No, I'm just saying it ain't like I have the ability to get those tires anytime soon, so they're not a factor yet.
Oh, okay.
Nice addition when I can afford them.
But just so you know, there's a huge weight difference between the tires you have on there now and the newer ones.
Really?
Yeah.
You already bought or brand new tires?
No, I got 16-inch rims the other day. I got 2 good ones and one really good one, which is my spare now, and then another one that's pretty good, and then 2 that are not so great, but they're okay. And then they're 16-inch rims. So I'm going to eventually drive this thing around as soon as I can on the wheels that are on it, because now I have a spare, so I can go up on the hill and do some shooting or whatever. So then eventually I'm going to take the 16-inch wheels and put them on the thing, drive them around and see how much life they got in them, and then use my 16.5 as a spare. And then we were looking last night, I'm going to go from E's to C's so they don't ride so much like a covered wagon. And then that's where Noah's saying that they weigh less, I guess. And
Okay.
Well, and you ain't gonna be going. What is it? 105, 112? What is the? I'm trying to remember what the rating is on that again.
the van can only go about 75 or 80, so I don't have to worry about speed ratings too much. They're all like over 100.
So that's good.
I can go over 100 and probably around
now, but it'll probably go a little faster with better wheels, I guess. And I did tune it up pretty fucking awesome, so it'll probably go faster.
Just remember, the faster it goes, the faster it drinks that fuel.
No, that's true.
I'm thinking of a big flexible bladder on the roof with extra fuel.
In that Arizona sun, are you going to use fire retardant anywhere on your vehicle?
That'll help preheat it. It'll do better. It'll have more oxygen.
Yeah,
And it'll give you a nice soft surface to staple your solar panels to.
Yeah, you just sleep on it.
And you could probably do roasted chicken in there.
I seen somebody selling a van. Let me see if I can find it. Where they just took that, probably like what you do in a house or something, or maybe a metal building for that spray foam, but you could tell it was like not just somebody with a can, like somebody with that wand or whatever with the real application.
Like rhino lining type shit or actual spray foam?
The foam that 10 times, 10
whatever.
whatever.
Foam.
But then it's super hard, like you can cut it with a knife when it's all done. Somebody had sprayed that all over a van on Craigslist, and I was like, shit, I could take it someplace that does that shit.
You know what they use now? They use shredded newspaper mixed with some chemical.
Paper mache almost, but fucking some kind of crazy chemical instead of water.
Yeah, but it doesn't harden up like the foam gets hard.
Yeah.
They blow this stuff in and it stays like blown fiberglass insulation, except it's like all organic.
Soft like then. I think I've seen that, dude. It looks like chewed up spitwad newspaper, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I've seen that.
Ugh.
Well, it's not pleasant to fucking look at, but it does a good job.
Yeah, but I'd rather have the blue foam that Mike Holmes likes.
You put it in between fixed surfaces. You don't leave it raw. I just said it stays loose.
But anyway, if you weren't, you wouldn't have to, if you just put the blue stuff in and sprayed the foam, you could just leave the foam insulation. You don't have to cover it if you don't want to. Put your shelving and shit up, it insulates the foam.
That. You don't do. You're gonna have an animal in the back. You don't do that.
Oh, old. He doesn't choose.
My dog a foam eater?
The foam insulation,
man.
the foam insulation outgasses. You need to have specific stuff when you're dealing with those sort of temperatures in metal.
The old stuff, the formaldehyde stuff was terrible. The new stuff is really good. After it's cured, it cures in 24 hours. It outgasses nothing. It's a
Sure.
water base.
Well, we're not talking about the same thing.
No, obviously not. You guys must have shitty foam installers, no?
Well, that's because you know Canadian's the best. Canadian's number one.
Everything down here is so shitty. Just fucking stay there.
No. I like it down there because you have freedom. It gives me the freedom to come there, which is even cooler. But yeah, I mean, there's a spray foam that expands. It's really cool stuff. It's blue. You ever see the show, like the Mike Holmes, home show?
I know who John Holmes is, but I don't know who Mike Holmes is.
Mike Holmes is the guy who does, like, he goes in and we're contractors fucked up with dogs.
Is he Canadian?
Yeah, of course he is.
Well, then that's why I don't know who the fuck he is, Bob.
He was on, like, all the big channels, all the big TV channels.
CBC? Yeah, all the big fucking channels, Bob.
Yeah, like channel 3.141782, which is metric in Canada.
CBC, CNBC, CCCCCC.
Whatever. Anyway.
All right, I found it. So look at my screen here.
Okay. With pleasure.
See how they just sprayed the shit in here?
Yep. That almost looks like Rhino line and shit, though.
Oh, no,
No, that's not as good as this other stuff I'm talking about.
Well,
it does insulate it really well, but yeah, if you poke at it and stuff, and when it gets older, it gets like you brush it and it kind of crumbles the dust.
So, gee, are they trying to tell you with that stuff right there that you don't have to put anything over the outside of it? It just finishes in a hard way? It becomes a hard surface?
They're not trying to say nothing. That's just what is that? That is someplace in Montana. Man, selling.
They did that so they don't freeze their dick off in the middle of winter.
Right, and it still might happen.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you'd be into it, G, because I know you don't particularly care for Facebook, but you inspired me to join the 4x4 van on Facebook, and man, they're throwing shit up all the time. It's crazy. It's almost as good as my XJ pages that I like.
Oh, four-wheel drive vans are really unique.
No, I know yours isn't four-wheel drive, but let me say that it definitely could be. And when I start looking at a 1976 Ford E250 4x4, all of a sudden you start just getting certain thoughts rolling through your head, like I can make that work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, but it ain't nowhere near me. So I mean,
yeah. But I'm just saying the whole concept. Four-wheel drive vans is a cool idea. I mean, they're basically a truck chassis or a truck frame, and they just move everything around to make it a van.
So they just put the van on top of it, as opposed to the truck body, van body on it.
No, they don't. You got to look at the way the steering box is set up and stuff like that. They have to move all that shit.
It depends on who's making it, because some of them, they use the same frame chassis, and they just put the different body on top of the motherfucker.
That's why it's called a cabin chassis.
Sir, yes, sir.
But that's American sense.
Well, and I don't want to try and say that that's all, because I don't know that the Nissans or the Datsuns or the Mitsubishis or any of that other shit. I don't know if none of that shit works. Like my Cherokee, it's a unibody. Can't fucking do that with mine. I'd love it if it had a frame that I could just take the fucking body off and put a different body on that son of a bitch. That would be pretty fucking awesome.
The front axle, the transmission bracket, the transfer case, the drive shaft, and the rear end You could literally go to a General Motors dealership and buy all the parts you needed to turn his van into a 4-wheel drive.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely nothing custom about it.
I actually watched a video on how to fucking do that the other day. Actually,
It's a shit pile of work. I mean, you have to mount new brackets on the frame and shit. I mean, you literally have to, like, it changes. Yeah, in the 4-wheel drive van, there's all. You can look it up online. There's YouTube videos about it, for Christ's sake.
Fuck nuts, I've done it. I don't need to look it up.
Ugh, whatever. Okay.
It's a shit pile of work.
it is. He stated it was a shit pile of work.
Well,
Jesus.
okay. And that's the thing is, that's all I was saying is shit pile of work, and it's not as easy as just buying a 4-wheel drive truck and bolting the parts on.
Well, if you bought a 4-wheel drive truck, you wouldn't need to bolt the parts on.
Yeah, you just drop the van body on top of it.
And you know, if I build it myself, then I don't need to worry about driving a 4-wheel drive truck and crawling underneath it and having to address all the issues that a 20-year-old 4-wheel drive truck is going to have if it wasn't maintained properly.
Bingo.
Building it yourself.
That's a big bingo right there, that second part, because who knows what kind of fucking psychopath owned that son of a bitch before you.
And when you get into crap like that in real life, sometimes it's easier to do it from scratch than it is to get under there and start doing repairs.
I completely agree with you.
I won't disagree with that.
If I have my druthers, I'd rather build it myself.
But it's too much work, and you're not talented enough, so not an option.
Please, man, you should see my Ranchero.
Huevos Ranchero?
I don't feel like having to get another tetanus shot.
Yeah. 73 Ford Ranchero Squire with the wood grain and all the trim, and a 14.9.
I love the trim part, because you know why, Bob? I love trim. It's one of my favorites. I know
it's one of the weirdest. It's one of the weirdest muscle cars. It's one of the last ones built, or muscle truck cars.
I'm just talking about trim, Bob.
I'm just saying, there's less than 5,000 of them. Mine's fucking pristine. Well, okay, it's not sure. It was pristine, and it will be again. And I'm going to use it for my trailer down to Arizona every year. I've decided I'm going to spend the next year or so rebuilding it completely from the ground up. I build my own shit. And I'm or actually a Lincoln motor, a 4.6, 4.8, something like that. A new mod motor. My brother found me one. So we're going to drop a new mod motor, a new transmission with overdrive in it, and I'm going to pull, a 25-foot trailer with a 1973 Ford Ranchero with a modern engine, which gets about, 30 miles to the gallon and puts out 400 horsepower.
And you think that's going to be a drop-in?
Oh no, we have to make mounts, we have to do all kinds of stuff, but my brother helps his boss build Cobra replicas, and they have a GT40, a real one that they play with, and they build Mustang race cars and stuff. So yeah, I got lots of friends I can call on to help make it happen. And my brother wants to do this. I don't know. So.
Don't do anything radical like strangle yourself with the wiring harness.
Oh no!
I mean, unless you're gonna do some quite Kane shit,
getting
then
the whole the Lincoln's a donor car, right? So we get the whole car, and then we just can use all the parts off electronics and shit.
Because there's so much interchangeability.
Hey, G-Webs, are you still with us, or are you looking at something else right now? You still around?
Yeah. So.
I found this link, and I don't think it can possibly be legit, but I wanted your opinion of it.
What about
it? Steel Bulgarian with no Circle 10? How can that even be?
I don't know. Do they have Circle 10s on the mags usually?
They always do. And I had hadn't heard of the steel for Bulgaria either. That was the other problem.
No, they do. But they also have like Circle 21, I think, is a plant there.
Yeah, but that's usually for the 74 stuff, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that's why it won't have the Circle 10.
Right, but if this is still a 7.62 by 39 magazine, that's what I guess I was.
And
I
they're
just
fully
wanted to-
ribbed for her pleasure.
Right, with polymer followers and all that, and so I don't know. It just seemed like one of those things where it might be a good mag. It just seems like it's potentially mislabeled, I guess, is what I'm.
Could be.
It's a possibility, right?
Oh, and DB's out there fucking laying it down.
What's he whining about now?
And he's not whining about nothing. He said it's garbage, bro.
Oh, okay.
And when he's laying it down heavy like that, it's real.
Yeah, I really don't know. Like, sometimes when you're talking, I don't quite understand you. And I don't think it's just a Canadian thing. I think it's an age thing. You must be, what, 40?
Something like that.
Yeah, so I think
Could
it's...
also be mental deficiency on your behalf, but
Now, I will admit that I do occasionally choose words that I might not be commonly used.
Hey,
Yo.
AIM Surplus has steel Bulgarian 7.62 mags too. They look just like that.
Really? So maybe it is a thing, I guess. When I looked at it, I'm just like, man, it's a trap, is what I thought it was first.
I have a steel 74 mag that's Bulgarian, but I don't have a steel 47 mag that's Bulgarian.
And for $15, new production, that's not horrible. Depending on what they get you for shipping, I guess. What were the ones on AIM? Do you remember?
It just is a picture. It's just an image from AIM Surplus.
All right.
I did an image search.
No worries. No worries.
They're garbage, bro.
Nice.
Garbage, bro.
That's
Garbage,
what I need
bro.
to hear.
No, I mean garbage, bro.
He joined.
That's what I need to hear.
No, that's like,
$9.95 on AIM.
I don't know why G-Webs is slipping.
They're
He used
sold
to say that's commercial. It's Bulgarian commercial stuff for like us. It's not.
It's not real, so to speak.
It's not military style or what.
It makes
Quality.
but how does it make a difference on that?
They're $14 from CD&N. They come with like little. They come in a plastic bag sealed with a little white sticker that says "Made in Bulgaria," and there's no markings that I can tell. I have a bunch.
Okay.
Out of the bag for you there.
Polymer follower too.
Because
Garbage,
now,
bro.
when I was on the other websites and I was finding some of the, what was it, East German and shit like that, okay. It's used to excellent condition to new or whatever, some of those ones for that same $15, $14.95 or whatever, and it had the correct markings on those motherfuckers. So I knew that they were actual surplus fucking mags in some goddamn Cosmoline and everything like that.
Germany only made mags during the Cold War. They don't make them anymore. Bulgaria's
Well, and see the thing with those East German ones, some of them were supposed to be East German, relatively new to unused, and then the other ones that they had that were like $12 were Polish that were in decent shape. But like you just said, they only used them during the Cold War. They're not even producing them to any type of number that they were. And really, I had to just buck up and get some more Circle 10s, but goddamn.
Just got some surplus. That's what I did. I mean, before I came to these chats and shit, I was buying those CD&N Bulgarian mags, but a lot of people here told me just spend less money for better mags, like
But
the
what were they
surplus.
talking about? Oh, okay.
Look at like the let's see, like the shit that AIM Surplus would have or SG Ammo had. Were you around for those? Like SG Ammo had European mags surplus, like heavy duty Hungarians.
I think that's what Dano was talking about those not too long, a month ago or something like that, 2 months maybe. Yes, because I was definitely remember hearing about that.
And I think if you got a certain, it came out to about like $12 a mag, $11, $10, or but you had to buy a certain amount. Like the price would get better the more you bought.
Well, you know, and if it's gonna be something like that, you know, you buy like 10, right? I mean,
yeah.
I can't
Actually,
go-
those are going to be the first ones I sell. Like, I'm going to sell those fucking made in Bulgaria.
No, you're not even talking the gray ones with the bullet imprints on the mag,
No.
right?
They just they're just black metal, you know, painted black, and they have a polymer follower, and they're
so
actually
they are these ones that we're talking about in the
they're
chat.
the
right
exact
now.
ones. Yeah, it
Okay.
seems like CDNN is like the only. They have them consistently, you know, all year round, every year since like forever.
But there's no markings, right? That says any type of
No, there's a
indication
sticker.
or anything. A
There
sticker.
might be a tiny marking on the spine or something that like, but it comes shrink wrapped in a bag with a little tiny white sticker. Then it's soaked in oil.
No, okay. Here's the real question: since you actually have some of these, have you shot the shit out of any one of them yet?
I don't shoot a rifle a lot anyway. No, but
that's right. That's right.
I can't say shoot the shit. I mean, maybe 30, 60 rounds through that one because I have other mags. So I was testing out the surplus ones I bought from SG Ammo. I bought like 10 of those. I had to send one back too
What
because
was the story on it?
it didn't have a dent, but the whole thing was like an AT-AT stepped on it. It was like
okay.
So like you could load a few rounds in there and then it wouldn't load anymore.
It wouldn't go past that. I
Yeah,
gotcha.
and I looked at
Those are
it.
finger grooves for the tactical reload.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh well, I guess.
Battlefield pickup.
I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, it's okay.
And
you
those
can-
those
I'll
got
just
the
tell-
bottoms you can remove and everything like that. You can fucking take the spring out, any and all of that shit.
These metal ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're exactly like a fucking any other AK mag, except you could tell the metal's not as thick or something. Like there's something. It just doesn't feel
Are
the
they like
same as
aluminum
like
or something? You think? Perhaps
no,
instead of
it's just a
steel?
lighter steel. Like I don't know, it's not as heavy duty.
Or it's not heat treated or something.
No, it just feels thin, like light. Like the other ones.
Like chintzier.
Have you felt like a Hungarian mag, like a surplus? They feel so sturdy, you know. This feels light. It's like have you seen one of those matte gray Chinese mags? Oh no, not Chinese. They're like Korean mags.
I have not.
Those feel like a beer can.
Oh shit.
Like they're real. They look just like this, but they're just really cheap, like super cheap. So I don't know.
All
I
right,
would
no,
say.
that's-
I'll put a link in here for something else. Let's see if who's got like surplus.
That's the
mag.
kind of fucking info I like, bro. I like facts and shit.
I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'll tell you, those were a waste
Come on,
of-
fuck you.
No, here we go. Excellent, like new Hungarian. I don't know if this is available now. Yeah. Okay.
Is
So
that
this
the
is
Goose
what I
Island?
bought. This is what I wish I would have bought when I bought 10 of those other ones.
Is that Goose Island?
No, what did I get from him?
You got the Polish ones probably, yeah.
Yeah, I got a couple or something, but I just put this in here. So these are like new Hungarian surplus, mags, and I had bought a few of these. But look, the price isn't much different here, and
Oh, it didn't give me. It just gives me the page. It doesn't give me the link, but that's all right. I'll find it on here.
yeah, they don't have a lot of mags. Oh, here, look, a 5-pack, broken, rusty, damaged, dented. No, thank you.
Yeah, I'll pass. I don't need parts and shit.
30 round. This is a 30 round, excellent to like new. So if you buy 10 of them, they're $14.95 each.
Damn.
Um,
Daniel.
Why isn't this link bringing me to the fucking thing?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
because
It's
this
bringing me
website's
to-
a piece of dog shit.
Here, try this one.
I don't know about that.
Try that one. I might have fucked up. Anyway.
Oh, yeah,
that's
that's
what I
the
would
one.
do. Good stuff. And if they give you a fucked up one, you just send it back. Tell them, look, you can't bang the dent out of this one. It sucks.
Right? We're not going to retread this son of a bitch. Because I definitely feel like I got to get... Like, what do I got? I got, like, 3 or 4 fucking megs. That's all I got for that thing.
Did you see this 5-pack of 30-round, broken, rusty, damaged, dented for repair projects only? 208 in stock.
Wow. That, makes you wonder what the fuck, how many are getting sent back, and that's the pile that they're going into.
$26 for a 5-pack.
Wow, that's pretty fucking cheap, though.
Hold on.
I'm trying to find that link for that Goose Island.
Look what it says here.
$26 for a 5-pack.
Look what it says in the ad. It says, these are true mil-spec steel. It says, these are true mil-spec steel mags,
I'm trying to find that link to that Goose Island.
not garbage.
$6 for a 5-pack.
Look what it says in the ad. It says, no. These are true mil-spec
That's
steel.
Inception, dude.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
That's Inception right there, bro.
What the fuck? What?
No, look what it says on these mags.
Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. We're
Wait,
gonna fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. Get over here.
Wait, what did I miss? I turned away for one
You missed the
second.
fuck that dude chat. That was off the chain.
Oh, I definitely did miss that. I did miss that.
Why are you taking this so personally? Fuck that dude! Fuck that dude!
Why are you
Oh,
taking
wow.
it so personally, you fucking coward?
Wow, when was this? Because I did miss that. That's
I'm just joking. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, better be. Jesus.
No, that's pretty good actually.
No, but look what it says in this ad. Look what this says in this ad. Look what this says in this ad.
Oh, I can see this.
SVT mags for Canadians.
For Canadians.
About it. I paid $80 a mag for my 2 extra magazines.
That's
That's
not bad.
that's kind of high.
Just a
pretty good.
tad.
Well, no,
That's-
I'm not saying that's not the going price. I'm just saying.
No, that's crazy, man. That's like, and realizing afterwards, oh yeah, these things are made to load off 5-round Mosin stripper clips, which I have a shit pile of. And because they're only pinned to 5 rounds, fuck, why am I buying mags? Which I had to modify because they didn't fit.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't say that you had to take a pin out, Bob.
Oh no, I wouldn't take the pins out. I'm
Okay.
only
I know you wouldn't, Bob. I know you wouldn't.
When the zombies attack, I'll take the pins out. No problem.
Nothing wrong with that.
So for $12, get the fucking East German and Polish steel, good to very good.
Well, actually, G went from the vinyl cutter to the patch stitcher. The next step up is we got to get a laser engraver for gun channels. And we got to case these things and make gun
Oh.
channels.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
oh! I think I just. Oh. I
No, what
did.
we have to do,
I did.
Do you need some maple syrup or grape jelly there, Z?
Only if somebody's doing the job for me.
Oh.
Ooh, that sounds gross because we're all dudes.
Well,
You know what?
that doesn't mean that they're all dudes around here, so.
that, we need to raise enough money so G can get like a bus. Like imagine a pusher bus that's got the patch maker, the
Short
decal,
bus.
and no, a big one, right? Like a 40-foot bus, right? One of those diesel pusher, an older, camper van, like camper bus, but
Yeah.
like a fancy one, right? So we take that, we just like get it, strip it out, put all these tools in it, and he can drive around and spread the word. He'll be like a mobile Jesus.
Okay. Oh. We'll spread the word. We can spread the word from the internet.
Yep.
We got a bullhorn.
It'd be better if we had a physical presence out
Clean
there.
up the 05. Clean up the 05.
Clean up. Standing 1 second.
You guys don't like the sound of
Is this a lot of echo or is this a little echo?
that was a fuckload.
Listen, I don't give a fuck what you're saying about shit, okay? No one knows what you're talking about.
Because this microphone's got an echo slider on it, and I can go from no echo to a fuck ton of echo.
That's awesome.
Living the dream.
Now all you need is some blacklight posters.
1:30 in the morning. It's okay.
Well, here's a thought. We make the van. We put the patch machine in the van, and we got to figure out a way that G can set up at gun shows and take a picture of people and stitch them a patch.
Mm-hmm.
You two can have your own personal patch.
Like, check it out. Like when the state fair back in the day, they would take the picture, and then it would do your wanted poster of you.
Yep.
Just do that, but it's fucking patch. Oh, brilliant. Fucking brilliant, dude.
Be the patch.
Be the patch.
How lucky is he with all his free time to have us to use it up for him with all this dumbass shit?
You know, we might not tell him what to buy, but man,
You're too big to the man.
We will definitely try and tell him how to spend his time.
I saw the desktop patch.
Looks good, don't it?
Cool thing.
Looks good. I wish it looked like more like Such.
Instead of the bathroom stick figure guy?
Yeah, I mean, I almost shit myself when I saw Such shoot his desk or whatever.
Didn't he actually have two?
I believe
he said he
had-
shot his car.
I was gonna say, I believe he has had two.
I mean, Edge.
Now, did
Edge
he?
admitted
Was he the
shooting-
guy that broke part of the car when he fired across the hood? Who was that guy?
Yeah,
That was Such.
That was
That was
Such.
Such. Okay, yeah, because I definitely remember that. It was
What
like,
else? What else
fuck.
did Such shoot?
But he
Like,
had a desktop before that.
He definitely
Shot
had
his desk.
he definitely had a negligent discharge in the house
On camera.
on camera.
And he published it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was, I
What did
give
he-
him credit for doing that.
What did he do?
He shot himself.
He
his
shit
desk.
himself.
I'm
He was
sorry,
like-
but if you want to give out Darwin Awards, the winner is I just fucking shot myself.
I give him
But
credit too.
you know what? I do too, man, because that takes a lot of fucking heart, dude, to post that. And
The
here's the
trolls
other
are
thing.
coming.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, man. He's fucking self-rescued, dude. There wasn't nobody else there. I mean, I'm not saying he would have bled out, but let's just say shit got real fucking quick. So I mean, my hat's off to the man. Now, granted, he learned a fucking lesson, but the fact that the comedy for I just fucking shot myself in that accent. I'm sorry, that's like comedy gold. But the fucking
Yeah.
reality of the situation, that he fucking then, proceeded to not fucking bleed out and die from the shit, and he had the heart to fucking post it as a cautionary tale. My fucking kudos.
Hats off to you.
And
bud.
then what was it? My mother's gonna kill me, or my mother's gonna freak out, or I have to call my mom or something.
No, I think he called his mom.
Yeah, that was a different one. Like when Tex shot himself, I give him all the credit for showing it to everybody to show what could happen, and it was something to do with he was using a different holster or something like that. But you know what?
There are all kinds of stuff.
Like
all kinds
that man has real guts. Like people try to trash him and fuck them.
Yeah, I don't travel.
I'm sorry, but I have to defer to Clint Richards on this one. If you shoot yourself, you're still shot.
Oh yeah, no, nobody's denying the fact that you got shot. Ain't nobody trying to take that away.
Hey, that's the big thing.
He learned from it.
Absolutely.
No more Serpers.
No more
Serpers.
Serpa. The fucking the safety was down on the 1911 or something like there was just shit going on. You know what I mean? There was just too many. It's like the guy that fucking shot himself when he was twirling the double action revolver. It's like the reason they did that in the Old West because it was a fucking single action, bro. You know, you can't. You know, you shouldn't be fucking twirling a fucking double action revolver with a loaded cylinder. The fucking odds of something shit happening are more than what you want to fucking bet against, bro.
Yep.
In my opinion, anyway.
Not good.
Well, you know.
Now, if my fucking TRR-8 is unloaded, I might be fucking Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West fucking show going on. But that's only if I know that it's unloaded.
Apparently there's some video game, shocking I know, where this guy does an elaborate gun twirling choreography thing, and some kid, he's like, you know, he looks like he's probably about 20. He does the picture-in-picture thing and does the same routine like this guy does, like with the exact timing and crap like that. And I'm just sitting there cringing, like waiting for the punchline.
Like, where is it? Yep, where is it? Where is it? Oh,
It's probably Metal Gear Solid.
Don't be fucking with Snake.
Well, yeah, that's the one. That's probably the video game he's talking about because one of the characters in there always does that with a revolver.
I mean, this is like a long. It like literally is like a choreographed freaking deal. It's long.
I mean, my favorite twirl was fucking Val fucking Kilmer in Tombstone. With the fucking collapsible metal fucking shot glass with the goddamn handle.
You know, it's funny. We mentioned that like a couple of weeks ago, and ever since it came up in the conversation, I've watched it like 3 more times. I forgot how much I love that movie.
It's, you know, dude, it's good. Like, straight up. Even though it's got Kevin fucking Costner, or wait, no, that's Kurt Russell. My bad. That's why it's good.
What horrible movie are you talking about?
Hey, now, you shut your filthy whore mouth.
Talking about.
Tombstone.
Shut up. I like
and Val Kilmer.
I like that a lot.
That's to me, that was definitely better than Wyatt Earp.
Wyatt Earp was good too. It was just way too long.
It just wasn't as good. It didn't have as much action, you know. It didn't have Kurt Russell in the motherfucker.
Who was in
And
Wyatt
Sam
Earp?
Elliott. I'm sorry.
Kevin Costner.
Kevin
I mean, it
Costner.
was shot really. It was like a big blockbuster movie.
It was
but
a Kevin
flopped.
Costner movie.
It flopped the fuck out, and it was
Oh,
like
'cause
3
it
hours
came out-
long.
It came out after Tombstone, like literally a few weeks or a month or 2 months or whatever.
Yeah.
And so
Fucking
Tombstone beat him
Hollywood.
to the punch, did a better job, and that was when Kevin Costner still kind of had the curse going, where, you know, The Postman didn't really
Waterworld.
do that good. Waterworld didn't really do that good, you know. Like the last thing that he did was good was what Dances with Wolves or whatever at that time, right?
Well, I can't
Ooh,
stand Kevin
shit.
Costner, so like literally the only 2 of his movies I've seen was Waterworld because of Dennis Hopper and Gene Triplehorn, and that old '80s movie with him and Sean Young.
Yeah, No Way Out. That was a classic.
Gene Hackman.
No Way Out.
That was actually a good movie.
That was awesome. Yeah.
I mean, not just because of Sean Young's naked titties in the back of a limo, but
Field of Dreams was good, you know.
Well, naked titties are always good in a movie.
well, and that was back when Sean Young wasn't totally crazy.
Oh, right. Sure.
I said she wasn't
Sure, I
totally
don't think there
crazy.
was
God
some,
damn it! I mean, she was nuts, but not by the same standard that I'm talking about.
I don't know. I like crazy women.
And they like you too, Bob.
They're exciting and entertaining.
I love Blade Runner, but like, man, she just looks so coked the fuck out and drinking
Oh,
Chardonnay.
Blade Runner, fucking Dune. She was good in Dune.
Oh yeah.
Because she didn't talk much.
I don't think I ever saw Dune, like all the way
What?
through. Yeah, like
What?
I've seen it on TV like an hour. It was like a 4-hour movie.
It is. Hey, it is. I got it on fucking DVD and VHS, dude. I love that motherfucker.
Man, that's a good movie. It's got its draggy bits, but that's when you're, are getting a snack and having a smoke and stuff. And then back on and just go, what the fuck?
I was pretty young, but I remember going to the theater
for like another movie, maybe Willow at the time. Some other movie was out, and the movie theater was giving out little tiny books. If you bought tickets to Dune, that was like a dictionary.
To fucking give you a heads up,
Yeah,
yeah.
like an encyclopedia because the movie was so above everyone's fucking head, you know.
Oh yeah,
Read the book.
I got to admit, I didn't get. I was unable to see that one in the theater, right? But it was one of those ones that, like, when it came on HBO or whatever, it was on HBO for a year and a fucking half solid or whatever, bro. And I watched the fuck out of it, and then when it wasn't on HBO no more and it was on VHS, I think I bought the motherfucker. Well,
What's
that
it
was
about?
probably after I rented it 20 fucking times. Dune.
Yeah,
It's a space opera, basically, like a Star Wars or something like that, right?
Yeah, there's books, right? You can read the books. They came before the movie. If you read the books, the movie's kind of, it's not bad.
So, and weird shit happens.
Hold
I mean,
on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
just Wikipedia Dune.
Okay, now I'll let you go on with the movie, but I got to address something Bob just said. And people say this shit all the time. If you read the book, the movies, no. Movies are better. That's why they survived and books died. Okay? They're more stimulating.
Die. Books didn't die. That's silly to say. Books,
Hold on. How much time do people spend watching TVs and movies? A fuckload more than they do reading books.
How many booksellers and book printers have gone out of business?
Exactly.
Are we talking about the whole world now, or are we talking about the United States?
No, pretty much. Yes, there are still books. I'm not saying it's not book.
There's still like every even small towns have a bookstore, and they all have libraries. And I mean, when I was
every house has a TV, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, people have TVs and internet, but they still read. Like daughter would read.
Oh, I'm not saying people don't read either, Bob. I'm just saying there's less books. That's all.
Yeah.
No, there's more because technology.
Because movies are a better medium to engage
Well,
audience.
now there are more options.
Never make that mistake.
For digital media to have your book published these days than there used to be, because you actually used to have talent in order to get your book published, whereas now you can fucking take a printer and or just upload your shit to the internet.
Yes.
But here's the difference, especially if you're one of us old guys. A movie
People
is
still
what
like to read. People still like to read. Like people, and it's good for your.
Anyway, you were saying?
a movie is somebody else's vision of a book.
Right.
At least with a book. I mean, like Frank Herbert's Dune was awesome. I mean, you know, like the Star Wars thing was awesome. They created a whole universe. They created a whole world. Star Trek, it was the same thing. I mean, they created this whole universe. But it's literally somebody else decided what all this stuff should look like. So at least, you know, when you have a book, it's your imagination of, you know, what the spaceships look like, what the aliens look like, you know, how much
your
description.
imagination is way more vivid than anything they can ever put on screen.
Right, and that's why, like, you know, we have the discussions all the time, you know, stop fucking with my childhood. There's just, like, some books that were turned into movies, they're just awesome because whoever made that movie, like, was inside my head and got it right. And then they remake the movie, and of course society's changed and the world's changed, and it's 30 years later, and the exact same story I no longer relate to, and Wolverine's Red Dawn is the perfect example.
Subway, eat fresh.
Yeah. At the time and place and the age that I was when Red Dawn came out, that movie was fantastic. And everybody that I listen to that's like between 20 and 30 years old swears that the second Red Dawn was better. Well, obviously the second Red Dawn is a product of that generation.
Well, and here's the thing, you know, they don't know that Jennifer Grey was Baby. They don't know that Leah Thompson was in Howard the Duck and fucking Calvin Klein's mom, and you know that fucking That's fucking Outsider and that's the Outsiders cast practically right there. And fucking,
They don't know that Patrick Swayze cleaned up an entire town.
right? Or the C. Thomas Howell used to be a skinny pipsqueak long before he ever was a cold-blooded fucking killer. And that was long before fucking Tiger Blood ever took over Charlie Sheen.
Nope. Nope.
What?
It was in Taps. Way before all that. They were in Taps way before all that.
Yep.
And before before James Spader became the CIA underworld badass, he was the geeky, preppy, rich kid in every bad 80s movie.
Yep. Yes. Absolutely. Some Kind of Wonderful. What was the one that we were talking about?
He was in Pretty in Pink, too.
I thought that was Andrew McCarthy. Oh, yeah, he was the asshole.
No, he was the ass, yeah. He tried to get that.
And what was the one where he had the bicycle, and it was the chick from Escape from Witch Mountain, and she was the gang leader's chick. I just watched it on YouTube like a couple of months ago. It was one of those cheesy 80s ones. It was almost the same setup as Karate Kid in a way, and James Spader moves to town from somewhere else. He's been fucking kicked out of school before. Fucking the fucking punk motherfucking gang guy like crushes his fucking bicycle with his car. So like at some point he decides to steal a car, go to the place where the live music is for the kids. They try and steal the car from him and almost beat him up. So he lets them get a fucking arrested for stealing the car. But all the while he's trying to get with Frankie, who's the chick from Escape from Witch Mountain. Grown up though, so it wasn't like creepy.
Hold on now. Are these
Had
all
me
movies?
completely stumped on that one.
Escape from Bitch Mountain. I like that movie. I loved all those movies.
Okay, so what was the one with
No, you're not going to talk about my queen like that, fucker.
Bobcat
Mute the
Goldthwait
fucker.
with the boat and the
Sounds horrible.
the one
boat.
Nicholas Cage is the cartoonist.
No, it's fucking Better Off Dead.
No, that's John
No, it's
Cusack.
called. I know it's the same guy. So it's John Cusack. It's called Summer. It's called something Summer, man.
Oh, yeah, and it's got Demi Moore in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And they're
I think it
like
was
14
Bobcat.
years old.
So,
They were like 17 or something.
it
20.
had the fucking. It wasn't Jaws, if you remember the movie that they were doing.
It's called Summer, Hot Summer or something like that. I forget what the
Like
fuck
One
it
Hot Summer.
is. Yeah.
And it
I'm
had
not
the
even
rabbit
Googling.
fucking dolphin, if you remember. That
And
was
his
the
cartoons would like come to life and shit in his head. and
Yep.
stuff.
Yep.
That was a
Were
good
you
movie.
that little boy? No, I used to beat him up.
I was at the Better Off Dead's with the paper boy.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody
$2.
threw away a perfectly
$2.
good white boy.
Yeah, like One Hot Summer or whatever. That's the one where, if you remember, the dude was all summer long waiting by the radio station to win the giveaway, right?
Oh yeah, and he won the shit, right?
But the phone he pulled the phone out of the wall or whatever, and what did he do?
I don't know.
Blew it up with an RPG.
He fucking took out a fucking bazooka and blew up the goddamn radio station with it.
Gun laws, man.
Didn't that guy used to be a stand-up comic too, or something?
Yeah, I believe he was. He was definitely. Again, that was the thing about that movie. Is like, that was a Murray brother, I think. Was one of Goldthwait's friends. That was also Profile from.
Yeah, that was Dana
Ridge.
Murray.
All right. Okay. So Dana Murray, Profile from Heartbreak Ridge, Bobcat Goldthwait, fucking John Cusack, Demi Moore, the dude from fucking Animal House that was the military recruiter guy, and also Niedermeyer. What are you gonna do with your life? From fucking Twisted Sister, he was in that.
Tom Selleck's car.
Tom Selleck's car, and that dude's name wasn't Kenny, wasn't Timmy, wasn't Tommy. Oh, fucking what was the asshole's name in that one?
Because that's the movie where they cut up the 318 GTB and make it be the boat motor, right?
Yes, sir. It absolutely was. And he's got to make the bucket through the halyard to fucking redo the sail to fucking.
Oh yeah, that's right. His nickname was Hoops.
Yep, but he couldn't shoot for shit.
Which is why they called him Hoops.
Yep.
That was just like my life, except that I never grew up around boats and never had any adventures.
Oh, well,
That
then it
was just like my
like-
life, but I was living in a car at that point.
And I swear
With
it's
my
the
mom.
same director and everything almost that did Better Off Dead, because it was practically a similar type of movie. Like, it was almost the same type of plot, really. Dude
Well,
likes the chick.
It
The
was all
chick
the same
doesn't like
movie. They just blended together.
Yeah.
It was like a Police Academy.
The chick from out of town comes in, and he doesn't really fall in love with the chick from out of town at first, and then he does, and she ends up being good news for him and builds his confidence, and then he fucking believes in himself, and he wins whatever it is that he's supposed to be winning. It was skiing and Better Off Dead, and it was the sailing yacht race, and man, I swear it's One Hot Summer. I'm gonna have to look that shit up now.
I think it is. I haven't looked it up.
And say what you will, but
Hot
Leah
dog.
Thompson made Howard the Duck worth watching.
I agree.
Yeah.
People tell me that movie sucked all the time. I'm like, did you watch it? That had Leah Thompson.
That shit was pretty bad.
Oh,
I
people
remember
say it all the time.
It made my grandfather take me to that shit like opening day. And I
Howard the Duck was awesome.
I was hella young, but I remember like I knew the movie was bad, and I was like 8 or 9.
Hey, I've
Like, I
pressed
just
the
knew
mute
the
button
shit
many a
sucked.
time to watch a Britney Spears video. I have no problem pressing the mute button to see Leah Thompson in a tank top and panties.
Oh yeah, she was
Yeah,
hot.
then there was that.
She was a bad movie though.
I think it was supposed to be beet or cheese. I don't think that. I don't think that it was
Yeah, it
supposed
was
to be
a
taken
step
seriously.
above fucking well, a step below Buckaroo Banzai.
Hey, hey.
It was a step
Hey.
below it. I said.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a couple of steps below Buckaroo Banzai. Buckaroo Banzai had an all-star fucking cast of superstars that didn't even know they were motherfucking superstars yet.
Yeah, no shit. Actually, that movie's so old. Jeff Goldblum went from being a nobody to being a superstar to doing real estate commercials.
He was already a rapist.
Oh, and my bad. It was not One Hot Summer. It was One Crazy Summer, fellas.
Now he's the
Apartments.com or whatever, right?
no, he's in fucking Independence Day again.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, of course he is.
Who is it?
Jeff Goldblum.
Goldblum, The Fly.
Jeff.
Are you telling me they're remaking Independence Day?
They're not remaking it. It's the
It's done.
motherfucking sequel.
It's done.
Oh, okay, so at least it's a sequel.
Yeah, it's a sequel. It's
Oh,
supposed to be it's supposed to be 15 or 20 years later, like it actually is.
That's
and
the
it comes
Jurassic
out like
Park.
end of this month, next month. Yeah.
Comes out
Okay,
the end of June.
Now here's the thing.
Wait, it's not coming back out on July 4th again?
No.
It literally comes out the
week
end of this
before
month.
or something.
Yeah.
Apparently they're remaking The Highlander,
Mm-hmm.
but
How?
Clancy Brown
Yeah.
wants to be Ramirez,
Wait a minute. Who's Clancy Brown?
the Kurgan.
No, he can't be
Wait, what?
No,
the
actually,
original Kurgan.
yes, actually, dude, if you look at Clancy Brown now, it would be genius and perfect.
No, wait a minute. He's the guy that was in Starship Troopers.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I would watch that. I
Oh
would-
yeah, he could do it. He could do it.
Because yeah, he's got the gray hair and shit now, and he don't look all fucking death metaled out like he did then. Let's be real. He played the fucking right role at that time. He was no Sean Connery, that's for sure. But now he's aged and softened a little bit.
Mhm. This is pretty cool. I love that movie. That's another movie. Like, when the fuck did that movie come out? I just saw it in the theater. My dad wouldn't give. He didn't give
Early
a fuck
80s,
what he
man.
took me to. You know?
Early 80s.
I was probably like 8 years old, and I'm like, this is the best shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, I'll tell you what. The original Highlander was the shit, dude.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't think anyone had any expectations. It was like low budget. It's a
Well, you're
movie
like,
coming
number
out
one,
on Friday. Or
You're like, who the fuck is Christopher Lambert? Oh, he's popular in Europe.
Yeah.
Well, this ain't Europe, motherfucker.
Smeggy's in here now.
Oh, that's all right.
And that redhead was not hard on the eyes.
It's breaking news. Smeggy's in.
Sheila Gish or something like that?
No idea.
Highlander was fucking awesome.
I literally have never seen her in anything else or any place else ever.
How many Highlanders did they end up making?
Oh, wait, she's the
10?
eye patch lady.
Many?
Yeah, all that shit was like straight to video. You know.
The one with Mario Van Peebles, I wanted to gouge my eyes out.
Well, and didn't the second one have Virginia Madsen in it?
Yeah.
I didn't see any of them. The sequels?
What?
No. Yeah.
Virginia Madsen and Jester from Top Gun, Michael Ironsides.
The Final
because that shit,
Dimension.
because the shit was from a different planet in part 2. That's right.
What was a different planet?
The whole Highlander shit in part 2.
Yeah, wasn't Sean Connery
everything's
dead?
Yeah, well, like
and they
in the
brought him
original-
back so that they could go find Colin McLeod or Connor McLeod, my bad, in the fucking universe, basically. So they brought him back to life so that they could find him. It's fucking crazy.
They in the original Highlander, they never explicitly say it, but the impression is that they were gods, and then in the second movie, they just made them be fucking space aliens.
Yep. And they made the floating disc guys come. If you remember that fucking scene out of the movie, like I watched it, I liked it at the time because I was young enough to be, like it was '92 or something like that. So
Thank God I
into-
didn't see this.
The
man.
only
It says
thing
global
about
warming.
the only thing about that movie that kind of made it worth watching is I remember thinking to myself, Christopher Lambert knows how bad this fucking movie is, because even when he was trying to be serious, he always had this look on his face that it just wasn't serious.
Oh, he had that shit-eating grin or the stupid sly smile. Like he busted it out all the time, especially when he was about to give a fucking cheesy one-line, a
Yeah.
zinger, you know?
It says It says this is all about global warming.
It is.
It was. They fucking constructed
ozone
the
is
shield. They constructed the shield, and yet after they did that, the fucking like it blocked light out from the sun and shit like that. And yeah, the ozone layer was gone. To protect the people from dying, McLeod helped construct the giant shield. Since then, since there isn't any immortals left other than him, he has stopped being immortal himself, and now he's just an old man. Until one day, some other immortals arrive on the planet, which is from the other planet where they originally come from. Yeah, it's some fucking
nightmare.
Cuckoo cuckoo shit.
No,
Sounds
thank
like people are doing meth.
Well, and then what?
I'd
was
rather watch
the-
First Night.
Then the but Richard
Richard Gere.
Richard shove a ferret up my ass gear.
Oh, what was? Oh, this was actually a really cool movie. There was a night movie that was like a musical. Like it was
Come
a
on
period.
now, help me out.
It was a
Excalibur?
period. It was a period piece where the dudes in night, actually, one of the characters is supposed to be William Shakespeare. And like spontaneously in the movies, they break out into 80s music dance scenes.
Oh, that's with Heath Ledger. That's like A Knight's Tale or something.
That movie was actually pretty cool.
Let me see. I think it was A Knight's
You know what's a
Tale.
great musical?
I think you're talking about the night they had AC/DC during the
Jousting part. Yes. Yep, that's the one. You Smegs, you had something to say?
Oh yeah, for sure. Cannibal the Musical.
I don't
One of
think I
the
ever
best
saw that.
musicals ever.
Is it possible for Smeggy to be louder?
I think it
You're
could
low,
be.
G. G, can you just start screaming? Because
Fuck that dude.
Fuck that dude.
that dude.
A coward.
Stay
Stay tally, dude.
Fucking fuck that dude!
And
I
I like-
can't tell. Did you mean
My
I'm
bad.
actually being loud?
I don't know. The mic is loud.
louder than any other
You have a
person.
lot of room noise, like room echo or something like that.
I like the
People like
suaveness of the
drones
G
of the
webs.
size of like that one cartoon character that gets big. Giant. I don't know.
Cartoon with a giant? A giant robot?
I don't know any of the superheroes that get big.
Oh.
Gigantor.
Shazam got big.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, no? Or that's Captain Marvel or something.
No, wait a minute.
Kid was a
Shazam
small
got,
kid.
I was gonna say to go from a kid to a full-grown adult. Yes, he got.
Oh.
Yes, you're right.
Ultraman.
Oh, yeah, that's Japanese stuff.
Definitely.
Doesn't Smeggy sound like Ultraman? Like he's turning into the size of Ultraman?
He might. He
But,
might.
I mean, imagine though.
I really don't know what you're talking about. I thought I was talking quietly because I was walking down the hallway of the hotel. I didn't want to wake everybody up.
No, just whatever your mic volume is, or whatever. That's what I think he meant.
I thought you were talking about that new superhero from California, Bullet Button, man.
He doesn't sound any louder than anybody else to me.
And his sidekick, magazine restriction.
I'm just thinking he's, probably like being real secretive and holding the phone right up to his mouth.
Where's Furby guy? Panda.
He had some kind of orgasm after watching
Game of
that
Thrones.
show that everybody watches on Sunday
Oh,
nights.
Jesus.
He'll be back.
That was a good episode tonight.
Who
I'm
died?
gonna take your word for it.
I got to watch it right before I went back into work. Woohoo!
Oh shit! Sorry, Smegs.
Who
What are you
died?
talking about?
That's all right.
What,
I'm
show,
flying out tomorrow morning, so I don't care anymore.
what show do people
Fuck this
watch?
place.
Nice. That's a good attitude.
Can nobody hear me?
Hey, everybody, this is Billy Birdsell. And we'll see you down the road.
Down the road.
This guy is American Psycho, dude. I don't give a fuck what you say. But...
Now there's a movie that had a great soundtrack. Except for when he goes, after their initial album, Sports took off. This one right here. What was it? Was it Hip to Be Square? What was it?
I think he was talking about Phil Collins in the Air Tonight, or was he
Well,
talking
that was one, but
Genesis.
when he was doing another one, it was Huey Lewis and the News song.
Oh, true.
But it was after.
Need a new
Sports.
drug?
He even talked about it. It's like this is after their second album, Sports took off.
Yeah.
It had more of a something, like he's totally giving it like a fucking critical review right then, right before he fucking kills the Jared Leto character in his mind or in reality. I still don't remember really how that went, to be honest
It
with
was
you.
his. It was his mind, is what I took from it. But I didn't.
Well, but then if you watched part 2 with that little smoking hottie Mina Kunis in it,
Yeah, that doesn't count. That's
Well,
what I mean about books.
because technically in that one, that's how she became it, is because he killed her fucking parents or whatever. So like,
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with it. That was like a best-selling book, you know.
well then that makes sense because that movie was fucking good. It was fucked
Yeah,
up.
it was like a super big book, and then they made the movie, and then they were like, "How can we make a sequel to this if it was all
How can I make 5 more bucks off this
if
motherfucker?
it was all in his head, right?"
Yeah.
That was
They
my
could have done
impression.
another ambiguous person, like another person just like him, but we don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, no, because they just went for a cash grab with her.
Well,
She's
she
hot,
was
though.
bad. Yeah, she's bad.
Well,
I
she
did
was.
not even know they made a part 2.
Oh yeah,
She was-
that had.
Remember
She was
her
hot.
and Max
Don't get me
Payne?
wrong.
Yeah, she was hot.
Yeah.
She's hot all the time.
She's actually still pretty fucking hot.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome. But what was I going to say about American Psycho? Oh, yeah. Anytime I talk about music, I'm just like, I have to go return a video. Just so it's fucking out of nowhere.
Do you put the Visqueen down first before you ever start talking about music, though?
I'll just be like, yes, I have to go return a video. How many times he said there?
Well, that was
All right,
anytime
Bob.
he wanted to change his subject or whatever. That's
I think it was when he went to go kill somebody, or like he was like, I'm out of here.
Guys,
Good night,
Take care,
Bob,
y'all later.
everybody. Take it easy. Please come back tomorrow and tell us how many miles you can get on a pair of tires, please.
Don't take any Canadian nickels.
He said he could get 100,000 miles on a set of tires one time.
In the back of the truck was the part he didn't mention.
Who
In
is
the back of the Jeep, swinging out.
Right.
An LL Cool J song from back in the day.
Who was what? No.
She actually wasn't that hot when she was one of the Brat Packers, but the older she gets, the hotter she looks. The chick with Nicolas Cage in Leaving Las Vegas.
Well, Elizabeth Shue.
Elizabeth Shue.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted that since Adventures in Babysitting.
Yeah.
I was younger than she is, and that looked pretty fine then.
Well, apparently, like last year or something, there was a movie out where she plays this MILF who offers to be the sex teacher for her best friend's son.
Oh shit! Where can I rent that? Where
No.
can I go see that with Pee Wee
Ciao.
Herman? I'll be right there.
Can I watch that in the privacy of my own home?
I was
potentially?
like, damn, I don't ever remember her being that hot. And then there was Leaving Las Vegas.
Man, she did it. Well, she was in, what was the Kevin Bacon Invisible Man shit?
She was in Karate Kid.
Yep. Yeah. And she wasn't in Karate Kid 2.
She's 52, bro.
Really? I'd
Yeah.
probably still fucking knock the fucking dirt off
Yeah,
that
she's
shit.
cool.
She's
I'd be like,
knock
you
the-
mind if I turn on Adventures in Babysitting?
Right?
Yeah. Can you wear this for me? Thanks.
Do you mind if I watch Cocktail?
There you go. Yeah, she's born in 63. What? Did I just say that out loud?
Whoa.
She was born
She's
in
born in
60?
1963.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, now, you think it was Behaving Badly, perhaps?
I'm just looking at that one. I never saw the movie. I just saw like trailers from it or something. But Sarah Jessica Parker is in that Behaving Badly one too, and Mary Louise Parker rather, and I really like her.
She's got a
That's-
thing.
That's the one I never got was Sarah Jessica Parker. Ugh.
No.
No,
She's no. She's not the same as the one he's talking about. The one he's talking about was
Who?
in Weeds.
Oh, the mom in Weeds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, you can have her.
Oh, he would. I have no doubt that No would.
My goodness.
The thing of it is, there's just something about her, because she's most definitely not normally my type, but there's just something about her.
It's all that weed.
Until I seen
Come on, man. Let's see. It ain't Chasing Mavericks. It ain't Blunt Talk.
It's got to be Behaving Badly or something.
And what do we got here?
Okay. Looking
Has a
at her
crush.
discography. I mean, her movieography or whatever. Anyway, she was always cute.
Yes.
It's
She's no
behaving.
Alyssa Milano.
Yeah.
Alyssa Milano was all Trey Magnifique or whatever.
She's still pretty hot. I ain't gonna
Here-
lie.
here's the
She's
link.
anti-gun, but
Here's the link. You may want to mute your mics.
I'm down with Marie Osmond, yo.
oh, I wouldn't say no, especially after the Slim Quick or whatever she's on.
Yeah, I'll smash that with a Slim Fast Shake.
Which apparently makes your breasts a lot bigger than they were when she was Donnie and Marie.
Yeah. She's hot. Marie Osmond. She's so. What's happening to me?
They shouldn't call that Slim Fast. They should call it like Boob Blast or something.
What happened where I don't care if I was 70, I never thought I'd be like, 60-year-old chick is hot or something, man. This is crazy.
Hey man, when you're 50, when you're 51, you take great pleasure in finding out that you can still have an older woman fantasy that doesn't involve Geritol, a wheelchair, and Viagra.
Gentlemen, here's one thing. Christy Brinkley
That's
is
the
still
one.
fucking hot. I'm gonna even go as
Smoke
far
show.
as fucking Cheryl Tiegs is actually still fucking hot, but
Nice.
I'll rest on Christy Brinkley.
Christy Brinkley has to be in her mid-60s.
And
Yeah.
she's still a smoke show, dude.
Absolutely, 100% right.
Linda
how she
Carter
can
is
hold
still smoking hot. Barbara Eden is still smoking hot.
Look at Chevy Chase and look at Christy Brinkley and see.
Wow.
It sucks being a man, dude. You just fall apart.
Wow.
Women can hold it together, man.
That's fucking straight up vacation right there.
Oh, every
Why don't
day
you
I
just
pull up on a car.
go for it?
I'm such a fucking Griswold right now, dude. What the fuck am I doing, man?
But now wait a minute, DB. Do you eat the sandwich without smelling it first?
Yeah, I'm like sipping on my iced coffee and like looking over and like, oh Jesus, what's going on? This is not right. Then I hit a car before doing stuff like that, so we're not going to go there.
Did you see the link in the side chat?
I'm exploring it right now.
2014.
That's creepy. Would have been nice when I was a kid, maybe. Now that's creepy.
She's older than me, I can pretend. It may only be 2 years, but...
Yeah, so wait a minute. That means she's 50 or 60. Wait.
Gallivanting around with hookers, she said?
63. So she's 10 years older. She's 11 years older than me, right? So that means she's 55?
54.
Who? Elizabeth Shue?
Yeah.
Oh, she looks fine in this. I would definitely after a bourbon. Fuck, Jesus Christ, dude.
Maybe even just a half a bourbon.
Like
I might
Jeffrey
just need to
bourbon?
start that glass. You know, I might just need to.
Fuck.
You know what? A couple of those, and things might get a little rowdy.
No, she looks great. I might even drink a Chardonnay with her or something like that. For a little Pinot Grigio or something.
Well, she's gonna need the Grigio for me. I'm not gonna need it for her, but she's definitely gonna need a bracer, as they say.
I'm like, listen, bitch. I watched all your movies, and now you owe me. You owe me for all those movies.
I pay.
They were
your
mostly
salary.
bad.
Nah, they were fucking like teen type movies, you know, which I guess is your definition that you just said.
Nah, dude. If I could have.
She was in Back to the Future 2.
That was horrible. No, it wasn't.
What?
That was 3 was bad.
3 was bad.
Not in that
But
movie.
that was.
Saint. Or wait, that's somebody else.
Excuse me, what?
She was in the Saint. She was in the Saint with what's his face?
Val
Yeah.
Kilmer. The Karate Kid, I think, was her first
You know
one.
who was hot as hell? Val Kilmer's wife in Heat. That girl was like whoa.
Ashley Judd.
Yeah, for a minute there, it was.
Until she did the meth movie where she got all naked
Monster. You talking about when she did
in it.
Monster?
No, that's not Ashley Judd. That's
what's her face. Mad Max.
Anti-Gun.
Fury Road.
2 Days in the Valley. Charlize Theron.
Oh yeah.
But when they were both young, they did look a lot alike.
Are you talking about that movie where like her boyfriend's the undercover cop?
And they tinfoil the whole fucking room. It's called
Yeah.
like Bug or Bugs or something like that. That movie, yeah, she got great naked in it, but man, I can't do movies or TV shows about meth and shit like that. That ain't for me. I've had it affect people in my life, and I can't. That ain't for me. I don't even find it entertaining.
You couldn't even
Like,
watch
that was
Breaking Bad, right?
I started to watch the first season, and I liked the show, but when it got all fucking heavy duty and like that's all it's gonna be, I quit watching. And I know that the show's a great fucking show, but it's destroyed part of my family. So
You know what got me on that show is like the writers got lazy or something, and like he kept running back to Jesse even though he knew that it was like terrible.
Terrible.
And it was terrible, and I couldn't take it anymore. Like I was like, this is too repetitive.
That
Yeah.
show still has one of my favorite quote exchanges ever. Step out of the car. I'm gonna need some assurance. I assure you I can kill you from here. Step out of the car.
Nice.
I loved when they first met Gus. That was like some of the best shit ever.
Is meth big on the island, Z?
Well, that shit didn't happen to me here, but yeah, it's pretty big.
You never seen Dog the Bounty Hunter?
Yeah, there's nothing but meth.
And
They call
out
it
here,
ice, right?
yeah, yes. Yeah, it's pretty heavy duty. And it really got stupid sick when they would do helicopter sweeps called Green Harvest. And basically they would take everybody's fucking shit that they're growing out in the jungle and fields and whatnot, right? So basically there were bumper stickers that say, because of Green Harvest, you know, Hawaii's on thin ice or whatever, you know. So it basically, if they wouldn't have fucked with the one thing, it wouldn't have.
Lots of the weed, they wouldn't have went to meth.
Right. Now, whether that's fucking true or not, that's a pretty fucking thin argument. Any way you want to
you can
fucking
grow weed inside. They could have just moved it. You got to cook meth inside, so.
No, but the thing is that it's kind of like we also still have people that are subsistence fishermen and hunters and stuff like that in the islands, and it was one of those things where, let's be real, it didn't cost nothing to grow that shit in the fucking jungle, right?
Yeah.
So there was no fucking cost, and if it keeps you fucking all mellowed out, then you know you're not as likely to go be a crazy motherfucker. So, so that was kind of the fucking thing with that, and it was just fucking stupid. It's one of those things.
A few years ago, they did this thing around here. They put it in all the papers. The police helicopters got thermal imaging, and they would flurry your house looking for hot spots for people growing weed.
Yep.
Like, it's fucking Austin, okay? It's not like it's fucking Tijuana, okay? What's next? You know, because my property's on the edge of like 8,000 acres of federal protected land and stuff, and I'm like, you know, what are you gonna go in there with the you know, get to the chopper?
Well, sometimes it's like they want to fucking spend that money because somebody's willing to give them the money to spend on that specifically, which is, I don't even want to get into that shit. But like you just said, in fucking Texas, hotspots, well, that's because the energy from the fucking central air or whatever is blowing up so much that that's going to be a hotspot, but the rest of the fucking house is going to be blue, motherfucker.
Oh, they just got to monitor your fucking electric bill.
Not in fucking Texas, man. Your
Yeah,
fucking
that's
electric bill is usually going to be through the fucking roof anyway.
Yeah, but it's all relative.
A hydroponic lab, that shit. Those lights are fucking crazy.
But the cost of electricity, or energy, as I like to call it in Texas, fucking cost of energy in Texas is probably the cheapest in any state in the entire fucking country, other than perhaps Alaska, but I'm pretty sure it's cheaper than there.
Well, what they look for in electric bills is spikes. So if 5 people on the street have $200 bills and you have a $400 bill, they know you're doing something extra. You know,
Last month's electricity bill was like $100, and this month's is $600 or something like that. Too.
Yeah, because the motherfucker left the AC on all the goddamn time and got 2 fish tanks. There you go.
It's because I'm a John of Big Boutte and I plug my tongue in.
They better not fuck that up. I mean, I'm going to give Kevin Smith one fucking chance with that shit.
What's he doing?
He's redoing fucking Buckaroo Banzai.
But it's going to be a
TV show. No, it's TV.
Oh, okay.
But I don't
Then
think it was
believe
on. Well, and I'm hoping was it on Netflix at least or something, or was it on regular TV?
It didn't say. He did some Marvel comic thing, so I would imagine it's wherever that was.
Well, because he did direct The Flash, and that's on CW.
Marvel's with Netflix.
But
Okay, so
Marvel is with Netflix.
They just did a deal with them, yeah.
Okay,
So
so it's his directing The Flash is what got him this deal sealed, and supposedly or apparently whatever, he's signed for 2 seasons, and he said season number 1 is going to be the remake of Buckaroo Banzai in the 8th Dimension, and then season number 2 is going to be the sequel that they could never pull off, which was Buckaroo Banzai against the World Criminal Organization.
Well, that might be on CW,
Yeah,
whatever the fuck it is, because if
I
it's through the
hope
Flash
not.
people, well, people love Flash. I don't know. I don't watch it. I tried to watch it.
Well, now, if but it's also a possibility it could be through Hulu though, because of CBS
true.
or something like that. Something like that.
See, you know, like Supergirl was on fucking whatever channel, and it didn't
was
do so
on,
well.
It was on CBS, and now it's on CW. So that technically,
Yeah, they moved it.
They can put all 3 together though, or actually 4. You can take Supergirl, you can take Green Arrow, you can take the Flash, and now the Legends of Tomorrow, I think is what it is. Like Captain Cold and a bunch of other dudes that nobody in this chat's probably gonna know who the fuck I'm talking about.
No.
But they're all DC, and technically they could all be in the same television universe. But DC doesn't do the same with the cinematic universe like Marvel does.
Oh yeah.
The one that's going to vault me over to Edge, I'm sure, is Big Trouble in Little China.
Man,
That'll probably be decent. No, maybe not. I
now
don't think
here's
so.
the thing. You know, they're trying to pick The Rock to be Jack. He better be Jack.
He's
Burton,
everything,
number
dude.
1.
He's Doc Savage. He's
He can't. It's just the Rock is, and he's got his thing. He's like good in certain things, but he just is not Jack Burton.
He ain't
Period.
Jack Burton. He ain't got the mullet, bro. It's garbage, bro.
yeah. He's just gonna be a cocky ass dude, man. A truck driving.
It's all in the reflexes.
I thought he was doing a Tex Grebner imitation.
I'll tell you what I
realized
will
Tex Grebner.
watch. I'll watch motherfucking Kurt Russell do a sequel 25 years fucking later.
No shit.
I'll pay money for that motherfucker.
Hey, we talked about this. The sequel should be Kurt Russell retires and he takes Egg Shen's place as the tour bus driver.
Yes, we did talk about that, and that would be perfect. Because there could be maybe a Jack Burton Gracie Law kid that then becomes the Jack Jr. or something or whatever.
There you go. And his partner is the reporter and the restaurant owner kid.
Well, I would hope that it would be the restaurant owner and the fucking mail order bride, actually, is what I was hoping. But
No. Oh, the restaurant manager. Remember the chubby one?
Yep. I know who you're talking about. But that's why I was hoping it would be his actual buddy, his army buddy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they can have a kid, too.
Yep.
See?
So it could be 3 kids. It'd be perfect. 3 kids.
Sounds
Jack
like the horrible Goonies, the Goonies sequel they were going to be doing with the kids.
And that's another one. And I'm with Noah on this. Why are they fucking with our childhood so much?
Because they're basically bankrupt. Like they have no idea.
You know what it is? They know we got a couple of nickels to rub together, and there's a chance that they could get it out of us.
Warner Brothers has been bankrupted, and yeah, no, it's not even us. They're not. These movies aren't even for us. They're for like kids, for our kids. Like
I was gonna say for our kids, yeah.
Yeah, they don't care about us.
They know people like me see maybe 2 movies a year, if that, because I just can't fit my brain around most of them. And I don't watch television, so I guess they decided that they were going to try to suck me back into the movies by like helping me recapture my youth.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain movies that I'm sure, like Mad Max, that's like a money grab. Not quite. I mean, it was.
But it was different. It was a sequel. It wasn't even a fucking reboot. Like, I wasn't mad at Mad Max for not even being Mel Gibson. I'm like, you know what? That dude.
At first, when I heard it, this is a horrible idea.
Did you like that movie though? Did you like the new Mad Max?
Fuck yeah, dude.
I liked
awesome.
it that it wasn't. I liked it that it wasn't even necessarily all about Mad Max.
I liked it a lot.
I think cinematically, like visually, it was awesome, but the message, like, basically they said, white men are the death of the earth, and the only thing they can save us is women.
That'd be
White
in
women.
Australia. Hello.
White
Australia.
women. White women gonna make more white men.
It was terrible.
terrible. No, yeah, cinematic was awesome. I saw it on the fucking 70mm IMAX screen. It was mind
That would have
blowing.
been some. That would have been
It was
something.
like circus. It was like Cirque du Soleil good.
And
Well,
I'm
there
sorry,
was-
but she makes fucking prosthetic limb look hot.
I would have let her beat me off with that fake arm, but
Oh, I would have made her take it off. Just like, what was the not Mickey Rourke, the Gary Oldman and Lena Olin one where she had the prosthetic limb. And like, Gary Oldman's an investigator. I gotta look it up. She was super fucking hot in it.
I say the whole Hollywood stuff, they don't care about the original fan base because they know most of those people don't care.
Come on, man, they've already died, you know?
Yeah, Goonies, the sequels, because they don't have any other idea.
in the Mad Max part where like they're driving through that storm and those cars are blowing up,
That was cool.
you know, that was pretty sick.
Well, I got the Blu-ray. I went and bought the Blu-ray, and I watched I think it was like an hour and a half worth of special features, and you know, all those cars were working cars. It wasn't like CGI or anything. They show them making the trucks, making the Cadillac, the double Cadillac truck and stuff, and they show a lot of the special effects before there was CGI. It was just minimal. But like, yeah, even before the CGI, where they were basically just removing cables from people that were hanging on cable, the shit was dangerous, man. It was definitely like someone could have died, of course, you know. People die in movies all the time, but
And I remember
was
the
rough.
big scandal with the original Mad Max was that the Interceptor was fake.
Was it?
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
you
it was
can't-
because they had to cut the fucking rape scene out of that one. The
No,
original.
You can't run a blower on a clutch like that. The motor won't work. So, like, you know, but it was
All right.
it's a real running car. Actually, the original car is the guy that owns it lives about 2 hours from me.
Which is
Well,
fucking
the-
awesome.
Yeah,
that's
and what's really cool about it is he drives it everywhere and he puts it like in every parade and everything. He's like most definitely all about showing it off.
Why not, dude? Why not?
What? I mean, was that an
Okay.
American car?
No, it was an Australian car. It's a Ford.
It's
like
a right hand drive and everything.
So there
Yeah,
was
Ford.
no Interceptor in America, right? Or a car that was that style?
It
Yeah,
was
'cause I
called
remember.
a Falcon, I think, in America.
I have an Interceptor.
Oh, there was that car in America.
It was called, yeah, but it was called something else. It was
The
called
Ford
Interceptor.
Falcon?
Yeah.
No, that car was never made in America.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw
It's
a car like
Ford
it.
car, but that body was never on sale here.
The Interceptor wasn't. They didn't name it that for Australia, and it was called the Falcon here.
No.
You sure?
What
about the Dodge Turbo
Interceptor? And the Interceptor was just the name of the car in the movie.
They fucking hooked it up in the sequel.
My cop car is called an Interceptor.
The Dodge Turbo Interceptor was just
That's
a
true.
prototype car.
The Crown Vic is the Interceptor.
In Australia, it was the Falcon XB Coupe, 1973.
What's better, Ford or Chevy?
9mm.
For real? Okay.
Oh, it was called a Falcon in Australia. You're right. I'm sorry. V8 Interceptor.
Ford or Chevy? I don't care. I mean, they both have tons of cool cars.
I think it depends on whether you like a car that has Goodyear tires or Hoosier tires.
How sad is it now that Fiat owns Jeep?
Fiat owns Ferrari. That's what's sad.
Well, that's cool. Actually. That makes me feel better about a Jeep then.
Yeah, but what most people don't know is that Fiat and Jeep had been working together since like the early 70s. They were not new to each other. I mean, BMW owns Bentley.
Volkswagen owns Bugatti or whatever.
Volkswagen owns Bugatti. Volkswagen owns Lamborghini now. I mean, Chrysler.
No, BMW owns Rolls Royce. Volkswagen owns Bentley.
Oh, right. You're right. The Volkswagen owns Bentley. I know because I have a Volkswagen, and it makes me feel better about myself knowing that. When I see a Bentley pull up, I go, "Oh, it's just a Volkswagen."
Hey, that R32 Golf is still one of like the quote unquote snobbiest little rice rocket cars there is.
No, they're very expensive too, though.
A little VR6.
Yeah.
It's like 38 grand or something.
Those Volkswagen with the 1.8 turbos are kind of quick though.
Well, what's the R32 have? It's like a turbo 6.
It's not a V6 and it's not an inline 6. It's like half of a W that's in the or a quarter of the W that's in the Veyron.
That is a badass car. But yeah, I know what you mean. I was thinking about the Fiat. I'm a big Jeep fan, and I had a Wrangler once, but
Did you have the 4-liter?
It was like a 5. I think it was a 4.
Yeah, that 4-liter inline 6. Good motor.
It was a long time ago, but I leased it, and I think I only had it for a year and a half. So that was
You
fun.
leased a Jeep?
Yeah.
What was the residual on that thing? Like $1?
I have no clue. Yeah, it was. That's a fucked up thing. I learned that. That was pretty sad. But especially if you think you're gonna buy it out at the end, you're like, what?
Nah.
Like, yeah, literally, this is worse than buy. You should just buy a new one. Like, this thing is holding its value like a fucking I don't know what. I think the Wranglers hold their value. They hold their value pretty well.
Certain ones do, certain ones don't. Most of the modern ones do not. But every once in a while, they'll pull off one that becomes like a cult classic with the Jeep crowd.
My buddy had one of those with a 4-liter, and he had some ridiculous Ford 9-inch front end or something like that put on it. That thing would go anywhere. It was awesome. We had so much fun on that when we were kids.
Well, as a general rule, most Jeep owners like myself are potentially a little fucking not right.
I don't understand it. I'll see a used Jeep, like a 1998, with like God knows how many miles, and they'll be like, for sale for like $9 grand. I don't know, $8 grand or something ridiculous. Like, I don't know how they hold their value, like the Wrangler anyway. The old box Cherokee fucking was holding its value too, no?
That's what I got. I got a 1995 Cherokee Country Edition with 233,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
And what I can't figure out is, I know you were at least as tall as me, if not taller, and I don't think I ever once successfully gotten one of those things without putting a dent in my temple.
Which one are you talking about?
Oh, the box ones?
The Cherokees, the boxy Cherokees.
The key is once you pick up your right leg, you slide it all the way towards the gas pedal.
My mom had one of those, and it had nothing but fucking weirdo electrical. Like the windows wouldn't work. The fucking just weird shit, like electrical issues. They could never really fix it. And then it got stolen, and some fucking thugs like wrapped it around a tree up in Harlem or something. And that was a nightmare. But it was a fun car. I don't remember it being. I was young, but I don't remember it being that small or nothing.
I built a bunch of those things at one point in time with cold rolled steel bodies and small block Chevys in them.
I worked at Manhattan Jeep Eagle. What was it? Manhattan Jeep Eagle. One year I lost my job. I thought I was going to sell cars. They were the scum of the earth. So. No, actually the guy wasn't so bad. But, man, it was when the 4-door fucking Wranglers came out.
so it wasn't that long ago. It's like 10 years ago. And holy shit, people were coming in paying like $5,000 more than sticker, $10,000. Like,
DB, ever want to learn how to sell a car? Watch the movie with Kurt Russell called Used Cars.
That was awesome. I agree. I could sell cars now. I'm pretty sure I could sell anything.
Oh, that's just primer.
Used Cars was a fucking classic, man. That I remember. All I remember at the end there, it was like, all I remember was a car full of chickens or something like that, or a truck full of chickens. Am I thinking right?
Well, they had to get literally like a mile of cars or some crazy shit like
a convoy.
That. So they got like cars from the desert or whatever, so that they could literally line them up end to end in order to not be like closed down for lying, basically, and advertising.
What about Hot Stuff? That was something. Movies from around that era. Like,
I think I seem to remember Hot Stuff. What was that one about?
Hot Stuff was about a pawn shop, or a bunch of cops were running a front out of a pawn shop or something, and had the song by Donna Summers, Hot Stuff, and then the guy was like Smokey and the Bandits, you know, the sidekick, the trucker dude, isn't it?
Jerry Reed.
Yeah, that's him.
Jerry Reed was like a pretty serious guitar player too.
Oh right, he was more of a musician than an actor. Right?
Well, yeah, he was a musician before he was an actor. Really, Hee Haw is what turned him into an actor.
Talk about Smokey and the Bandit. Sally Field was hot, bro. At one point, she was hot. She was like Mila Kunis.
Yeah, she had a smoking body.
Yeah, she was the truth, homie.
Who?
Sally Field.
She had a pooper on her.
Yeah, pooper. I don't know about that. I thought she had the boobs. She had boobies.
She had that too.
She had that too.
That's like I saw Star Wars when I was a kid, but 1978 to me, the movie wasn't Star Wars. The movie was Smokey and the Bandit. You know, I was a total gearhead.
What state was that? Was that like Kentucky or something? Georgia? Ooh, it had to be a southern state, right?
Oh, I have no idea where they actually filmed it.
What?
No, I mean in the movie. What was he, like a bootlegger or something?
Yeah, he was a bootlegger. I think it was Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah, he was going to from Georgia to Texarkana, Texas, to bring back beer, which is bootlegging because you're crossing the Mississippi River.
And it was a dry county where the rich people were from, right? Like the guys that made the bet with him.
It wasn't a dry county. It was just like you couldn't get Coors. They wanted like Coors or something, or some specific kind of beer that you couldn't get east of the Mississippi.
Oh.
It's like that now still with beer. You can't get certain fucking beer. It sucks.
Is it still really?
Yeah, there's some beer that I was trying to find for like months called Russian River Brewing Company. It's called the Great something or other. And they just don't sell it past like certain, there's like a marker in the country, like, I don't know. They don't pass it east of the fucking whatever. What the fuck? I don't know. Weird laws like that. There's a beer out of New York that's supposed to be really good that they don't sell in Georgia too. That's what it is. Craft beers, man.
And yet you have drive-through liquor stores.
Yeah, I haven't seen one. I've heard about. I mean, I had one in Long Island that I used to go to, which was fun. Actually, I do know where there is one here, but I just never went there.
I would have figured they'd be all over here in Texas, but I ain't seen one down here.
I fucking loved Cannonball Run. Those movies were awesome.
Yeah. And Gumball Rally was even better.
They have drive-through liquor stores right across the border in Oklahoma.
The rule of Italian driving. What's behind you is not important.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. We gonna do what they say can't be done.
A long
A
way to
long
go.
way to go and a short time to get there.
For a 6-pack of Coors, they were all that trouble for 6-pack of Coors.
It was a diesel load.
The days of Hal
And the
Needham.
money.
The days of Hal Needham was you don't need a script, you don't need a budget, you need to beg the car companies to give you a bunch of cars, and you need that same cast in every single movie. Burt Reynolds, Sally Field, Jerry Reed, Terry Bradshaw, Jack Elam. I mean, they were all in like every Hal Needham movie ever made.
So was Hooper a Hal Needham movie?
Yes.
Because that movie was fucking awesome.
Well, the Hooper thing is funny because Hal Needham was a stunt director. And he then became a producer, and that's why all his movies were the exact same movies. Let's just crash a bunch of shit.
Let's do a bunch of stunts.
Yeah, Hooper with what's his name? Airwolf there, Jan Michael Vincent. The Kid.
And Terry Bradshaw and Sally Field and the little short guy that I can't ever remember his name.
I remember his name in the movie was Pony.
His name's Enos something, right? He was just on Gas Monkey Garage not too long ago.
So Cannonball Run was the same guy as the Smokey and the Bandit, same
Yeah.
director.
And actually, Cannonball Run, the guy that put up the money for that and that owned that black Countach in Cannonball Run was a Caney twin turbo custom Lamborghini. Because no Countach was ever that fast. It was the guy that started Hawaiian Tropic, Ron Rice, wrote the check for Hal Needham to make that movie.
Was Gumball Rally around before that movie? Or yeah, right.
Yeah, Gumball Rally was way before that.
So I know they do that shit every year still.
Yeah, but it's a touring thing now. It's like, there is an underground Gumball Rally race.
Timing and whatnot, right?
Yeah, like you can't come in under time. It's like literally the opposite of a race.
Well, they have one. They have one where they set like a time. I think the record's like just under 24 hours from like San Diego or San Francisco to New York.
I believe that's impossible, but I'm not sure.
Well, the guy from freaking Gas Monkey Garage and his buddy Dennis Collins have the record. They did it in a 559 Maranello Ferrari.
Want a carrot? Come on, let's go get a carrot. Let's go get a carrot.
Maybe it's 27 hours.
GMO carrot, or
Let's go get an organic carrot.
Okay, good.
Let's go get a yeah.
The free range organic non-GMO carrot.
Let's go get a carrot, buddy. This dog's like fucking drooling.
Oh, my guys love those little friggin' baby carrots.
Baby carrots, yeah. You want a carrot? Yes, sir. Go get a carrot. Yeah, so the Gumball Rally changes every year, but like fucking, I watched it on Vice. Like they did have some coverage from and they were going through some pretty fucking sketchy parts of Europe, Come on, let's go.
Well, like I said, what they do now in America for like the thing called the Gumball Rally, because what used to be the Gumball Rally is now called the Transatlantic, and that's the underground race, like the dark net of it. But the actual Gumball Rally, you have a route, and they add up all the speed limits on the route, and you can't get from A to B faster than the posted speed limits.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's like literally the opposite of a race.
No, I would do it so that the adventure is the adventure. So one of the reasons I'm going to try to get the van going is so that we can challenge other people to who have all these fancy channels and their fancy projects going with all their fancy money. They can get.
Are you talking about me, dude?
Yeah, and then everybody else, and then that way we start somewhere and do it like that where it's not a race. Fast racing than me. Instead, you like, the more shops or the more range visits you can do or something like that.
Yeah, that's called a poker run.
Poker run then.
Yeah.
So that would want.
See, this is what you do with the AK-40. You know what a poker run is, right?
Sounds like what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah. What you do is, like they do them for cars, for boats, or whatever. You all start in one place, and you go to 5 different destinations, and at every destination you get a playing card in a sealed envelope, and then when you get back to the finish line, you have a big party, and everybody opens their 5 envelopes, and the guy with the best poker hand wins.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of gambling. Decadence.
Okay, if you consider that a lot of gambling. It's just a way to pick a winner for a non-race.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but anyway, I think that'd be cool. Then you make the adventure, not the speed or the efficiency of it or whatever. Who's better at it.
Well, sure, but to some of us, the adventure is the fact that it's illegal and a race. That's the adventure.
Let's go get a carrot, buddy. Come on.
If you need more carrots, you would.
I should have brought some with me. He's dick. The Gumball Rally thing was like people fucking, like 5 people in a car so that no one's sleeping, They were like running through checkpoints.
Dude,
the fastest speed limit or speeding ticket in America was done during one of those. I think it was the Cannonball Run or whatever, but it was 256 in Texas and a guy in a Koenigsegg.
One of the teams in the Trans-America race, which was formerly known as the Cannonball, actually did the Knight Rider thing where they rigged the trailer up to be a rolling pit stop.
Nice.
31:59 is how fast they did it across America. New York City to LA. Cannonball Run, that's what it was, not the Gumball. Sorry. $31.50. That's still cruising, dude. 3,000 miles in 30 hours.
It's not easy to average. That's slightly above 100 miles an hour. It's not easy to average 100 miles an hour for 31 hours.
Yeah.
It's reckless.
I mean, they didn't even have a van to do it in either. Bunch of savages.
I mean, it's especially reckless if you have a vagina.
Exactly. Sexist then too, really. Think about it that way.
Bullshit.
I mean, if you're scared, you're just scared,
Let's get an old 1990 Toyota Land Cruiser converted to biodiesel. Is that a thing? I see a lot of those here. It's like the new hipster car. Well, it's not really hipster, but I guess cool white people car. Like a fucking old Land Cruiser converted biodiesel. People love it.
After that Rambo Lambo I saw in Jay Leno's garage the other day, I don't even know how I feel about shit anymore.
That car was such a thing. It was mind blowing.
And it wasn't no 5-seater. That was literally 4 bucket seats, right?
Yeah. I never got a chance to drive one off road. I drove one in South Florida where they were. I'm not going to say common, but if you were going to see them at the time, you were going to see them in Miami. And
They were
I got
just
to
picking
drive
up
one.
bikinis, pretty much, right?
Yeah, but the thing of it is this: everything about the truck made you want to drive it fast until you needed to turn it.
Well, the
Yeah,
wheels
but-
on it were pretty big wheels, right? And freaking like it got worse gas mileage than G's van. That is full show.
And what people don't realize is you're talking about the late 80s. That thing had 500 horsepower in it. That was absurd. You're talking about the top of the line Ferrari at the time was like 300 horsepower. And that thing had 500 horsepower in it and a long travel soft suspension. It was literally like cornering a boat.
Well, and what? The gas tank was in the bed of the truck, we'll call it.
Yeah.
And it was a huge gas tank, but that's because that motherfucker didn't drink it with 2 hands. It drank it with 4 hands. How fast that motherfucker drank fuel.
Didn't Saddam Hussein's son have one?
What?
Saddam Hussein's son had one?
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about that kook.
You were either a drug dealer or a desert dweller.
Oh, because that was the main purchasers they were saying was like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, you know, all that kind of shit.
Originally, yeah, it was Dubai and Israel. And the funny part about it is, we were just talking earlier about Chrysler working with Fiat. They started that project. And Lamborghini's the one that took it and ran with it.
And then Lambo got bought by those people, and then that's when they shifted that job off to Lambo to make the truck. Or at least that's what they were talking about in the Jay Leno video.
Chrysler paid $20 million for the entire Lamborghini company.
Which is insane.
Yes.
Audi owns it now, right? Audi and Volkswagen.
Those bitches didn't get it for 20 mil, I guarantee you that, bruh.
Yeah, no shit, right?
This is really a catchy name. But I'm urging the people of Kern County to look at this and not be fooled by a misleading title. We're here today because we believe the people of Kern County need to fully understand our stance on the ballot measure being introduced by Gavin Newsom. Here's what the initiative will do. It will criminalize law-abiding citizens who legally own firearms. We will divert law enforcement resources for fighting crime.
Fuck that, dude.
And require them to be turned in or confiscated, regardless of when they were purchased.
Pussy.
No provision in the law for owners of firearms with a greater round capacity than 10, even for retired police officers and reserve deputies.
It's got to be in California, yeah?
Yeah, it passed, I guess.
$1
Most
billion
of them.
plan to implement this initiative. It will mandate that every person in California obtain a certificate to purchase the initiative, requiring
Wah, wah.
information such as their home address. Those of us here today in the law enforcement community overwhelmingly oppose this proposal. We believe it's a terrible idea.
Terrible.
Terrible, terrible.
9 law enforcement organizations, including the California Sheriff's Association and the Western State Sheriff's Association, oppose this ballot measure. This proposal will criminalize law-abiding citizens who are doing nothing
That's the point.
for terrorism. Overnight, millions of Californians can become that are responsible gun owners can become legally criminal. The fact is, the ballot measure was drafted by career politicians without any input or consideration. On this ballot also is a portion that makes theft of a gun a felony again. That's on Gavin Newsom's new initiative. If you remember Prop 47, which made theft of a gun, handgun, this which is we're urging the people in Kern County to take a look, because this is an all-out attack, Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States.
No, it's not. Just deal with it. It's not so bad.
legislature and the ballot initiative that erode our right under the.
He goes on and on for another 6 minutes talking about it.
You know it's going to be awesome. Think about how many more children there are going to be in California now because of all this safety.
Oh my God, it's going to be so awesome.
Save the children.
Yeah.
With all the Crips and the Bloods and the Nietas and the MS-13s and they're going to be lined up. They're all going to be lined the fuck up.
Well, now wait a
trying to
minute.
turn their shit in, dude.
What about they say do it if it just saves one child? Let's do the hashtag do it for the children, as implying that we're going to do it to make children.
I'm going to say do it for the cartels. Do it for the Nietas. Do it for the Latin Kings.
I'm saying
do
doing
it
it
for
to get dick wet. That's what I'm trying to say, man.
I'm saying man up, pussy, and turn your shit in, dude. That's it. Man the fuck up and turn that shit the fuck in, dude. You don't need a gun. You know how to fight. Guns are for pussies. Everyone knows that. Yeah, it's over there, dude. I don't know.
I mean,
because Hashnazi said that the governor might veto them, but I could have swore that he said he wasn't going to veto them.
He's not vetoing shit.
No, I think he's vetoed something in the past, probably like because there was no system in place. Well, there's no system in place right now for the fucking ammo background checks, permits to buy ammo, registration of the ammo. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No,
good luck, buddy. Shit's been shit, but shit is a spiral there that's been going down forever.
That's the whole. I don't know if it's true or not, but what they said was that you have to do a 4473 to buy ammo.
Mm-hmm.
The ATF's going to explode.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with them. Like, it's just like, well, maybe they'll have their own 44-7, like the state form,
Well, that's exactly my point. That's like me saying the secretary of some other company is going to be my secretary just because I said so.
Well, hey, put it like this. If they really are going to use NICS for fucking, wouldn't that back up NICS so bad if they were able to call NICS for every fucking ammo?
No, they said background check. They said background check, but
yeah, but state level or Fed or what? Like,
Well,
that's how they would fuck us.
That's the thing is, and I don't know if it's true or not, but what I heard was that it's going to be NICS on a 4473. And
so
like
they'll just jam the fuck NICS up for this election period cycle. I mean, that's when the panic will be like lines outside. Not even that long ago, maybe 2 years ago, I remember being in a gun shop and the guy was like, it was way after the disaster Hook thing, but it was like, the dude was like, yeah, NICS is backed up right now. He's talking to this couple, and he's like, can you guys just hang out here for a couple of hours? That's never happened to me, but like, can you imagine? Like, fuck no. California jamming up NICS forever? Like,
for the entire rest of the country.
Every time you're at a rental range? Like, can I get a box of 59 mil? Hold on, I gotta call NICS. Get the fuck out of here, man. And then, I don't want to sound like one of these people I don't really agree with, but like, it'll get stricken down in Supreme Court, whatever. Like, yeah, sure, I don't know. Maybe later, could be possible.
Maybe.
Maybe, but not right. That shit takes time, right?
And it's got to go through the paces, and people have to suffer first.
Well, I'm not sure. Is it possible for the Supreme Court or a court like a circuit court to be like, all right, we'll hear the case, but until then, don't do this shit until we hear it, or is it usually
only if there's an injunction against it, right? If there's no injunction against it, it actually stays in place until it gets potentially strucken down in court.
Bad
And
news, homie.
here's the thing: they've already had bad Supreme or Circuit Court decisions in California for California, so who's to say how that's gonna fucking go? Even if it did go to the court system.
Oh my God!
Even in D.C., they did the opposite. In D.C., they put the injunction in for the appeal, which I thought was shocking.
Wait a minute, you're talking about the break in the law stood on during the appeal, but then they got an injunction against that, right? You're talking about the concealed carry stuff that happened?
Yeah.
Or no? Okay, yeah. So, like, for that 72-hour period, fucking DC was technically a concealed carry having motherfuckers, but I don't know how fast they were issuing any of that shit, and then it got, it was appealed at that point or whatever, right?
Well, they're
Is that
still in court.
over that? Okay.
Well, over the second thing was after it got overturned, and the court ordered them to put procedures in place to be shall issue. They came up with this, you have to show valid reason why, and it was subjective, so they went back to court again,
And they struck that down, right?
yeah, and then DC, like, they're appealing it again.
Because they're sore fucking losers.
Yeah, so basically from the way I understood it was when you apply for your permit, you have to write like a thing of why you think you should have a gun, and then it goes to a panel of 11 people that decide whether or not you have a good enough reason.
Yeah, you gotta write a fucking essay. I don't know. What's her name? Emily Miller or whatever? She's the journalist in D.C. Like how she wrote How Emily Got Her Gun or some shit like that.
Yep.
And like I follow her on Facebook and shit like that. She keeps me up to date because she's still on TV in D.C. still too. That's just like her side thing is the supporting the Second Amendment and whatnot. She's a pretty cool chick.
What people don't realize, though, is how long this crap's been going on. So my gun permit is 30 years old. In New York, at the time, every county administered their own permit. Okay, so it was a statewide permit with statewide laws, but you applied for your permit at the county level. The county got to decide what the physical license looked like and what the process was. In New York, even back then, 30 years ago, you had to go to a store, get the serial number of a gun, buy the gun, and give that to them, and they gave you your original permit. So they had the serial number, your address of a specific firearm that was on your original permit, and at the time, for me, it was this green form that was like 4 times the size of a driver's license. Okay. Now, if you wanted to buy another gun, you had to go do the same process and give them the serial number, the make, and the model of a gun, except because you already had a permit, you didn't have to go through the process again. You just had to put in the paperwork and be sent in the mail a yellow form with your fingerprints and another passport photo on it. So you actually had a physical piece of paper for every firearm that you owned.
If you go to the store there and you're like, hey, can I see that? They're like, show me your
ID.
Proof you can, no. Like
that you
need
can
your
own.
Your permit. Your, yeah, it's crazy. They won't even pull one out of the case for you.
So not to sound like a little whiny bitch, but you guys already know what my troubles and tribulations are out here. To look at a gun at the big box store, they do hold your ID while you're looking at it. And how you just said a piece of paper for each and every firearm, I actually have one of those. Now, it doesn't have my picture on it, like you're saying, but with the gun registration, I got a specific piece of paper for each one. And I don't even have a freaking carry license, sons of bitches.
30 years ago, there was a gun registry in New York.
There's been one in Cali since like the 80s.
And I think before 94 in Hawaii, before 94, I'm almost 100%, you didn't have to register any long gun at all. I do believe that handguns were registered back then, but before '94 there was no. There might have even just been straight up no registration at all, potentially.
Exactly the point. That's not what he's saying.
What the in New York, I don't think there's so long gun registration.
Here they want it all.
Registration, absolutely.
Oh, well, that's weird. I was just listening to the Gunpocalypse Never Enough Ammo podcast. Now you guys are talking about like long gun stuff, registration.
And the other thing too now with the SAFE Act, I think in New York you're only allowed to own 3 guns.
Lifetime. That's what we were talking about, yeah. I think it's handguns. Like it's a lifetime, 3 or 5 or something lifetime.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, is New York the one also with the ammo limitations? You can only purchase so much ammo in a certain amount of time?
No, that I'm not sure, but I know like if you go to the store and buy pistol ammo, they wanted you to have a background check, but that didn't work out too well for them. I think they were like, this is a nightmare.
Wait a
So
minute,
they stopped.
dude, I swear it was in New York where we were talking about it, and it's like, if you were a competition shooter, you obviously didn't live in New York because you could only have, with the new law or whatever, you could only have like a box of 20 every 30 days or something.
There might
crazy
be a
like
time
that.
limit, yeah. I'm not sure, but
I
I
mean,
know like
it was thoroughly ridiculous. Don't
I
get me
follow
wrong.
a guy who's on Instagram, like a shooter in New York, and I feel bad for them. I don't know what they got. NYPDA, I know every state has an IDPA league, but maybe they have IDPA up there. But he's awesome. But
I don't know that we
Fuck,
have
I don't- I'm
IDPA.
not- I'm not living
We have whatever the United States version of IPSC is. We do have that here, and SAS, but we don't have any IDPA. We don't defensive
No.
pistol. There's no
I
such
think
thing.
there
There's
are
no-
laws on the books where it was like you can't have more than 2,000 rounds in your house. Some shit. I know there might be
Oh,
laws.
wow.
Yeah, there were laws like that in certain. I think upstate New York might have had that, something like that, where you needed a special license. I'm talking out of my ass right now, but like I've heard of these things. Like if you had a certain amount, you needed a fucking license for like a special license.
Like what, as a explosives owner?
Yeah,
or
maybe.
something?
I hear that shit on podcasts all the time. Like when they gun radio or whatever. People don't know, so they'll ask the experts.
Yep.
Is it okay for me to have more than 1,000?
Okay, air
The
quotes,
lifetime shit is
John.
crazy. I don't know if it's total or I think it's at one time. Because if you buy a gun and it fucking sucks.
Edwin out in the chat, New York City still has gun registration for handguns, I think refile, whatever that, and rifle. And then he
New York
says,
State has New York
Yes.
State as a state had handgun registry since like God knows when, since the 80s or 70s.
total 200 rounds in New York City.
In the city?
Total.
Dude, you're lucky to have 5 rounds in the city. 'Cause,
Well,
I mean, it doesn't matter,
That's what Edwin's saying out in the external chat.
That's a
I'm just
shit ton.
relating, Okay?
Wait,
No,
you can
I-
only have 200 rounds in New York, like to
In the
go
city,
online?
he said. In the city.
Well, like,
and I don't even.
if I went to a Big 5 in New York City, I can only purchase 200 rounds at a time.
There's no one in New York
no.
City sells ammo, dude.
No,
There's
no.
one
You-
place on Canal
you can-
Street.
You
Or
cannot
what was it?
buy that much at any one time. No. He's saying that's all you can have in any specific caliber, I believe. Total, not at one time. Yeah, exactly.
No, I just don't want you to. I want you to realize, in New York City, there's nowhere to buy ammo anyway. There's like one gun shop.
There's literally one gun store.
I forgot the guy's name. It was like, it's a guy's name, like John Calverone's gun shop or something, and that's it.
Because
And,
his grandfather fucking probably sold either ammo
They're-
or firearms.
they're right downtown
And they
by,
can't-
like,
and they
one
can't
police
get rid of
plaza or
them.
something.
You know what I'm saying? Like, his family must have been there so long that they can't get rid of them. Otherwise, they'd move that
Right.
fuck out of town.
His main clientele are cops. Like, cops want to buy backup guns. Cops want guns. You know what I mean? It's other guns. So
I
that's who's
suppose.
buying that shit. Yeah.
And what? There's like 1,700 cops or something like that in New York. 2,000 cops in New York, maybe.
I thought it was like 30,000.
You think so?
So does anybody know that if like, okay, say I lived in New York City, right? If I went to, I don't know, New Jersey, and I bought like 2,000 rounds because I had like a 3-gun match like in a week, like that's wrong. You can't do that.
Oh, especially if you came back across the fucking.
Dude, you
border with
get if
that,
you don't
you have just
get a
broken
year in
federal
prison,
law.
dude.
You
Yeah, it's
can't
like-
own a hollow point in New Jersey.
No.
Are you serious?
So you would
No.
rather have gone to Pennsylvania to break the law than New Jersey, just so we're clear on that.
Okay,
It's
I didn't know.
34,000 NYPD.
Okay. Yeah, but
But-
that's like 8 million people or something.
Yeah, but the thing with the ammo is, for a fact, is if they caught you walking down the street with a 38 in your pocket, they're going to arrest you, put cuffs on you, and charge you with some sort of crazy gun crime.
Yeah.
I forgot what the actual charge was, but it's
And
like
take you to actual butt fucking.
you're going to fucking
prison.
Rikers. Yeah, you're going to Rikers, dude. It's craziness.
What does Flippy call it? Federal pound me in the ass prison?
Yes, I believe that is exactly what he calls it.
You'd be begging for federal if you were in Rikers.
Yeah,
you know, for like 6
exactly.
months.
You would be hoping for a quick death, whether it was painful or not, if you're in fucking Rikers.
I'd swim with the centipedes.
You start popping the bank
You
robberies.
know what? There you go. There you go. You know what? No, because I said earlier that I would rather do the shark fucking pit, Rikers, or fucking swimming with centipedes. I'm swimming with fucking centipedes. Have fucking 100 times out of 100, 1,000 times out of 1,000.
That's weird. So, like the last chat that Never Enough Ammo did, he was talking about the gun apocalypse in California. A couple guys were saying that, you know, everybody shouldn't leave because then it could like expand to other states like Arizona, you know, Oregon, Washington, Utah, whatnot. But then like Heavy was saying that what good is it doing him to stay there if he's just, you know, getting his rights trampled on. I'm kind of on Heavy with this. If they do pass these laws, then why would you want to subject yourself to living there if you're a gun owner? You know what I mean? Like, that's why I left.
So, can someone clarify if you had a pre-19? I know they had the assault weapons ban about 2 years before the federal one. So, what, 92?
It was
they had
in
an assault weapon.
The California assault weapons ban was enacted in 1989.
Okay, so in '89. So if you had so let's say you had an AR-15 from 1988, you were good, right? Grandfathered in.
Yeah, yeah.
So is this thing telling you you have to sell it out of state or bring it in or register? I mean, I thought they already did some sort of registration and
So,
stuff. Like, I don't
so
know.
as it stands, well, okay, so I left before they started registering rifles. But as it stands right now, they consider AR-15s anything that has a detachable magazine and assault weapon. So that's why they invented the bullet button. However, the new law that is probably going to go through and pass would render anything that had a bullet button an assault weapon. So then you would have to register it. They're not going to take it away retroactively. What they're going to do is they're going to make you register it as a, I guess, the third time around assault weapon. I guess they're going to go, this is an assault weapon.
What if you took the bullet button off?
I thought-
then it's illegal completely.
I
Then
thought
then
they
you
said
cannot
there was
have
no grandfathering this time.
in California. Then you have to just leave with it.
But
Or
what was that
destroy
thing Hashnazi had that was like a grip thing?
Okay, that's what's called the Monster Man grip. In California, you can have what's called featureless, meaning you can take away your. Okay, let me show you real quick. So, in California, there's a couple of things that they consider assault weapon. That's the telescopic stock, pistol grip, detachable magazine, flash hider. So Hashnazi has this thing what's called the Monster Man grip.
Bayonet lug too, right?
I'm sorry?
Bayonet lug as well, yes.
Bayonet lug too. So with the Monster Man grip is it's like this, but it comes through here and there's no through. So you can't go like this. You just hold it like this and there's like a big fan that comes out. So it's not like a complete wraparound. So it's not considered a pistol grip. It's just like it's a long stock that has like a pistol grip form type of mold on there, so to say. But they skirted around the law. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, the other thing. And so it's called a Monster Man grip. So what you do is you take the Monster Man grip and you put that on. You take your flash hider off. And then you can have, well, this was before this law, but then you could have, like, you know, you could take the bullet button off. Because then it would be a featureless rifle. It wouldn't be considered a assault rifle. So they consider like your flash hider, your pistol grip, your stock, bayonet lug, military characteristics.
What kind of motherfucking ice cream cone is that you got on your rifle?
Oh, my Surefire? Nah, this is old.
Nice.
If you actually look at the New York Safe Act website, New York's gun restrictions are actually worse than California's.
Sure, but I mean, California's been a very popular gun state. I mean, like gun ownership in California is huge, you know, to where New York is not really huge gun ownership. You know, people own them, but it's not like it's not a big. Like, you don't hear of like, yeah, man, I go and I do all kinds of 3-gun out in New York. You know, it's just like it's not what you think.
It used to be that way, dude. New York has an extremely rich gun ownership heritage. You can't base it by like what you hear about the 5 boroughs. Upstate New York is you know the whole gun way of life thing, gun manufacturers, gun industries.
Yeah, Remington and fucking all that kind of shit, right? But
yeah.
But now when you talk about it though, you're talking. Think about like the past 10, 15. We'll even go 20 years, and they've been getting fucking shit on consistently.
Yeah,
that's because everybody's giving up on them. NRA
you can only own 3 handguns in your life.
Well, I'm kind of fucked. I can only have one more then, technically, according to New York.
I can't say NRA's given up on them. GOA has given up on them. Second Amendment Foundation has given up on them.
I think they're still trying.
They've given up on themselves, bro. They elected Cuomo in there. They elected all their people in there. They have elections. It's a state. It's like a country in Europe. You know, like it's like saying, it's like eventually you get the government you fucking deserve.
Well, that's what I told California. That's, you know, like, I hate to cut you off, man, but that's what I kept on typing, you know, like, talking to people who live in California. I'm like, what's wrong with you idiots, man? Why do you keep electing these people? And like, we don't vote for these people. It's all those idiots in Los Angeles and San Francisco that vote for them. And, like, it's like, you know, it's pretty much like the state according to San Francisco. And
the high population density centers.
Exactly. So you have the coast, which is extremely left-wing and anti-gun, and then you have inland, which is all pro-gun. So, like, even the sheriffs inland are really pro-gun. Like, there's a bunch of sheriffs now that are, like, standing up against all the stuff that's coming up. They've all, like, joined, you know, friggin' together and started writing letters to the governor and lieutenant governor saying, we won't enforce this, you're crazy, and all this stuff. But it's like, what can you do? You know? I remember when they were trying to pass AB 374, which would have basically made any sort of rifle that had an attachable magazine an assault weapon, and then under no circumstances would it be able to be kept in the state. It would have been retroactively banned. The NRA came up there with their lawyer. The guy said there, I'm so-and-so with the NRA, and I asked for a no vote. And then he just walked away. I was like, oh, I'm so glad the NRA was here. I don't know what we would have done.
What did you want him to do? Pull a shotgun out and fucking start blasting these idiots?
No, it's supposed to be a dick measuring competition at about that stage, isn't it?
Dude, at some point, they got a supermajority in California. The governor is a shitbag. If he doesn't veto this shit, I mean, what the fuck could anybody do?
Wait a minute. If he does veto it, the other side will vote him out next time for sure.
Guess who's going to be the governor? This scumbag Newsom.
Yeah.
That everyone's like hashtagging about, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Name recognition in politics is priceless, and now he's got his own hashtag and fuck Newsom. And guess what? You've just you're helping him.
You practically
you're fucking making him famous. Exactly. This is going to be his fucking claim to fame. He's I shouldn't know who Gavin Newsom is, but I do, and he will be the governor of California.
Like you guys are saying, where one county or one city, or like in the case of California, you know, a couple of cities, whether it's San Diego, LA, or San Francisco, and the areas that surround them or whatever. Like my state, you know, it's a much smaller population or whatever, but literally one county determines what the laws are for the entire state, statewide, and that's Oahu, and pretty much that's there. And there isn't enough people.
Where is the state that isn't the case, though? Where is that?
Well, what I was just trying to say is there's not even enough people in the rest of the state combined to combat that, where at least in some of the other states, there's at least the potential to have a total of people.
I think if you're maybe if you're thinking of like Idaho or Montana, then yeah, they're
Or
gonna have
Arizona.
not that
Or
big.
Georgia.
Not Arizona
Or
at all.
Florida.
Phoenix has got 4 million people, and Tucson, the whole southern Arizona, barely has like 1 million. So we're run by Phoenix. California is run by San Francisco and LA. You know, Seattle, Washington's run by Seattle. Oregon's run by Portland. Utah's run by Salt Lake City. That's just the way it is. Back east, the same thing.
G-Webs, I actually have a question for you. So, like, when I went to go visit my parents in California a couple weeks ago, I said, I can't believe all this anti-gun shit is passing. There's, like, over, like, I don't know, I'm just going to take a guesstimate and say there's over, like, 6 million gun owners in California. Why don't these idiots vote to vote these people out of here? And then she's like, well, you have to understand that not every single person that owns a gun is, like, the type of gun owner like you. And I said, well, what do you mean like that? She's like, well, they're maybe not an activist, or they're maybe not a sports shooter. Maybe they went to Big Five to buy a shotgun to keep under their bed in the case of, like, a robbery or something. And she's like, they're not, you know, if they're going to ban AR-15s, it doesn't really, they don't care. Like, as long as they can keep their Smith & Wesson snub underneath their bed for when the bad guy comes in. And I said, well, okay, granted, but it's like, but with all the pro-gun activism in California, you would think that they would at least try to vote. I mean, like, maybe they've given up. Maybe everyone in California has given up, and, you know, like me, I don't know.
You just said something that's interesting.
What?
You said 6 million firearms owners in California or something? That's 1 million more fucking NRA members. That, you know, the NRA is only 5 million people. You got more gun owners in California than NRA members.
I was just, like, throwing that number out because I know it's huge. Because, like, when I used to do, like, you know, I just based it on how many gun shops were in a county, and, you know, I did some really bad math. But I'm just guessing because California is a huge state. But I was also, you know, counting the people that maybe, like, yeah, my wife and I just got our first home, and we wanted to get a, you know, a 38 Smith & Wesson snub to keep just in case we get robbed, you know. So, you know, then there's those guys that, like, oh yeah, they got the new LWRC in. You know, so you have your sport guys, and then you have your ones that keep some in the safe for home protection. But a gun owner nonetheless. And
the thing on guns that says Texas has the most with 35%, which is 8,700,000 gun owners. California is number 2 with 21%, which makes it 7,800,000. And then Florida is 24% with 4.4 million. Pennsylvania 4.3 million, Georgia 3.9, Michigan 3.8, North Carolina 3.8, so and so. Arizona is way in the middle with 2 million.
Where's Hawaii at, brother?
I'm looking way down the list. Hawaii is not the last because D is less than you, but you have 8.7%, gives you 112,000, just under Rhode Island, below DC.
So we are the 50th state then.
Yeah.
So next time I hear a bunch of Californians in a chat bitching and complaining about the fucking NRA not doing enough for them, the NRA is 5 million fucking people, man. Country in the whole country, and you got 7 million gun owners. Shut the fuck up.
7,000,000.8.
Same, it don't matter. You got millions more people in California own guns than there are completely total NRA members.
But we also need to up the GOA and the Second Amendment Foundation too. It doesn't just need to be NRA, in my opinion, right? Because like Alan's out there fucking trying to get shit done too, you know.
No, and you know what? I completely take it back to what I said about the NRA. You guys are right. I was talking out of frustration. But while I was there, I felt that I mean, maybe they were behind the scenes. Maybe I wasn't involved, like, in the actual politics of the NRA. But I remember every time I attended, like, the rallies and stuff like that up in Sacramento, there were more guys. There was this one kid in particularly, I don't know if he's a member on Gun Challenge, but he's all over the place. His name's David Powell. He's an awesome guy who's always at the rallies and always writes this big 3-page letter to go up and talk to Senator DeLeon and all the rest of these guys. because there was a thing where Darrell Steinberg was talking about banning anything with a detachable magazine, and he sat there for like 5 minutes and went through this whole thing while, this is not going to do anything to put criminals in jail or save anybody. He's like, but it's going to put people like myself and the rest of the people on the side of the aisle in jail for nothing. And he's a really good activist, and and I was just like, how, and again, like, I hate to say this, but I'm like, why didn't the NRA say something close to that, or just maybe say more than just I give it a no vote? I understand that they got lots of stuff to cover, but, it's just,
It's funny. Part of their thing is like endorsing a candidate, and I'm sure they have 30 to 40 years of endorsing candidates in California, and none of them getting elected, and stuff like that. I'm sure they're as frustrated as anybody.
No,
Californication.
They probably think it's a waste of time because look how much money they spent on Romney. If I'm thinking, and I'm just guessing out loud here, if they're looking at all the places where they can dedicate their time, their money, and resources, and politicians, I'm pretty sure they're thinking California is a lost cause, and it's probably the last place where we should put our resources in. Instead, let's back states like Arizona, Utah, Texas, states that are kind of like holding the line against like the California, anti-gunfire, if you will. So that way they can reinforce the stronghold so that stuff doesn't spread. I don't know. It just pisses me off because one day I'd actually.
That's why I want the wall built along California.
Never going to be able to go there.
Think about this too. Part of their power is threatening politicians, not threatening them. The lobbying stuff, like, well, if you vote for this, we're going to make sure you get, we're going to run somebody, we're going to find somebody, we're going to run them against you, you're going to lose your job, you're going to get voted out of the Senate, you're going to get voted out of the Congress. That's part of their power. And in California, those people like Feinstein, Pelosi, Barbara Boxer, they're like, get the fuck out of here. I've been a senator for my entire life, kind of thing. Like, you'll never get rid of me. You've got nothing on me. What is California? 90% Democrat, 80. So they're not even scared. Why would they even take a meeting with the ILA people, to do a deal or to? I don't know. Maybe that's just from movies. I'm imagining the NRA kind of throwing their weight around of 5 million members. And I'm sure those people in California are like, they're not scared. Obviously, they're not scared of repercussions. Those people in Colorado who passed the ban, they all got booted. So that was like the repercussion.
Aren't even in that state, and they have 7 million people they're pissing off. 7.8 million people they're pissing off. Shit, that's only 21% of the population. California is just massive. We're fighting California like it's the other state. It's a massive, massive state. Think about it. It's got San Francisco and LA and San Diego, massive cities.
No, yeah, no. They're big cities. Barbara Boxer, senator from California. She's like Hillary Clinton's BFF, so they're very powerful. The other thing we need to be careful of, that Wolfpack.org thing, where it's like this whole petition where everybody's signing money to get money out of politics. And while it does sound like an awesome thing, the NRA relies on that. So we get money out of politics, we probably will no longer have the Second Amendment. And a lot of people, it's becoming a bipartisan thing. You guys should check it out. It's called the Wolfpack Initiative, and it started from the progressives, like the Young Turk people started it, and it turned into this big thing. And you have like the Bernie people going for it now, and but basically, like, to get money out of politics, so like that way you can outspend somebody and win.
Guns aren't everything in life, man. That's what someone in CalGuns.net told me when I joined CalGuns a long time ago, like 7-8 years ago, and I was trying to figure out if I had to move to California for my job, how to go about getting a carry permit out there and stuff, because I already had a carry permit for like a year where I'm at. And I remember a lot of those people saying, man, hey, you know what? It's going to be damn near impossible if you're in LA. So, like, just enjoy the weather, if guns aren't everything kind of thing. And that's fantastic. But I just say that to say this.
if you live in a place where you can't carry a firearm to protect yourself and your family, like carry it outside of your house, like not when you're indoors, because that's whatever. That's okay, but I could never tell you like you should stay there to fight or shitty gun laws, because it's just I couldn't do it. I could that would be hypocritical of me, because I wouldn't want to live in a place like that, and I just so why would I tell you to stay? That's just my opinion, because I know you were talking about it earlier, but like if someone
does that mean that you're an advocate for everyone moving?
No, I didn't say that. I said if you live in a place where you can't get a carry permit, I could never tell you to stay there. That's all.
Fine. So if you're saying that that your advice isn't for everyone there to leave, then that isn't opposite of that. I know, and I'm saying that doesn't also. You have to also acknowledge that it doesn't mean when someone says that people should stay that they're not suggesting every single person has an obligation to stay. I'm going to continue.
I couldn't ever tell people they should stay, honestly.
Well,
if you can't carry a firearm, you don't have the Second Amendment at all, dude.
Then everyone has to leave. Then you can't. You can't go say that just because you're going to advocate people to stay and fight doesn't mean everyone has to stay. It's the same as everyone can leave doesn't mean everyone has to leave.
1980. What was the first? I mean, their laws have been shit for probably 40 years now, at least, like maybe 35 years. So I can't. How could you say stay and fight if they've been staying and fighting for 30 years?
And why are you saying give California to them? What's the next state?
They've already owned it.
So
they already have it.
Like they've already have it.
Okay.
They've been had it since 1986 or whatever, 1989.
They get New York also. We don't have to fight there.
They've been had. Some of the first gun laws on record came from New York.
Okay, that's great. So then,
what was it, 1800?
And they can have Washington D.C. and it sounds like they can have Illinois. Who else?
Who is they? And who? What can they have? I'm talking about a state where the people